Okay. So I would like to try to start with the Teshuvah from the Gaonim and see where we can go from there, because that seems to be a pretty early source. I know we have to go back then to the Gemara, but I'd rather start from there and go back if that's okay with you.
Fine.
Okay. So let's bring up that Teshuvah on screen.
What was it called?
File something or other.
File 14572, etc.?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Minute Abba Seichem B'Yitechem. Teshuvah min Genizah. This is a Teshuvah from the Genizah in Cairo. Al Yom Tov Sheni Shagolios, on the concept Yom Tov Sheni Shagolios. Okay? So obviously we'll go to Agdama, so we know what we're talking about here. Kasher kavu b'nei Yisrael Eretz Yisrael sorshei chodashim api edus al yiriyas hayorech. And at the time, Bnei Eretz Yisrael determined the months based on testimony of seeing the new moon. Hayu b'nei chutz la'aretz shelo yidlu beis yom nikbar rosh chodesh b'Eretz Yisrael. The bnei chutz la'aretz who did not know what day was made Rosh Chodesh, so be mosifim yom lamoadim. They would add a day to the Yom Tovim mishum asafek. And who Yom Tov Sheni Shagolios? This is called for posterity Yom Tov Sheni Shagolios. Now, once the law started being reckoned based on the cheshbon law period, not based on not based on the seeing of the moon, there would seem to be no longer any reason to maintain that additional day, right? Obviously, because now we know. So this Mr. Friedman, Mordechai Kibbutz Friedman, says now he's going to annotate several pages in Genizah. Shemua Tak, there's a long tshuva accompanying them. Baravis Yudis in Judeo-Arabic. I don't know whether that language has its own name. The tshuva zu shitos miyuchados v'daran agaso. There's certain unique opinions or approaches in terms of the conduct of the Sheni, v'achiv lidbaglo, and the requirement to connect to Yom Sheni. K'dei l'kayem shitosav, in order to bring credence to his theories. Shichtev ha-meishiv, the writer copied. Parshios historios uperush mikaros shalom kubal. Shichtev, I think, actually means not copied, but rather the modern Hebrew means to not to transcribe, but to not reinterpret, reconstitute, maybe is the right word. Anyway, do you ever come across the word shichtev in modern Hebrew?
Yeah, I've not really tried to look it up to understand its exact translation.
So I think it's to like reconstitute. But there's a better word which is escaping me at the moment. Parshios historios, historical reconstruct maybe historical episodes. Pirish Makaros, and he explained a source of Shalom Kubal not according to their normative fashion. Lidvarov, according to his statements, Livnei Golus Yechonia. Now, Golus Yechonia is very early. Golus Yechonia is 11 years before destruction of the first base HaMikdash. We don't have, as far as I know, any independent sources which indicate that Yom Tov Sheni was kept during the time Golus Yechonia. We can assume that it was, but we don't have any sources which state explicitly that it was. Okay? And then it was the Jews above the time of Shivas Sion. Again, that's early. We don't have records that it was that early. Is there a requirement to continue keeping that Yom Tov Sheni in Golus? And there's in the Teshuvah there's also a record which of course does parallel the Gemara of keeping one day of Rosh Hashanah in Eretz Yisrael. That we know that was a separate takana to keep those 2 days of Rosh Hashanah in Eretz Yisrael. Hameshiv kanireh hispal mesh b'tshuva sel chachamim acherim. The responder evidently had a correspondence, a debate with in his tshuva with other chachamim. She doesn't explain that explicitly. It doesn't mention explicitly who they are and what they said. So it was evidently self-understood to people who looked at it that he was referring to certain other individual shitas, but they are not specified specifically. Okay. This research paper, there are 3 parts. First, there is an annotated edition of the Teshuvah and its translation. Rosh Tirk Savayad, and at the beginning a description of the manuscript, because its correlation to other manuscripts, Zira Matik, and the identification of the scribe who wrote it. The second part, there is a survey of the sources in the Talmud and the Gaonic literature in terms of keeping these Yom Tovim after Luach was put into play, and a discussion that at the end there was to be a synopsis of the content of the Teshuvah, and trying to discuss its unique shitos. But in the end, he's going to try and give us the identity of the writer of the Teshuvah. Okay, so we're going to skip the first part here, which describes the next part, I should say, which describes the Teshuvah and its writing in terms of the what the manuscript looks like and the Arabic in it. Okay, so we're going to skip down to page to page 561.
561, okay.
Okay, to the last paragraph. Kichani Rav Shala's host is Ksavosha Matika Tova Shalonu, Ksavosha Sofer Tosha Mitzrayim, Me'emtza Mea Shtemesrei, Shekitzvayad Ravim Shetik Soru Genizah. So, Mr. Friedman wants to identify the scribe as a resident of Egypt in the middle of the 12th century, of which there are many examples of manuscripts in the Cairo Genizah. Gam Shmo Yadu, his name is also known, Mansur ben Avraham, Ibrahim, Mishpachas ben Nahum. L'achar shirah Mansur minichasav, after Mansur became impoverished, Ukasam Michtav Nagid Rav Shul ben Chananya, he wrote a letter to the Nagid, which was the leader of the Egyptian Jewry, Nagid Yehuda Mitzrayim Shnas 1140 at Shnas 1159, B'keshet CEO, and he asked for his assistance. 1121, 1125. Obviously, they were connected, had some connection during those years. Okay? Okay. Now, Teshuvah, now we're going on to Teshuvah v'Tiguma, and we are not going to read the Arabic. Okay? I know this will come as a disappointment, but nevertheless, we're going to skip to the Targum. Okay? Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that, yeah.
Okay. Umashichlitu v'skimu minhog al piv, that which they decided and came to a consensus to conduct themselves on its basis, b'kviyas moadim, in terms of setting up the holidays, asheikru kach osa mikrei kodesh, which are called mikrei kodesh. I'm not sure what the connotation is, but what references, but here he has interesting theory in the footnote 17. B'makom yikru'u, b'bakasuv tikru'u. Okay, Kosef kan Ramaz LaMishnah, Rosh Hashanah Beis Test, V'sham Rabbi Akiva Itzdikas Rabbi Gamliel. Rabbi Akiva justifies Rabbi Gamliel, Shekibel Idus Mefukpekes L'Rias L'Yirech, who was accepted dubious testimony concerning the having sighted the new moon. And this guy, I think, was the case where it came out, the Yom Kippur came out a different day, according to Rabbi Gamliel, according to Rabbi Yoshua. So, Rabbi Kiva says, Yesh li amod, I can derive, Shekom Hashem Asa Rabbi Gamliel Asui. Everything Rabbi Gamliel does is appropriately done. Shemar En Modeh Hashem Asher Tikru Osam. These are the Modeh Hashem which you pronounce. Ben Mizmanon, Ben Shizli, Bizmanon, whether it's the right time or not the right time, Eili Moados Eila Eila. Right? These are the ones which you have. In other words, whatever Chazal determined to be the Yom Tovim, that is what the Yom Tovim is supposed to be. Okay? By definition. Okay? So therefore, if they determine Yom Tov Sheni Shogolios, then we have to keep Yom Tov Sheni Shogolios. It's really up to them.
Wait a minute. That's just telling you that if they decided the Yom Tov based on a poor sighting of the moon, and it's one day earlier or one day later, the Mishnah is very obviously about that. It's not about Yom Tov Sheni Shogolios. Right.
But I think he's saying right here, the reason I was bringing this down early in the Teshuvah is to tell us that these things are Chazal's purview. In other words, if it says keep Yom Tov Sheni, it's got to be, and we do keep it, it must be because Chazal, in their great wisdom, decided that should be kept. So I'm not sure. I think that's what he means to say. Okay. Well, actually, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe he's talking not about Yom Tov Sheni specifically. Maybe he's talking about specific, general. Okay. You know, I backtrack. Okay. He's talking about generically being Kovei Moadim because he hasn't mentioned Yom Tov Sheni yet. Okay.
Right.
So okay.
And there's nothing in that Mishnah that talks about Yom Tov Sheni. It's more about
right. So yours is tough. Okay, you're right. I can see the point. Okay, back to text. Uvarim acherim hayachiyuv shiskabel baratzon lifnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And in other matters, I assume that when it differs from the actual, true molad, let's say, there is an obligation which Hashem accepted. In other words, we have Mechiv Rizach HaChamim, and Hashem accepted this, whatever we do as being proper. Misho Veral Zeh B'Zadon, and somebody who transgressed this deliberately and made Yom Tov on a different day than the Luach, determined by Chazal, Hayachai Misa, you'll be liable to death. Now it's not clear if it's Misa B'Dei Adam, Misa B'Dei Shemaim. If it's Yom Kippur, it can be even if it's Yom Kippur, it can't be Misa B'Dei Adam. It can be Kores, right? And other Yom Tov in the Yisurim are only Lavin. So it's not clear what. Maybe he would be a Zakin Mamre, B'Chai Misa because of his Zakin Mamre. So I'm not sure why it's the he's considered to be a Chayim Misa, but maybe it's Zakin Mamre is the easiest way to understand it. In other words, somebody who rebel against Chazal and this their determination of the Yom Tovim would be a Zakin Mamre. Okay? Uvir Zem Osifin Dvarav, and there's an additional explanation. This Asher Nasi Yechta. If a Nasi sins, Udvarav in Kol Adas Yisrael, and this is also something of Am Yisrael sins. In any event, in all these cases, who machal lahem al onesh al ashkaga, Hashem forgives Bnei Yisrael, the Nasi, the Sanhedrin, their sin, v'lo onesh al achet b'zadon, and not deliberately on the non-deliberate sin which deliberately a person does. In other words, if Bnei Yisrael, again, good story is going to be Zakin Mamre. If Bnei Yisrael make a mistake, a sincere and honest mistake, and when Yom Tov should be, when Rosh Hashanah should be, whatever the case may be, they have kapara. But the person who deliberately goes against the Chazal, he has no kapara. Okay? L'kiddush David alav shalom. Okay. And Yishach HaChama said to Lakadosh, David alav shalom, interestingly never heard David called Kadosh. Hinei kama kam mishpacha v'gomer. Now, I have no recollection whatsoever what it says there in Shmuel Beis Yud Daled Zayin. If you know, jump in. Otherwise, we're going to get Tanakh to look in.
No, I don't know.
Okay, actually, so 1 second.
Sorry. When it's done, we'll come see.
Okay. So Shmuel Beis. It's a Yud Zayin. Go on.
All right.
No.
Yud Daled.
Yud Daled Zayin. Okay, so let's talk about during the height of the this is at Avshalom's rebellion. It's first time he fled from David. The second before the major rebellion was the second time. So it's the first time he was trying to he had in mind to usurp the kingship. He at that point he fled, and when he fled, Yoav tried to intercede on his behalf, and Yoav sent a message to Tekoa, and took a wise woman from there, and he said to this wise woman, put down clothes of avelus, as if you are a woman who's been mourning many days on a dead deceased relative. And come to the king and tell him the following words. So the woman from Tekoa came to the king. She fell on her face and said, "Save me, the king." So the king said, "What's your problem?" So she said, "I'm a widow and my husband died, and I have 2 children, and they fought in the field, and nobody could save. Nobody was able to separate them, and one of them hit the other one and put him to death. And all of the family arose against me." And said, "Give us the person who the son who killed his brother, and we'll put him to death, right? And they want to eliminate all my heirs in that way, and extinguish my coal, which has remained, and my husband will no longer have any heritage on the face of the earth." So the king said to the woman, "Go home, and I'm going to command what should be happen." It's a whole long discussion here, and then obviously they get to the Nimshal, which is that he should let Avshalom go. Avshalom was caused trouble, so that's a long parak. Okay, so now that being the case, so what does that have to do with us here? It says, "Kasher nana lidvoreh," when he responded to her, I'm going back to Teshuvah, v'nishban, he promised not to do anything to harm her when she told him the name Shal. Matcha bikores. That's kind of modern Hebrew for a Teshuvah, but she criticized him. V'ikshata b'dvoreh, and she asked tough with her words. V'lama chashavta zos alam Hashem. Where is this pasuk there? Shmuel Beis Yud Daled 13. So, Tamri Shalom Chashav Zosok Amalukim. That why would you think? So the way Rashi explains it, she says in my mashal, I hinted that the people wanted to kill one son, the son who killed the brother. But why did you think they would do this? Why did you accept that lashon hara? Because it would have been without tu'edim, without hasra, right? And then she starts telling over the name Shal. and that is that I really meant for Avshalom. You shouldn't push away Avshalom. So what does that have to do with this? Okay, that's very interesting. So he brings down here in the footnote 33. Re'enu mashal perush al Radak pasuk 14. Mi'aroga dam chaviro v'lo tziva hamakom l'hargo. If a person kills his friend who's not commanded to kill him, if we didn't kill him with mezid edim asra in order to diminish shvichas adam b'margo v'chulei, ad kat tosefes b'al is based on a freshman mezid l'shogeg. Okay, I don't know why this is important to tell us. But he's telling us that there's some difference between shogeg and mazid, and mazid is when you do things deliberately wrong with edim and asra. Even if there aren't edim and asra, it's still not. If even you say something wrong, if there are no edim and asra, it's still shogeg, close to shogeg, and not mazid. Okay, so let's see. I have no idea why this is important to the Teshuvah, but let's go on. We're in line 12.
It goes back to the previous bit that as long as you're doing things for shogeg, God is forgiving us. Right? So if we screw up the calendar with shogeg, we're okay.
Okay, fine. That sounds good. So it's known as that originally. When the nation was taken in its initial galus, El Aratzos, to the lands Rechokos, which are far away from Eretz Yisrael, because close to Eretz Yisrael you don't need to have Yom Tov Sheni because the Eidim would come there, right? So he says, "Hayubochim." I'm sorry, skip. Hayubitzapim. They would yearn Shabim Heri Yoshuvu. They go back quickly. Bochim Kuma Nitzri Beis Hamikdash, and they were trusted in the eternal existence of Beis HaMikdash. This is Golus Yechonia, because at the time Golus Yechonia, which is 11 years before the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, they hoped that the Beis HaMikdash would not be destroyed, right? Shematzavo Yishtoneh. V'yu Amni Meichal Hashem, Meichal Hashem. They would say that we want the Beis HaMikdash to exist. So he says here in footnote 36, he says Tigamti Kach, which is that mitzapim, v'lo mikavim, and not that they hoped. K'mistaber shemeshivat solamar. He wants to say that the responder is saying, shebigal tzipkel lachzor b'mher el Eretz Yisrael lo nigu yontav sheni mitchilas hagolus harishayna. They didn't yet have yontav sheni at the time of the first golus. Klomar es golus haseres hashvatim. So he's saying it's even earlier. It's not the Golus of the Yechonia, which is 11 years before, but it's Hashvatim, which was decades before the destruction of Beis HaMikdash. Okay? And then, but he says the 37, Lo Burim HaMeshimi Yiches Advim Eila Livnei Aseres Hashvatim Shagolu Oto Shabei Yehuda Achrei Osa Golus. But one of them, the Aseres Hashvatim, or the Golus Yechonia, they were very focused and believed in the imminent return to Zion and that the Beis HaMikdash will not be destroyed.
Okay.
Valzulasum, and on others, and he says in footnote 38, Milvad goes to show on others came later on, or even the Goyim perhaps. Amar Kasuv, Lo Eminu, Malachei, etc. And he says that, in the footnote he says that, Animir She'entos El Plitas Kumus Benkom Malchi. So, because it says Lo Aminu Kom Malchi Eretz is the pasuk in Eicha, right?
Okay.
So none of the it says that the kings of the land did not believe that such tragedies could befall the Jewish people, right? Okay. That's actually pasuk in Eretz. Lo Aminu Kom Malchi Eretz Kol Yoshvei Selva V'Goymer. Umehem anshe golus Yechonia. Now, mehem means later on, or a gift was the golus Shvatim he's referring to, or among these, the people of golus Yechonia, shebahem ne'amar b'samti yinei alayim l'tova. I'm going to put my eyes upon them in a positive way. Vashivasim al Arzazos, and I'm going to return them to this land. Uvenisim are going to build them up. Below Eros won't destroy. Untatim, and I will plant them below Atosh, and I will not eradicate them. Vayum mitztarim b'doavim, and they were in anguish and in pain. Hashem yicholim la'alos l'regel. V'asos karbanos mitzvahs ha'chayros. Right, and they were not able to go up and do the karbanos and the mitzvahs. Chamalo aleim akel yishtabach. The Shbaruch had mercy upon them. V'chish es haftachaso, and he brought speedily about the fulfillment. V'av kamsos b'yosa ameretz avim lo masim l'otim l'goymer v'yar b'tzar so the anger shetem asom l'rachamim. He did all sorts of nice things for them. The Tier Masha saw b'seh the Dvarav, and explains this the way you say, Ki simcha melokim ve'eshev esleim melech ashur aleihem. He had all sorts of good things happen to them, but they're still golus. Anyway, they agreed all together to unanimously, right? Lasos kol yotam min moadim, to do every yotam from the Yom Tovim shetiva Hashem aleim al soda ibur, which Hashem commanded through the secret of the calendar. V'asher b'yadeinu hayom anu adas b'nei Yisrael mimsores mimoshe Rabbeinu lov Hashem mipi agvura, which we have the soda ibur as a Masorah from Moshe Rabbeinu yomayim. So this Golus, even that we're yearning to Eretz Yisrael, they want to go back to Eretz Yisrael, and eventually they were restored to Eretz Yisrael. While they're in Golus, they decided they're going to keep 2 days. The first is obligatory midaraisa. Vasheni hu asher iskimu l'kabel oso aleihem. They agreed to keep it themselves. I'm sorry. B'tmura, instead, interesting, not initially because of the calendar. The initial acceptance was because of
their inability to go up to the right.
Right. We wanted that those cows which we can't bring up, we will be mashlim them as by additional tefillos, and those additional tefillos are the Yom Sheni. Mitzvah, and in order to have great simcha in fulfilling the mitzvah, shitzavu b'divrei hakasuv v'samachta b'chagecha. There's divrei ashir. I'm sorry, there's divrei hakasuv, which is described. Ashir yelachem kloitz kadesh chag v'simchas levav keholech bechalio. There's the Goymer pasuk in Yeshaya 29. Okay, kivakesh b'zeh kirbas hakel. So they kept. And by the way, we'll see later on. There's Yerushalmi in this effect. They kept. Not. I don't know if we'll get to today. But they did they go to halodah in order to be diligent in their thankfulness. Al chasadim and his chasadim uvakish es kiyum haftachaso, and that he to request the fulfillment of his promise. Lachzir el eretz Yisrael, to bring back to Yisrael. Ukudei yizacher b'simcha gedola shachasera, in order to remember the great simcha which they were now lacking. Okay, so this is what he was saying
at the beginning, this unusual shita, the source of
yes.
Yom Tov Sheni, was that it was not the calendar, but rather...
Right.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
By doing this, Hoch bikvos ma'aseh Shlomo lo Hashem ubnei doro. K'mo shenemar, it says, "Vayasu bayom hashmi atzeres, ki chanuchas hamizbeach asu shivas yomim, v'chag shivas yomim." That was a pretty strange thing to say, because there it's talking about Shmini Atzeres, right? Mm-hmm. But evidently, Shmini Atzeres became a much greater. They treat Shmini Atzeres as their own tack-on to the 14-day simcha of, no, not Shmini Atzeres. Sorry, I'm wrong. No, whoa. No, this is the 15th day. I'm not sure. Oh boy, sorry about that. It's the 15th day of the 16th day of Tishrei. They added on. When they added Yom Tov Sheni in that generation, that's what he's saying.
Okay.
Right? Because the Yom Tov started on Rosh Hashanah. Right? It was 7 days. And then another 7 days. Right? And then they made an 8th day. That's what he's saying. I guess they started the day after Rosh Hashanah. Okay? So that was an additional. So they made that year, according to the way he's learning it, a Yom Tov Sheni. I think we should look up that pasuk just to see what the interpretation is. Libra Yomim Zion 9. 1 second. Okay. So it says here in pasuk Ches, Vayash Chol Masachag Vayisei Shivas Yomim, B'chol Yisrael Imo. He made Yom Tov for 7 days with all of Am Yisrael with him. It doesn't say where the 7 days started here. Kol G'lamol V'Lochamas Anacham Mitzrayim. Asuba Yom HaShmini Atzeres. They made on the...
It was done for Sukkot.
What?
It was done for Sukkot.
Yes. No. So it started... So it is the Ar Shmini Atzeres. So I'm not sure... Because it says afterwards, V'yom HaSim Shloshah Chodesh HaShvi Shilachasam Lo Aleim. Smechim Tovei Leiv. Wait a minute. When is Shmini Atzeres? What day of Tishrei?
They asked me a hard question. Hang on.
Yeah, I know it's a hard question. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure what he's saying here. No, Shmini says the 22nd, and he sent them home on the 23rd. So what does he mean they added on?
Well, on Shmini Atzeret, they don't have to. It's not a Chag Aliyah, right?
It is. There's a separate Chiyuv Aliyah L'Regel on Shmini Atzeres. But I understand what he's saying. The Lashon of Pasuk is Vayasuk B'Yom Shmini Atzeres Ki Chanukas HaMezbech Osu Shivas Yomim V'Chag Shivas Yomim. So he's saying that Atzeres sounds like this Atzeres was separate than, wasn't just a regular Shmini Atzeres, it was something to do with the...
That's when things started to run, right? They did Chanukah of 7 days, and then Shmini Atzeret would have been the first day of normal operation, and instead of it being normal operation, even though it was a Yom Tov, they made an additional celebration of the Mikdash, somehow.
I think the answer is in the next pasuk. Next part says, and I see there's a contradiction to Malachim. Now, I think that's the answer. Next part says, "Uber Yom Esrim Shloshah Chodesh Hashvi Shilachas Kol L'Oleim Smechim Tobei Leiv Al Tova Asher Asa Hashem LeDavid U'Shlomo Yisrael Hamo." So on the 23rd day of Tishrei, he sent them home, right?
Right.
So it says here in Rashi, Shutes L'Chanukas Habayis. It's the 9th day of Chanukas Habayis. Uve Malachim, by Malachim it says, Uve Yom Hashmini Shu Chabeis Chodesh. He sent them home on Shmini Atzeres itself. Here it says the 23rd, right? So he says, Pituram b'yom ches l'san l'shus l'ilech achar chag. So he wants to say that he gave them l'shus to go on Shmini Atzeres and said, okay, tomorrow you can all go home, right? U'magad she'ech z'yachag goes hochu kulam yachad, right?
Okay.
Or another possibility, Yom ches l'san l'shus l'shulach l'san me'yashim etzol tchum Shabbos. Anybody who was within the tchum could go in that day, and the next day everybody else went, right?
Okay.
But B'Reishis Rabbah Mefarish Nochel Rishus Mimenu, they took permission to leave on Shmini Atzeres. Intinu Od Sham Yom Echad, then they waited an additional day. The Chazim Nochel Rishus Od L'Mochar Pam Shniya, and then the next day they asked permission to go again. Okay, so far so good. But I think that the way he's learning this is that they added a day. The 23rd day was the additional day that they added on.
Okay.
In other words, why does it say in Malachim it's talking about when Yom Tov is over?
Right.
And it was over on the 22nd. And then he said you can go home tomorrow. But the next day they decided they were going to keep an additional day.
Okay.
So that I think he's learning is an additional day adding on Shmini Atzeres. They said cut the other Shmini Atzeres, which they normally wouldn't do. And that's it reconciles the stira between Malachim and Divrei Yomim.
Okay.
Okay? All right, I think we'll stop here for today.
Yeah, I think it's a good stopping point. But this is interesting.
Okay, good. I'm glad we're able to get something which geschmack. Okay?
Oh, fascinating.
All right, good.
About.
All right.
Talk to you next.
Okay, to be continued.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Again, let's introduce the time of Bias Rishon, and that this is how they decided to add on to the Kedusha of Yontif by having an additional Yontif to it. Okay.
Okay. So, all right. First of all, remind me which page we're on, and then a question just popped into my head.
Yeah, so, a second. Let's start from that Chiddush again. So let's start from page 565, line 1, and after line 18.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have a question
go
just
ahead.
popped into my head, which is how we've got an Indian of Baltosif, so how can the guys in Chutz La'aretz add on a Yom Tov like that?
That's a good question. I don't know. We'll have to see if he answers it. If not, we'll have to come up with an answer. But I don't want, since we're just learning, I don't want to anticipate what he's going to say about it. Okay? So hold on to the question.
Okay.
Okay? So it says, actually, line 18, right? Let's the line before that. But instead of the Liyah L'Regel and the Karbanos, which he could no longer do, it says, so in lieu of that, they use instead of the cows, we use our mouths. And for the great simcha, which they have in the mitzvah, Sheni, which they're commanded in the words of the pasuk, and this is described, the simcha, in the Nevi'im, of Hashir Yelochem Klois Kadesh Chag v'Simchas Levav Keholech B'Cholil V'Goymer. This actually is used to teach us that we say Hallel on the night of Pesach. This pasuk in Pesachas Pesachim, but it's been used to teach us that there's a special simcha which is supposed to take place on Yom Tov. Kevakesh b'zeh kirvas hakel, in order to request the closest of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, u'kdei lishkod al hodah, and to pursue the gratitude al chasadav l'vakeshes kiyum, and to request the fulfillment of haftachaso, of his promise, lachziram el eretz Yisrael, In order to remember the lacking simcha, k'dei shelo tishakach, k'mo shneimar mashkach chik v'shleim v'goymer, t'lav l'shon l'chiki, u'vakoshes kirvas hakel, and to request the closest to Hashem, ma'idei osofas hayom hasheni, ma'idei kabbalos aleihem, and by accepting it upon themselves. Now that's an interest. that is an interesting language. And if you take a look at footnote 64, it says, "Oh, it could possibly be shmira so." How to translate the Arabic here, the Judeo-Arabic. So it's not quite the same thing. I don't know if it makes a difference, right? Kabbalah means there was some sort of massive acceptance. Shmira implies a massive acceptance, but it doesn't indicate there was such a thing. I don't know if it makes a difference, but I'm just bringing up that point. Okay? Like we learned last week, and as we learned last week, that's talking about whether he sent them on the Shmini Atzeres back home or on the next day back home, the contradiction between Divrei Yomim and Melachim, and we want to say that perhaps that underlies the statement he's making here. Okay, and also, Uikvos Masei Chizkiyo, HaMelech V'nei HaMutuar B'divrei HaKosav V'yivatzu Koko L'Asos Shivas Yomim V'Chag Shivas Yomim. Okay, so there is a according to his parentheses here, there is a kfelus. There's the scribe wrote the same lines a couple of times. So you see the same lines appear here twice. That often happens in manuscripts. So, but in any event, so let's read it without the parentheses. Vayivatzu hakol la'asos shivas yomim acherim. Vayashuz shivas yomim simcha. So, evidently, and perhaps we can go back and understand the same thing by Shlomo Melech, that it's not really that he's trying to say, oh, I found precisely an extra day. And that extra day is the precedent for our extra day. No, he's saying that when there is a cause to add days of Simcha and make an additional Yontif, we can add additional days and make an additional Yontif. That's what it says here by Chizkiyo. They added 7 days. Okay? So it's not, the specific number is not what we're deriving either from Shlomo or from Chizkiyo, but the notion, right?
Okay.
And the second Shivas Yomi was because we wanted to expand the Simcha. Both in Shlomo and Chizkiyo. And therefore, here too, if we want to expand the Simcha of Yom Tov, we're going to add not 7 days, but we'll add a day. Okay? So Visnadvu, and they volunteer. And since an account of the volunteerism of the king and the officers, they brought 2,000 cows and 70,000 sheep as korban, which was not commanded. It was an nadava, right? It was an astronomical amount of korbanos, but they brought it as a nadava. The Toar hamatzah b'divrei HaKosuv, and the way it's described in the pasuk is Vatisimcha gedola b'Yushalayim kimei Shlomo ben David lo kazos b'Yushalayim kimei Shlomo David lo kazos b'Yushalayim. So it's interesting. I'm assuming that the author of the Teshuvah is making parallel here. In other words, what was the great simcha that wasn't since the days of Shlomo, that they added on 7 days. In the days of Shlomo, they added on 7 days to an initial simcha because to expand the simcha and enhance it. And here too, they added on 7 days to expand the simcha and enhance it. Okay.
All right. So we still have the idea of, we still have the question of how did Shlomo know that he could get away with doing that?
Right. But we have that's a good question. But we have a precedent from there, right? The king and the Sanhedrin allowed even people who are tomei. And these are most of the people who came up for that regel, the time of Chizkiyo. And lechos hakorban, to eat the korban pesach. V'nemar bezos ki marbisom lo hitaharu. Mostly not tar v'achlu es pesach below kakosuv. Wow. So they ate the Pesach even though it was not according to the commandment. So there was Horah Shah. There was a special dispensation that year for people who Tameh, which was most of the Olim. And I guess for some reason Tumah Hutra B'tzibur did not apply to this case. I don't know why. But
that's exactly my question is why is it when we need a Horah Shah when we have a Mishnah from there?
Right. So it could be that most of the people, if you look at from a Dayak in this Teshuvah, so Rov Elush Kor Lahem La'alos were Tameh, but perhaps the people in Yerushalayim were mostly Tar. Okay, it could be, right? So that, in any event, he says, B'nigud l'mashi tztavu b'shon ha'shniya l'tzeisam Yerushalayim, Mitzrayim, sorry, when they were told, of course, to eat B'tara. B'chol ma'asim ha'elo yu ratzon livnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He says all of these deeds were clearly, at that time they had nevuah, so they could know these things, were accepted by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Hamucha min ha'kasuv, vayakum ha'kohanim v'alevayim vayavorchu sa'am, vayishma b'kolam, and Hashem listened to their voices, v'tavot tfilasam, and their voices came l'ma'on kodsho ha'shamayim. So, there was, what?
That's pretty clear.
Yes. Kasher Gaza Hashem say b'mnas b'niyas habayis. Now, we're jumping before in history again. When Hashem decreed at the time by Sheni. So now we're assuming at the end of Bayis Rishon, when they went to Golos, they took upon themselves to keep 2 Yom Tovim. And now Hashem decreed l'sei b'mnas bebeso to assist in reconstructing his house for mitzvah sa'am la'asosa, and he urged the people to do it through the Nevi'im. Tiachlem Ezra Soba, and he promised his assistance. V'Hashem es ruach Koresh melech Paras, and he awakened the resolve in Koresh to rebuild the Beis Hamikdash. Says melech Paras again. V'kar lehem lalos Eretz Yisrael kadei l'tapel bo, and he called them to Eretz Yisrael in order to be involved in the Binyan Beis Hamikdash, the rebuilding. V'otzilem es hakelim ha'ikarim ha'kadoshim. And I guess Koresh, I'm not aware of this from any other source, but Koresh took out the Kalim, which I guess Nebuchadnezzar has brought back, and Belshazzar had used in his Suda, and Chashverosh had then taken from him. So Koresh, Achashverosh later on, though. Achashverosh after Koresh. So I guess he then sent back some of the Kalim, Karim, V'Akadoshim. Shachmi Bavel, Membes Elef Anoshim, Umasayim, 42,200 people, that's what I believe it says in Sefer Ezra. And down here it says actually no. Footnote 80, Tzarech Lomar Shlosh Meos V'Shishim, Alpi Nehemiah Zayin 66. Okay, whatever, 42,000 and change. V'Yil Yerushalayim, and they got to Yerushalayim, V'Asu Es HaMoed Yom Echad. When they got back to Yerushalayim, they waited one day on the V'Yigah Chodesh HaShvi U'Bnei Yisrael Ba'areim. They came to the 7th month came, and they were in their cities. This is Torah Rosh Hashanah. Today is Kadosh Takadosh Baruch Hu. Al Te'etzvu, do not be upset. So then, Shalu HaYisharim B'Bavel Es HaKohanim B'Sanhedrin B'Chami Yerushalayim. So now the Yom Tov Rishon came back in Eretz Yisrael, right? And now they asked the people who made in Bavel asked the Kohanim and Sanhedrin and Chachamim Yerushalayim, "Ma'ay chayivim la'asos?" What should we do? V'yamsuki dugmasam. Should they follow the example of Eretz Yisrael? V'yachugu yom echad. Yasmid b'asiyas shemayim. They should continue to do 2 days. K'moshe shalu osam, as they asked them similarly, im yasmidu b'chiyuv v'hesped shekiblu ha'uma aleh k'chur b'chay v'churan bayis hagadol. So should they continue to mourn on Churban HaBayis? Or they should refrain because the rebuilding had commenced. I don't know where it's going with this, but the Rambam holds that during the time of Bayis Sheni, throughout the time they did fast on Shiva Sarbat Tamas and Tishbav. So, because they knew that the second Beis Hamikdash was not of the same caliber as the first Beis Hamikdash. But this is earlier. This is during the time of the construction, even, of the second temple. Bayis El Sharatzar V'Ragam Melech Vanashav, that's right. Vashach Beis El. Shar Etzer v'regem melech. I get Vanashav. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this pasuk. Chalos is pnei Hashem. Lemor lekohanim. Asher lebeis Hashem tzvokos. Lein lemor. Ha'evkeh b'chodesh hashvi. Okay, that's the end of the pasuk. I know. Should I still keep the Teshuvah in the 5th month? He knows there to refrain from food. Kasher sisi kama shonim. V'ne'emar. They responded to Ki tzamtem usvo b'chamishu b'shvi. You fasted and on the 5th month, which is Teshuvah, and the 7th month, which is Tzom Gedaya. V'zeh shivim shana. For 70 years, tzom tzamtzuni ani. Did I fast myself? I guess the Kodesh Baruch Hu speaking said. It says, well, let's see. Repair shadibur hazeh. The explanation of this is Harei atem kibaltem osam aleichem kechova. You accepted this time in order to quest, to yearn, to come back to connect to Kodesh Baruch Hu. Mm-hmm. So, and I guess that he's saying that it's a good thing. It's good to want to come back to be close to Kodesh Baruch Hu. Aziv tiach alav k'mul. And he promised, Kodesh Baruch promised that there's good things to come out in the end. But not. I don't think this is the ultimate promise, right? Not immediately, and the ultimate gula. But Tzom Harvi, Tzom Hamishi, Tzom Hasiri. That's Revi is Shiva Saratamas. Hamishi is Tisha B'av. Hasiri is Asar B'Teves. Yul Beis Yudel Sosan Simcha Amadim Tovim V'Ames V'Shalom Ahavu. And she'll love truth and peace. Okay, any event. So the response was to all these things. The response was the famous response. Minag avosechem biyadechem. Right? And just in case you don't understand, he says in 95, Akonim Sanhedrin, Shenichomin Shishol Achiv Libog Minag Yom Tov Sheni Shogolios, and presumably, although it goes back and forth here, both the Tzom and Yom Tov Sheni Shogolios. Okay? Komar, Matzavchem b'chamatzav avosechem. Your state is, here comes a big shtach, taunt. Your state remains the same state as your forefather's state, because you have been mishtamet, you have shirked your min aliyah l'Eretz Yisrael. See that? So you want to get out of Yom Tov Sheni, you got to come here. Your situation hasn't changed. Nothing has changed. It's changed by you, which will cause you to change the minhag. Okay? Therefore, do not deviate from the minhag. So, what in Shas seems to be because of even though the calendar is now set, is actually originally, according to this tshuva, because you still need to have an additional day of Yontiv in Chutz La'aretz in order to get to the proper level of Simcha. Okay? On the other hand, it's forbidden for those who transfer their residence from Bavel to Yerushalayim to the cities. For them, it's forbidden to do 2 days. Because Hashem returned them to their land, as He promised them. They attain their great simcha, and the precious simcha, and the power, and the strength, and the fortification. And the capacity to leave nose. I don't know why this is in parentheses. It's based on Mikdash.
I think he's explaining what.
What? Yeah. Yeah, it's on the bottom. And 102, Efshar Targem, it's Gam Yashev Esa Oretz. Because I guess it live nose. It did. I guess the parentheses weren't there. And he's putting them in. Not before. I'm curious. Anyway, but I'm not sure we're supposed to read parentheses and not read parentheses. It doesn't look like that from the absolutely no knowledge I have of Judeo-Arabic. It doesn't look like those words "es Beis Hamikdash" appear in the Judeo-Arabic. Anyway, so let's leave note something. Shein Amilim Taram, and we have no words to describe this wonderful state of affairs. I think that's what he means. Here's the Bible says, "Kema shemu flogim kol kach." That doesn't help anything. Okay, v'ramaz l'ma'et mizeh b'divrei hakosuf. L'ma'at mizeh, sorry. V'ramaz l'ma'at mizeh, and a little of this is alluded to in the words of the pasuk. Ki ratzu avodecha avoneha v'safar yichonenu. Right, there's a pasuk about the love of Eretz Yisrael, its stones and its dirt. V'safar nizkar movilim ad achshav. And to this day, says the Baal Teshuvah, this dirt till today we take from Eretz Yisrael, we take the distant lands, in order to bow down upon it. Okay, which it says here in the bottom, Reis Hadiyun Shel Ha'alon. There's going to be discussion of this in the future, because we don't know anything about a minhag of that sort. We know that they take dirt from Eretz Yisrael in order to bury people with it, but here it says a new concept to bow down on it. Okay, so for them it's forbidden to keep 2 days, Kamosha Osir, Eretz Yisrael, just like forbidden for those who shirked the Aliyah to Eretz Yisrael, Misha Bavel, to keep 1 day. And they were rebuked in the words of the pasuk. Yan beisiya shehu charav, vatem ratzim ish leveso. Okay, my house was destroyed, and you are going to your houses. And it says in 108. I don't know another author that the rebuke in this pasuk al yisrashlus being is about the lack of diligence in building Beis Hamikdash, that it's the kavanas and leidim shishu b'Bavel below toshvei Eretz Yisrael. So it's, I guess most of the Farshim learn that this pasuk Chagai is a rebuke to the people in Eretz Yisrael who are not participating properly in the binyan Beis Hamikdash. But the Baal Teshuvah here, it says it's referring to the people in Chutz La'aretz who would not come back. And even though v'shidelo some Koresh HaMelech la'los Eretz Yisrael, he urged them to go to Yisrael. V'silek es am same, and he removed their excuses b'dvarav. His words, mi b'chem b'chol amo yel kavimo, is God with him. Chol yishar b'chol makomos. Asheru Garsham and anybody made any places in Chutz La'aretz. Yinasu Anshim Makomo B'Kesef B'Zahav. He should be supported monetarily by the by fellow residents, right? And that means that they were given financial means to go up to Eretz Yisrael, and still they didn't go. So that was inappropriate, right? Uvneim achareim, here he says, it's prohibited to make the yontif only 1 day in Chutz La'aretz. Tirgum mila b'mila, little translation. Lo mutale shishtamtu min aliyah, v'lo livneim, it's not permitted, not to them and their children, achareim. Back to the text, Yisharim or Hagorim, b'chutz La'aretz, listosin ha-minhag. They're not allowed to deviate from the minhag, v'asos yem echad. They can't do 1 day. Harei Yisbar, Ki, Minhag B'nei Agola, Hagorim Chutz La'aretz, Kol Moed Shnei Yomim, the minhag to make every day 2 Yom Tovim, Hu Kavua Aleim Meireshus Hagoyla. It was fixed, thank you, upon it from the beginning of the Gola, from the Gola Sibichanya, Umidor L'Dor, Me'oz L'Tamid. Right, it's internal. V'akonavim advim aleim hashalom mizgorim bein ha'uma. So he says the Kohanim and Nevi'im who are among the nations. So here in footnote 117, he has a good point. Savi Chavodas HaMeishiv, it's not clear if the author of the Teshuvah is referring to Kohanim and his Kunim and his Kohanim, B'Zchariah Zayin 3, Shirasim Yotzela Yehudim Be'eretz Yisrael V'chutz La'aretz, we're Moira in Eretz Yisrael 1 day, in Chutz La'aretz 2 days. Savi Im Kavanas L'Kohanim V'Yim Sheb'chutz La'aretz. Perhaps it's talking about the Kohanim who remain Chutz La'aretz, that they made sure to maintain the minhag of 2 days. V'chei mashma mishtameh min haloshim is gorim ben ha'uma. Right? Ukeshizosem nizkoretz, it's like the shitos which are mentioned, shel Reb Sadigon, shanavim asuras ha'mesores, al shmiras yontav shein shagolios. Right? That this is something which was a mesores, which was given to them, and not something which had to do with the calendar. Sharav hai, shebeis din hadin shel Daniel v'Yecheskel, hinigu also. Read yum alon. This is going to come up later on. Okay? So it says that this is back to the text. And they did it in a way which the Kodesh Baruch Hu would find acceptable. Right? There's a stark distinction and permanent distinction between Chutz La'aretz and Eretz Yisrael. Somebody who moves from Eretz Yisrael to Chutz La'aretz, he should right. It's not a contradiction to that which our principle that Rosh Hashanah can't be on a Sunday, a Wednesday, or Friday, because obviously that's the first day of Yom Tov, right? The second day of Yom Tov doesn't matter, right? It's the first day of Yom Tov can't be on a Sunday, Wednesday, or Friday. It's not a principle that Rosh Hashanah itself can't be on those days, but rather only the first day. Okay. Now it's important. So he's learning that Rosh Hashanah was 2 days in Chutz La'aretz also, right? The 2 days of Rosh Hashanah in Eretz Yisrael came later on. This way they're still only keeping 1 day, the Rosh Hashanah, Yom Tov in Eretz Yisrael, but they're still already keeping 2 days Rosh Hashanah, right? Sheni nosef lo umislave elav v'yan himonus min tzarchei hames, and the second day is added on for the purpose of and I read it wrong. It's added on to refrain. I'm sorry, again I read it wrong. That you're supposed to refrain from malachos chutz min tzarchei hames, except for tzarchei hames, because there is halacha which is very rarely observed nowadays in Chutz La'aretz, that you're allowed to bury a mace on Yom Tov Sheni. Okay?
Question.
Yeah.
A point that comes up that strikes me is that his criterion for what you hold is where you live. So it's mashma that if you are just visiting, you should keep the way of where you come from. In other words, this, at least to me, it's mashma that if you're from Chutz La'aretz, but you're visiting in Eretz Yisrael, since you're not living in Eretz Yisrael, you should keep 2 days. And the other way around, if you're from Eretz Yisrael and you're visiting in Chutz La'aretz, you can keep 1 day. I mean, I know that's a whole question today.
Right, that's the inference so far. It's an only inference, though. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he'll come later on and address it more explicitly. But yes, so far that's the inference.
It is an inference, but it just seems to be a clear inference from the way he has
Yeah,
stated.
I agree. Yeah, I don't want to commit myself fully, but I agree.
Okay, I mean, I'm just saying it struck me, and is the inference I'm making correct? And you're validating my inference. That's fine.
Yes. Uval seichel, a person who's intelligent, who knows, understands properly. Mashin is buyer, without which explain. Mevinas ayotzim naklaus understands why tzarchei hames are different. I don't know why. I don't understand why they're different. So maybe I'm not Yodel Nachon, but for some reason, somehow we're supposed to understand from what he wrote why it's logical that tzarchei hames are excluded from the Isser Malacha. Do you have any ideas?
Other than that, you got an Indian of Kavod Hames and Kavod Brios, and again you've got, whereas when the second day is a Durabanan, and not an Isra Doraisa, so you can say that this guy, Chesed Shalemus, all these things kind of add up that you don't want to delay a funeral, delay burying somebody.
Right. It could be, it could be also that, I like that. It could be also that since the mace himself is potter from Yom Tov Sheni, so what right do we have to impede his burial? But anyway, to me it's a little bit cryptic. Okay, we can stop here for today because now he's going to start a new question.
Okay.
And this Teshuvah continues to be very interesting.
It's fascinating.
Okay.
Have you ever come across anything in any other source that says that it dates back to Galus Bayis Rishon?
Not even remotely. No. Okay. I'm curious when we get to the end of Teshuvah when he starts to suggest who it was, who he's going to suggest wrote it. Okay. Listen, I should not say that. Listen, there is the Masorah of Reb Sadigon and others that it goes back to Sinai. That Moshe Rabbeinu was told, keep Yom Tov Sheni d'Rabbanan in Chutz La'aretz. And that even the Midbar they kept Yom Tov Sheni. But that's not what he's saying. He's saying it was Nischadesh at the time Golos Yechonia. And not all because of Shnei Yom Tov Shogolio. So it's really a third Shita.
Okay, so what's Reb Sadigon's source for such a thing? I mean, there's no clear. It's obviously not stated in the Chumash itself that they kept 2 days of Yom Tov.
Yes, so he brings it down, if I recall correctly, from Rabbeinu Hananel, and Rabbeinu Hananel is a primary source. In other words, we assume that Rabbeinu Hananel says it. He has a Masorah that this was the case.
Rabbeinu Hananel was.
He was a. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to bring it. It doesn't make sense.
Rabbeinu Hananel was like an early Rishon.
Yeah, he was later. He was later with Sadigon. I don't remember the source of Sadigon is. I actually wrote an essay on this many years ago, but I don't remember what it is offhand. But I think.
Pick up your essay.
Yeah, I have to look it up. Okay, very good. So to be continued.
All right, Kol Kavod.
Okay, let's remember page 573. Okay, take care. Have a good week. Bye bye.
This tired old guy.
Okay. We're okay now. So let's start from page 573, the fifth line down. V'yesh makom l'shoel lishol. I believe that's what we're up to. V'yesh makom l'shoel lishol. Madua lo nizkor kvia shnei yomim b'sfarim shechubru achar hagolos? It's a good question. Why is that fixing or acceptance of 2 days not mentioned in the Sfarim, which were written down early after the Golus? Hatshuvah hi. So the answer is as following: Meireshisa Galusa Marbelachto. From the beginning of Golus, the people were sinning a great deal. V'isragesh aleim roges gadol, and evidently there was great anger on them from Shemayim. V'shum kaki banu al atzmeinu, that's how we accept upon ourselves, lomar, u'ibnei chato'enu golinu me'artzeinu. Because of our ongoing sins, not our original sins. Because of our ongoing sins, we are golus from our land. V'alkein, lo nizkar lohem, therefore the Yom Tov Sheni was not mentioned, kishem shlo nizkar tzomos v'abachia v'hespet shekavu. It mentions that it doesn't mention the all the things which they did in Golus as a result of their travails, which are the fasts and the crying and the eulogies. So they didn't mention in general things. These all big chidushim. So in Ezer Nechemah, they didn't mention in general all the things they did wrong in the Golus. Just generically, they mentioned, well, do I still keep the tzomos and the b'chia, which we had back then? And they mentioned also the besides the generic fast, the major fast which you mentioned here, footnote 127. I have chamishi, chitzam, etc. So there are some chamishi, revi, shvi. So they mentioned the tzomos and the umaisa gedaya ben achikam, tzom gedaya vanashav, umaaseyam amugrim acherim. their other degrading deeds, I guess, in an overview. In other words, they didn't mention any specifics. The truth is, I think what he's saying is somewhat different, even though I don't see it in the word so much. But the tzomos that they asked about continuing to keep, were tzomos which had to do with Churban Bayis Rishon. And then all the things which they did in the 70 years of Golus were kind of swept under the carpet. Even though the author of the Teshuvah says they had many travails and had to accept themselves many penances. Kasher Kavu Yimei Purim, so one thing they kept from the Golus is Purim. But son, in the tragedy, Shabo Yuchazdi Hashem Aleim Domim, in which the Chaz Sodim of Hashem, which he performed for them, were Domim, a similar Chasadobi Yitzias Mitzrayim. So Chasadim he performed way back then. V'nichtav B'Megillah, Shenemar Baruch HaKodesh, as written in the Megillah, which was written Baruch HaKodesh. So Mechodash b'Sefer Ezra, and in the it's mentioned in passing, I guess, in Sefer Ezra, but Divrei HaKosuv, uva Malchus Achashverosh b'tchilas Malchuso Kosvu Sitna. In the beginning, the Malchus of Achashverosh, at the beginning of his reign, they wrote there was a plot which went against the Jews. So if you take a look here on 132 in the footnote, Ezra Daled Vav. The linkage of this plot, which is mentioned in the Ezra, to the plot of Haman, to Emes Amur B'Seder Olam, is dovetails with that which it says Seder Olam. V'Saluas Haseres B'nei Haman Asher Kosvu Sitna Al Yoshvei Yehuda V'Yerushalayim. Okay. So I'm not sure what just mentioned Yoshua Yerushalayim and not the rest of the Persian Empire. But in any event, what the author is trying to say is that the only stuff that got mentioned in Ezra and Nehemiah is the stuff which had to do with Churban Bayis Rishon and Purim, somewhat obliquely, were mentioned, but nothing else was mentioned about what they did in the Golus. Vakvia to a Rabbi Divrei HaKosuv, and the more elaborate discussion of where Purim was embedded was fixed is mentioned, of course, in the Megillah. Bayom asher sibru ve'Yehudim lishlop b'hem na'afochu asher yishlutu Yehudim he'em b'soneim. Ve'yakos kimu v'kiblu Yehudim aleim v'alsaron b'gomer. Mamar Esther kim livrei apurim ha'el v'chta b'sefer. Umiktzas we said here Rabbeinu Sadia Gaon Zal b'piyuto. Well, if this author, I should say, quotes Reb Sadia Gaon, obviously he is not Reb Sadia Gaon. And okay, so it was after the time Reb Sadia Gaon. It says, Pur shav al mapilo lahasimo meyu. So this is, I don't know if this period is extant or not. Extant. What does it say here in the footnote? Sham. That's what it says. Kina for the Slicha for Eretanias Esabat. It doesn't ring a bell. We say it. I don't remember it. Okay, but I guess it's one written by Basadigon and either made the cut and didn't make the cut. So again, Pur Shav al Mapilo Latimeu. The lot fell back on he who cast it to eradicate him. So Luv Magard Solvo al Kidimo, the one who was supposed to be hung, Mordechai, brought the hanging on Haman, who imagined that he would bring it to Mordechai. Katzve Eretz Hania Kniflos Nitzmachu, ends of the land. Have you ever seen wonders as those which you were brought out for me? Look, all you nations, and be astounded. Okay. So, Basher Rava Zal. Rava, what's Rava coming here? If you have Bavli, it seems like he fasted 2 days on Yom Kippur. To Amish the Malatz Moshut Sam B'Kippur Yomayim. Evidently somebody made a mistake and says that's Yom Kippur. Not sure why that makes it better. But he made a 2-day fast on Tisha B'Av. So he says here, it's not in the Gemara itself. It brings down Rav 47 that it's Rav Haigon who says that it was Tainus Esther. Okay, I'm not sure why that makes a difference. Not Tainus Esther, Tisha B'Av. Not sure it makes a difference for us, but anyway, for Hashem yiftach lecha sharei chachma uvina. Hashem should open for you the sources of bina, chachma, and bina, and that is the end of the formal tshuva. So let's see. Now we'll go on to his discussion here, and this number. He brings down immediately the Yushalmi, an Erevin Per Gimel Halacha Ches. And this Yushalmi, he has, I guess he changed a bit based on the Ksav Yad from the Genizah, but Lamaisa, this Yushalmi, it parallels, it's not precisely the same, it parallels the author of this tshuva. Okay, it says Rava, it's Rava Rabbi Chia, it's not really Rava, it's Rabbi Ba, Rabbi Chia b'shem Rabbi Yochanan, B'nei imi nicha rubi. The sons of my mother, they snorted against me. So muni no teira sakramim, they made me watch their vineyards. Kami shali lo natarti, I did not watch my vineyards. Mi goram lios nilotera sakramim, who caused me to watch the vineyards? Al shem kami shalo natarti, because I didn't watch my own vineyard. Mi goram lios, who caused me to be Mishameresh Ne Yomim B'Shuraya or B'Surya? Who caused me to have to keep 2 days of Yontif and Chutz Loretz? Al Shaloshi Marti Yom Echad B'Horetz, because I didn't keep 1 day in Eretz Yisrael. So Svurua, hey say, what does it mean? Why is it punishment? Sheni mekabel schar al shnayim, ve'eni kabel schar al echad. Even though I keep 2 days, I only get a reward for 1 day. In other words, it's as if my 2 days in Chutz La'aretz equal 1 day in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, so why do I say it's parallel? In the sense that it has nothing to do with the luach, right? It's different than our tshuva, because our tshuva says because they wanted to, it was kind of like a nedava that they gave to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in lieu of the Aliyah L'Regel. And this one says that it's a punishment because they didn't keep Yom Tov Rishon properly in Eretz Yisrael. But the same idea, these are not based on the Luach. They're based on other cheshbonos for why we keep Yom Tov Sheni. Okay? He brings down here now another version. Continuing on. Okay.
Continuing in the main text or in one of the footnotes?
What?
Are you continuing in the main
No, I'm
text?
continuing manuscript, but the first 2 lines seem to be a repeat. Well, I don't think more. Why should he repeat them again? But maybe, I don't know. Since he's doing it out of manuscript, maybe it's messed. I'm going to take out a Gemara Erevin, and I'm just going to look it up inside instead of relying on him.
Okay, which daf?
It is Chavav Amanov. It's actually Per Gimel Halacha Tes.
Okay.
So Rabbi Ba, Rabbi Chia b'Shem Rabbi Yochanan. It's 3, 6, 9, 10 lines to the bottom.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and here it says in the Masur Shatz there's also a Medrash of Shir and Shira Shirim and a Psik to the Rav Kahana. Okay, so this is a few places. Rabbi Yochanan B'nei Imi Nicharu Bi V'Gomer Mi Goram Lios Noteres HaKramim. Who caused me to watch the vineyards? Al Shem Karmi Shalom Tarti. Mi Goram Lios Mishamer Shnei Yamim B'Surya Al Shalo Shamati Yom Echad Ba'aretz. Okay, Svura Yisi Shtanim Kabel Schar L'Shnayim. I thought I was going to get rewarded for 2 days. Ve'en Kabel Ela Schar L'Achas. I only get one schar. Mi Goram Li Lafri Shtei Chalos B'Chud Surya. Who caused me to take up 2 chalos in Surya? Because in Surya they took off 1 challah which went to the fire and another challah which went to the Kohen. So who caused me to do that? Same idea. Savru ha'isi mishani mekabeles schar shtayim ve'eni kabeles schar el alachas. Right? I only get a schar on 1, and then Rabbi Yochanan said about them, I guess Bnei Chutz La'aretz, v'gam ani asat them chukim lo tovim. They gave them laws which are not good. It says here in Pnei Moshe, chukim sho sifu aleim lo tovim em mekabel schar hazeh. Right? They had a chukim, and too bad they didn't get schar on for their additional for adding on anything additional. Right, because they needed 2 days to atone for the 1 day. They needed 2 challahs to make up for the 1 challah in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, Rabbi Avo Oz Alexandra Batinu Lulovim B'Shubsa. They would take they took Lulovim in Alexandria on the first day of Sukkot, which is the Raisa any place in the world, and they did it on the first day of Shabbos, right? So we hold, according to the Bavli, that there's the takana not to take lulav first day, according to which is in the name of Rava. I forget if it's Rabba or Rava, one of the two. That it's because Shema Yolichenu Arba Amas Yishus Rabim. Right? My care is Arba Amas Yishus Rabim. The Yerushalmi does not have that. And therefore, any place where there's an issue of a takana like that, such as not blowing shofar on Shabbos or Rosh Hashanah, not carrying lulav on Shabbos or Rosh Hashanah, the Yerushalmi has to come up with a different reason. Okay? So the Yerushalmi says here, Shama Rabbi Meim, Shama Rabbi Meimar, so it should be Shama Rabbi V'Omar, something to that effect. Rabbi heard this said, me Yecholahon, who's going to go, let's see, Pnei Moshe. Shama Rabbi Lezeh Omar, min mi kibel Rabbi Vokach. Where did Rabbi Vo get this idea? Yochel Rabbi Vo b'chol shat l'chol Rabbi Vo l'anigo sam kach b'chol shana v'shana kshiyochel rishon b'Shabbos ma'atzah sh'asab ha'mach ha'shira sh'bo etzlam. This is not something which was customary by them. Why do you all of a sudden bring it to them this one time when he came to visit them? Now, as Carbonator is a very different reason interpretation here. He says, "Shomer Rabbi Lech Etzlam Yodiyim B'Tmiyah." Became the Lo B'Chol Sheichalim Le'Dam Masai Ikva Rosh Hashanah, since they can't know every year when Rosh Hashanah is going to be. Al Kshurim Akiva the Yarchol Leitlu Lo B'Shabbos. Even when they know definitively which day was Rosh Hashanah, nevertheless they shouldn't they take lulav on Shabbos because it's a suffix. Maybe the Shabbos is really Friday, right? Friday or Sunday? Sunday. Maybe Shabbos. Maybe Yom Tov was really Sunday, not Shabbos. Maybe Yom Tov was really Sunday. In other words, because there are going to be some years in which they're not going to know whether Yom Tov was one day or the next day, because the shluchim are not going to get there in time. Even when they know, even the shluchim are going to get there in time, they still should keep 2 days.
Okay.
So now, Rabbi Yossi Mishlach Ksiv Lahon, Rabbi Yossi sent a letter to them, it seems. Even though they wrote down for you the arrangements of the holidays, don't change to the minute of your forefathers, which is to keep 2 days. So here we see that even though the initial introduction of Yom Tov Sheni might have had to do with a penalty or with a nidava, nevertheless, when once the law was determined, they had to say that despite the fact that it was determined, you keep doing what you're doing for whatever reason, right? It could be that because the Gemara says here, like Pnei Moshe, the Gemara said, because Yakshu Davel Kilkulo, right? It's going to go back to what it was before. But it could also be that it's ambiguous. It could be that they obviously will see their most. The reason why you're doing it, either because of the Teshuvah's reason or because of Yerushalmi's reason, is a good reason to keep on doing it now as well.
Even though we have the Luach, because you guys in Chutz La'aretz, we're going to continue to penalize you for living in Chutz La'aretz?
Yes.
Okay.
So you see, on page 577, after when he picks up after the when the what was this again? What's the guy's name? Mr. Friedman. Yes, Mordechai Akiva Friedman. When Mr. Rabbi Friedman picks up again after the end of the Yerushalmi, so he says basically what we just said. Yerushalmi Achar Pirsum Aluach. According to Yerushalmi, after the Luach was in fact published, B'chutz La'aretz Shalach Rabbi Yossi sent to them. Sofi Ude Alexandria and Yizkarim, maybe it's the Jews of Alexandria mentioned. Sofi Ude Gola Stam, or maybe generically the entire Gola. Kasa Baraba Al Tishana Minig Avos Seichem Nochi Nefesh. Don't change the minhag. Einei Yerushalmi Mevaris Tama Shalora Libok B'Shmiras Yom Tov Sheni. Right? Of course, the reason is not given. Right? It says here in footnote 161, the commentators and the academics, they both agree. They keep up to 2 days. I don't know what else would it mean. But as we shall see, we don't have his Gerson Bavli, but evidently the Gonim did. He says, Biur Shoshtern, I guess this is the alternative shot. Shoroi so lidvok b'minok shaloi tol yolula b'Shabbos. Lo nireli. That was a limited statement. Doki b'luv on Shabbos, that doesn't seem to be the shot. Domer Shlono says that to Rabbi Yochanan Oskim Yom Sheni. It's possible he didn't think as far back. He had amnesia of the beginning of the sugya, where it's talking about Rabbi Yochanan's reason to keep Yom Sheni. Okay. Let's go back to the text. You with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Ha'ora al tashanu minig avosechem bo b'Yerushalmi b'mokom acher. This directive. Don't change me your forefathers comes in another place. Keshuvim shabos no guam iser. Such as lasos avoda ba'atzei shitim. I'm not familiar with what that is, or to use sycamore wood, or maybe on Yom Tov Sheni, Cholamoid. I know it is. Lifersh Yom Tov Sheni means not to go on a sailing on Erev Shabbos. Shabbanim Bikshulem after which the children asked to be matir. So they were told, we're not going to be matir for you. Okay. Osa Shita Ba Baras Rabbi Yossi Yom Tov Sheni. And it seems a similar idea here, which it does seem. Or maybe it's because Taka is afraid that Yachzor Davel Kukulo and that they won't know when Yom Tov is what was supposed to be. But it could be that it's going like Midrash Rabbi Yochanan. It's an onesh which they still deserve because they're still in Golus. Okay. It's interesting here. It brings down in 165 Margolios. Margolios is a book. This sefer. it used to be right here. I don't know where I put it, but there's a sefer from the Gaonim, which gives. Oh, here it is. See, can you see that?
Yeah.
So it's also translated English on the other side. So this is the differences between Babylonian and Palestinian Jews with references to laws, customs, and ritual observances of Jews during the Gaonic period. So there's actually a sefer from the Gaonim, which Margolis is the one who wrote the commentary on. So evidently, somewhere in the sefer, Margolios writes, "Matzil shemnei Eretz panula gola v'akasha shishmu yontav Sheni." They asked Bnei Israel turned to go and asked them to keep Yontav Sheni, to keep keeping it. Ki davar ze nosen yisoru malo l'Eretz Yisrael ha'galuyos. So the Bnei Israel decided they're going to stick it to the people Chutz La'aretz, and they're going to keep their Mila. You guys over there, it wasn't really nice. But
it says page 35.
35? Okay. He says that he wants to. I see. He wants to explain this Yerushalmi. Margolius is going to explain the Yerushalmi, and he's giving a logic for the Yerushalmi that this Yerushalmi was on the basis of the Kidavers and Nosen Yitorah Malo Eretz Galoyos. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's not explicit in the text.
What?
It's not anywhere explicit in the text.
No, it's not explicit in the text. It's
out of thin air.
Yeah.
More or less, right?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Where are we up to now?
Second paragraph. The Talmud of Bavli.
Okay, Talmud Bavli says based on Boras Chachmer Tzobeketa Katsar Shul Sugyas Tamis. Okay, so this is a short paragraph. V'hashta my time of dinan trei yoimei. Why do trade 2 days in Chutz La'aretz? Mishum the sholchu mitam they send right so yizor minag avosechem yadechem. The zimnin de gazre shmado v'asi l'chukulei. So here's the reason which the Bavli gives, which is the well-known reason, right? Which is that the things are going to go back to their broken status, which obviously, or evident, pretty obviously, refers to the Kiluach, right? So in the next paragraph is a shtickle of academic apicorsus, which we can skip, which is when I say apicorsus not literally but figuratively, when each line in this Gemara was put into the Gemara. You know, it could be some part of it is earlier and some part of it is later, but the only real change which he found, if you take a look at the next paragraph, first paragraph 579, there's one change which we find. In printings and most manuscripts and testimonies, okay, be careful of the meaning of your forefathers' hands. It says, Hizoru minag avosechem b'yadechem. Okay, so there's no base. And Eitzel Miktsas, we have a certain Rishonim, Hizoru b'chem minag avosechem b'yadechem. Eitzel Miktsasam, Hizoru minag avosechem b'li b'yadechem. Eitzel Echad, Hizoru minag avosechem sheb'yadechem. Okay. Yitar Shavir Rishonim Eila Ein Edus Nusach Mamish Ela Paraphraza, which translates to paraphrase. Yes, I don't think any of that makes a difference. Those are two minor differences to make a significant difference. Then he says, "B'shum for semislam minag avasechem b'yadechem, b'lihi zaharu." So this he wants to say is significant, right? Why does it say zaru b'minag avasechem b'yadechem? Why does our manuscript just say, minag avasechem b'yadechem? Okay. But I'm not sure what he to make of it, and I don't think he makes of it anything either, because at the end of the paragraph it says, "V'lo barur," it's not clear, "Lama yamashmit es ateva yizaru, ilugoras yizaru." So, and then he says, we don't know how these Shenus came about. And then he brings down, though, a different gear, so on page 580. Well, it's 1, 2, 3. You see that? So this is from a Teshuvah. It says in the paragraph before that, Shichsa b'sifrusa mechor el nachon Rav Hai Gaon. So Rav Hai Gaon wrote a Teshuvah in which the following lines appear as the Gemara in Beitzah. The Sholchlu Hashta, they sent now a message, now, from Chutz Eretz Yisrael, Ani Yadim B'kiv L'Yarcha Ma'olim Me'bar Chad Yoma, V'hadjulu Al Tishanu Minig Avosechem Nochon Nefesh. Okay, Milsa Davdui Nevi'im Man Yochel Levatel. Oh, that's a major change. We don't have that in our Gemara. Milsa David and Nevi'im. Right? That's a big thing. Nevi'im, that alludes already to our Teshuvah, right?
Right.
It's not because Shemi the Yavsa Kukulo. It's because the Nevi'im were masaking it. Okay, so I think we'll stop here for today, and we'll come back to this next week and see where the late takes us. Yeah.
This is the same Gemara that you just quoted a few minutes ago?
Yes, except this is how Rav Hai Gaon quotes it.
Okay, yeah, so this is clearer.
Yeah.
The question is, the hashta the anan yadina v'kriyasa the yarcha ma'olam me'var chad yom. Okay. Say there.
And they said Milsa Davdoi Nevi'im Man Yochel Levatel. Again, it's totally against our Gemara, seemingly, and it seems to reflect the Teshuvah which we have in front of us. Okay, so we'll stop here, and the plot thickens.
Okay, straight.
Okay, talk to you next week.
Yeah, goodbye.
Recording here? Yeah. Okay, so we did the Rav Hai Gaon, which on page 580, was it? Rav Hai Gaon's version of the Gemara. Rav Hai Gaon's version of the Gemara was different than our version, and Rav Hai Gaon's version, which is on page 580, says the Shochlu Hashta, the Yadina Hashta Kiva, the Archa, Mal Mebar Chad Yoma. So we do one day. Vahajule Al Tishum Mina Gabosechem Nochon Nefesh. Don't change the from the minhag of your revere your departed ancestors. Milas Davdoi Nevi'im, because something which comes from the Nevi'im, Man Yochel Vata, who can be Mavata, who can negate something from which the Nevi'im introduced. And this, of course, is a major addition to our Gemara, right? And is going and this Rav Hai Gaon's opinion is that the second day of Yontif is not from Sinai, like Rav Sadia Gaon, but it's not Midrabanan either, as would be the understanding of the Gemara, where we just have had the text of the Gemara itself, but rather it is Midivrei Nevi'im. Okay, which is a fascinating thing. Okay.
So I guess pick up from that last two lines on the bottom.
Yeah. So since it says the Gemara in Beitzah, it certainly is it's our Gemara Daftal on base, but as he says, everything is different here. The first line includes the question that the Jews in Babel asked Chachmei Eretz Yisrael if they can be mevatel Yom Tov Sheni Shavuos and have one day. The second line brings the tshuva on their question, which requires us to continue those festivities. But the lashon of the tshuva is not like the lashon of the Bavli, which is recognizable to us, but rather like the lashon of the Yerushalmi in Eruvin, which is that Al Tishanu Minhag Avosechem Nochei Nefesh is as opposed to where it says in the Bavli, a couple of pages up on 578, I don't think that difference is significance, but that's what it's much less verbose, I guess. In the Gaonim, you have the question. In Rav Hai Gaon, you have the question fully and the answer fully, but I don't think that that's significant. What's significant, of course, is the third line, right? The third line in the Bavli says that Zimni Negazi Shema Devasu Kukul. Sometimes it's going to be a Shema and they'll forget, and the Rav Hai Gaon's very different girsa of the Nevi'im having instituted it. Okay, going to, he brings down the next paragraph. Somebody from Avram Weiss. I'm not sure who that is. Maybe it's Weiss Halivni. I don't know who talks about the girsa Al Tashum Minhag Avosechem Sheva Bavli, and according to Rav Hai Gaon, and I guess the Shiltos has a similar girsa. He understands. He wants to say this is the original girsa of the Bavli, which came from the same source from which the Yerushalmi's expression came, and according to his words, the girsa Hizaru in the Bavli the girsa Hizaru in the Tzad in the Bavli is an emendation. Whether it is or not, I don't think that we have to spend time on that, because the difference in that line is relatively minor for us. Okay, all right. So let's go now to page 582. On page 582, he addresses a question which I have actually written an article about in Hebrew and in English. The Machlokas Reb Sadi Gaon with the Karoim. They attacked the rabbis because there is a stiyah muvheket, a definite deviation. Because of the Torah, for that which is in Torah to make it Sheni, and also they oppose to relying on the luach as opposed to the visual sighting of the moon, as evidently the Karoim demand. I guess they still demand it today. So, according to Rasul Sadigon, the very interesting shit of Sadigon, there never was a speaker. The Yoima Kosh Baruch commanded Moshe to keep beyond the Shen Shogolios, and Moshe was reminded of Kabbalah from Sinai how to reckon the Luach as we do today, and the Chachamim never used the moon sightings. And if you're going to ask, well, it seems that the Talmud not like that. That was because they had a machlokes with the minim, with the heretics. So Chachamim at that time wanted to determine that not determine, but rather demonstrate that by receiving testimony, that which is kind of like he puts it here, main hatzaga, the type of play, that the cheshbon of the luach which they had was precise. According to Messiah Gaon, all the sources in the Talmud which seem to indicate that Yom Tov could come out on a day which it cannot come out today, such as Yom Kippur coming out on a Sunday or a Friday, right? Which is a scenario in the Gemara, but it's something which doesn't actually happen. They're not historical testimonies, but hypothetical situations, in order to sharpen the student's understanding. And then he says, let's read his language here. Ain't safek meikara. There's no doubt. Elishal Kodesh Baruch Hu tzibas Moshe Avdo. Shem commanded Moshe, his servant. V'amohu amar li. So he told the Jews, "Keep it oretz. Yelem yom echad. V'chutzar shnei yamim v'chena yom yom." One day in Eretz Yisrael, 2 days chutzar, and that it was for all eternity. Kol Yisrael seen below safek ala ibor v'al cheshbon. All Jews did that without any question, but concerning the leap months and leap years, and concerning the reckoning. Actually, up to a minimum until the heretics came out. Chachamim wanted to demonstrate them. And that the hours sod ha'ibur. our reckoning does dovetail precisely with the sightings. Okay, but you listen call some very shasur Gamliel betavla. They made Gamliel made a tablet with all the ways you could see the moon. Vasu shluchim, and they made the shluchim b'chulim. Achaka chosu amorli koron, and then later they went back to their principal. In other words, after they stopped being so to speak mekadesh al pi re'iyah. Okay, the main machlekes was between Saigon and the Rosh Yeshiva in Eretz Yisrael. I forget his name offhand. It's slipping my mind. Ben Osher, I think it was. I don't remember, but the Rosh Yeshiva in Eretz Yisrael who held that they had a machlekes without getting into about the details about Molad Zakein, about when you push off Rosh Hashanah, don't push off Rosh Hashanah, and the Rosh Hashanah Eretz Yisrael said that I'm right because the Luach has to be determined by Chachmei Eretz Yisrael, not by Chachmei Chutz La'aretz, and whatever I say should go, because the Gemara says even if they deliberately change the Luach, the Chachmei Eretz Yisrael have the right to do as they please with the Luach. And Rabbi Sadigon argued, he said, no, you don't have any more rights than we do, because really everything from time immemorial goes based on cheshbon and not based on sightings. So therefore, Bnei Eretz Yisrael no more authority than Bnei Chutz La'aretz. So the Karoim, they enjoyed this machlokas very much, clearly because it undermined the authority of the rabbis in the eyes of the masses. So the Karaite, he says here, Al-Kra Kasani, okay, whoever that is, had a debate with the Talmud of Saigon, Yaakov ben Ephraim Al-Shami, who said that the distinction in minhagim between bnei Bavna and Yisrael in terms of Sheni and other things, hey, b'mitzvah sakel, were divine decrees. So obviously that's from Sadi Cohen's perspective, and look at this one, and in his B'kitei Perushol Esther Tes Yud Tes. In this Reb Yaakov ben Ephraim Al Shami's Kerush on on Esther, I think it's his, or maybe it's his, no, it's from Sadigon's. No, not the Talmud. It's from Sadigon's. Sadigon writes that on Haga of Shnei Yomim Purim, May Purim, Echol Yudem HaPurim, V'Echol Yudei Shushan, they made 2 days. Samchu ha'avos, meaning the Anshik Knesset Agdoila, relied on a mitzvah b'Torah shekimatali b'makom, on mitzvah which had depend on time, a place, v'amasoras and tradition, shuvralu minan neviim, which was passed to the nation from the prophets, lachgogas ha'moadim b'tosefes yom sheni b'golios chutz yom kippur. Is that amazing? So Sadigon says that 2 days Purim is grounded in the notion of Yom Tov Sheish Golios. Had they not had that notion of variable Yom Tovim, they wouldn't have made Purim 2 days. It's a very big chiddush.
It's an amazing claim. It's just funny. It seems very hard to back it up with anything.
Yeah, if I would make it, you could laugh me out of the ballpark. But it's Reb Sadigon. Okay.
I understand, but we had, Reb Sad Jones seems to be standing on one side of the line, and everybody else on the other side.
Yeah, but he could take it. He did. It was tough. Okay, but you're right. It doesn't seem like this is non-conventional, totally. So we're going to page 583. It says, as far as I have seen, Rav Sadigo never explained why Moshe Rabbeinu should be commanded Bnei Yisrael should make 2 Yom Tovim Chutz La'aretz, and he didn't explain the Sugya Beitza. Rav Haigon was asked by Rav Nisim Reb Yaakov Kim Kirwan on the Shita of Sadigon. He just said, kind of like you just said, Kana Hu Shadacha Bas HaPikoros. Right? It's a weak reed which used in order to push off the heretics. So in order to respond, in other words, in order to respond to the Karoim. So I'm not sure, even though Rav Sadigon said that, obviously Rav Sadigon might have said that, but Rav Sadigon himself did not have the same sheet as the Bavli before. And now he says Rav Hai was asked several questions about Yom Tov Sheni Shagolios and his Teshuvahs, and it seems from them that the Koneh Shedacha Bo Rav Sadigon Asakarim, the reed with which Rav Sadigon deflected the Karoim was the taina that they never did Kiddush Chodesh al pi Re'iyah. So Rav Saadia is not willing to go that far. He says, so the Ibor was in the hands of Am Yisrael from the days of Moshe Rabbeinu, and there were many generals, the principles, which concerning the 19 years, of which 7 years should be leap years, and in a simple year there should be at least 5 months of 30 days, and 5 months which are 29 days, and 2 variables. But it wasn't determined specifically what years are going to be the leap years and what the months are going to be the variables. I should say the 30, 29, or the variables. These were determined based on the sightings of the moon and other considerations. And therefore, because of the suffix which they in Eretz Yisrael was made to be was determined to be Rosh Chodesh. So the Batidin of Daniel and Yechezkel goes back pretty far, right? Yeah. Not just Chagai Tzchayin Malachi or Mbayi Sheni, but Yechezkel for the first place on Mikdash time. The term Mechutza to be Yontam Sheni Shagoyos. And came with Shekach Nogu Yisrael Pi and Avim. Now says mitzvah. Al Kol Bnei Agudos Lasos came Ke Mitzvah Amura Mi Pi Agvura. It's like a mitzvah midaraisa. And look at this. The Shema Miyamosi Yoshua ben Nun Kain Hin Hig. Wow. So Rabbi Saadia going, he's not willing to, Rabbi is not willing to go back to Matan Torah. He's not willing to go far back as Rabbi Saadia going. But he's willing to go pretty far back. Today's Yoshua ben Nun. And say already was determined back then. Okay. These are big chidushim.
So he's not so sure about it.
Right. Yeah, but he could hear it, you know. It's definitely back to Yechezkel. Maybe it's back to Yeshua. So in terms of our times, according to Rav Hai, after the Luach has been set, so then the Sugim Beitzah gives 2 reasons to continue the minhag. One is maybe there's going to be a Shmad. This is the Bavli's version, and the Chachamim are going to have to deviate from the Luach. And the second one is his version of the Bavli's, that is because the Nevi'im who commanded this day of Yom Tov Sheni. And since we don't know the true reason for which the Nevi'im made it, we can't say that the reason is negated and cancel the minhag, right? More than that, if it's Takas Nevi'im, a based in cannot there's not going to be no greater basin that can nullify it. And therefore they said, Al Deshanu Meir Gabo Sechet. Okay, so we're up to number 3 on page 584. The Rambam does not hold the Rav Saadia Gaon's Shita. Rav Saadia Gaon is, which is a very interesting issue, which I also discuss in my article. But here he brings down the translation of the Perishah Mishnais Rambam in Rosh Hashanah Beis Ches, and he says in the translation, I'm not going to read the Arabic. Says Vanimit Palei al Adam, is the Rambam speaking. I'm astonished at a person, which is presumably a Rasadi Gon, Shemakhishes Mashu Osainaim, who denies that with the eyes see. Vomer and says that the religion of the Jews is not based on the sighting of the moon, but only on the reckoning. This is the truth of all those texts. I don't know exactly what that means in this context, but anyway, says, I don't believe him, I don't believe himself. Like Rav Hai Gaon says, he's trying to push off his interlocutor whichever way he possibly can. Whether it's true or not true. Because he didn't find any way out of the necessity to respond, some sort of response to evidently either the Karoim or the Rosh Hashiva in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, so he brings down here that the whole issue here with the Girsa and the Rambam. What's the right Girsa and the Rambam? I don't think we have to do that. Let's go skip down to, so we know that The Rambam has difficulty with Reb Sadi going Shita. So let's look at 4. Yom Tov Sheni Shoshana Beretz Yisrael B'Talmud Shul's Rav Hai 585, page 585. There are testimonies that accord that before they fixed the Luach, they made Rosh Hashanah Eretz Yisrael already 2 days in places which were distant from the Beis Din, because where the testimony was accepted on seeing the moon. And after the Luach was determined, even though there shouldn't be any reason to keep 2 days of Rosh Hashanah, either Chutz La'aretz and Eretz Yisrael, they nevertheless continued to keep 2 days of Rosh Hashanah. Okay? In the Kupas HaGoinim, there's actually still a question if Rosh Hashanah Eretz Yisrael should be 1 day or 2 day. It's interesting because we understand that by the time the Gemara rolled around, already Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai was misaking that they should have 2 days Rosh Hashanah. Shem and the Yiskalkul and Levim Bashir, because maybe Levim were going to get the Shira wrong, so therefore they just made 2 days Rosh Hashanah. Okay, so the question, so Rav Nisim asked Rav Hai about Yom Tov Sheni Shogolios concerning Rosh Hashanah, and it says here that evidently Rav Nisim saw. It says that Shemeretz Osim Masriyom Rosh Hashanah Yomayim. That principle, so there it says Edu Seinenu, it contradicts the testimony of others. Shisham Osim Rak Yom Echad. Evidently, the time to go in Eretz Yisrael, there are at least some places where they did only 1 day.
Where are you reading? I kind of lost you. Can you just kind of read the Hebrew? Start from the paragraph and go through it Hebrew and English. It'd be even bit easier.
All right, I'm not. After Tchufas Agnoim, either Nani Rosh Hashanah Eretz Yisrael, Yom Echad Yom Mayim. But also Sheila Shol Rav Nisim is Rav Hai Gon Yom Tov Sheni Shogolios, which was so. Rav Nisim Iksha Shadivrei Rav Hai B'Tshuvasa LeKabas Hasmuchal Yiruan Shmeretz Osim Es Rosh Hashanah Yom Mayim. So 3 Maseidu Seinenu. They contradict what we see. Shosham Osim Ram Yosarak Yom Echad. V'amra Adonenu, and you said, Rav Hai Gon evidently said, Ki'er B'nei Eretz Yisrael Tovsim Rosh Hashanah Shnei Yomim, but we don't see that. V'anoim Aratoin Tovsim El Yom Echad. So what do we do with what seems to be common practice? Shuvasu B'er Rav Hai should be glad Sofik Be'ez Yom Kavu Be'ez Avaras Rosh Chodesh Tisha Pi Edus Riyah. He says no, because the Sofik when Be'ez made Rosh Chodesh Tishrei based on the testimony of the Eidim. He says no, they're wrong. They have to keep 2 days. And these 2 days are which are a suffix from before, because it's like we explained to you, most Nevi'im, Harishonim kacha yunogim kol mishu erev Eretz Yisrael beveis avad osim Rosh Hashanah Yom Echad chom kula fil makom she'ein rachok beveis avad elu tchum Shabbos osim Rosh Hashanah Shnei Yomim. So the fascinating thing, Rav Hai Gon is saying even at Rosh Hashanah that it was not even at the time of the same basic English from the time of Nevi'im. The 1 day Rosh Hashanah was only in the town where the Beis Din was located, where the Beis Din was being makabel testimony on the new moon of Rosh Hashanah. But anywhere else, including in Eretz Yisrael, the 2 days were from Takonis Nevi'im. Okay? Which obviously seems to differentiate Rav Hai Gon from the author of our Teshuvah, because the author of our Teshuvah brings down that the reason why you need 2 days is because you need additional kedusha or chutz la'aretz, or like the Yerushalmi, it's like a penalty. But in any event, it seems here that doesn't apply, because we're saying even Eretz Yisrael, Rosh Hashanah had to be 2 days from the days of Nevi'im.
Okay, so Aleph in Eretz Yisrael, it's very clear that that's Seka Yom, because you don't know if Beis Din declared it or not.
Right.
If they declare it, they can't send out Shlufim. And Bet, do I recall correctly that the author of our Teshuvah only did not relate to the Inyan of Rosh Hashanah? I don't think he related to Rosh Hashanah.
No, but it wouldn't be assumed that Rosh Hashanah and Chutz La'aretz be 2 days for the same reason every other Yom Tov. In other words, it's like an extra kedusha, like as if a korban riyah to give an extra day.
Okay, so The Baal Tshuva would say Chutz La'aretz we do 2 days, but we have no evidence for what he would say about what's going on in Eretz
Absolutely.
Yisrael, Rosh Hashanah.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay? So, he says, Al Pi Shravai Lo Amar Zos B'Mfurash, even though it doesn't say explicitly. You know what? I want to know what's saying. Look at the footnote. Oh, we didn't get it yet. Okay, so even though it's Mispar Pilashon Shura Gam Esamini Gazeh, Shugim Beretz Yisrael, most of the Rishonim, Takona Sanvim Mamish, like a real Takona Sanvim. And he brings down here in the footnote, V'chem Merfush B'Yushalmi, L'fi Amu V'al L'El, Shchamboy Chachon V'yidu Shnei Yom Shana, Shemi Takonas Nevim Rishonim. Okay, obviously I forgot this is Yerushalmi, but that is the this Yerushalmi is very much like Rav Hai Gaon's version of the Bavli, right? There, that's Konas Nevi'im. Okay.
But it's special. It's with respect to Rosh Hashanah.
What?
It's special because it's with respect to Rosh
Right,
Hashanah.
it's unique. That's right. Yes. So Mikam bevadai he seeks shegam achrei shenikva luach ubatel hasafek, even though it was no longer safek anymore. Did shei yimei Rosh Hashanah be'eretz Yisrael bimkomas u'muchakim mibeis havad kedin yontam shein shel golios. They're both the same. Shem shalano eno yichol lebatel takonas ha'navim bezeh kach en yichol lebatel mizeh. Asher listira shitpilu of nisim ben kviyas Rav Hai ki b'nei Yisrael tovsim Rosh Hashanah shnei yomim between the psak ubein mashon royim arato shemosim rak yom echad and the practice. Right? They don't seem to dovetail with each other. Hey, Rav Hai shlo kasam b'tshuvos and these keres amam shemamash osim b'nei Yisrael b'yimeihem. He's not responding to what Bnei Yisrael might be doing based on their mistaken impression, right? But rather what they should be doing. Okay? V'asher amarnu. And that was just said, Bavur Bnei Yisrael, B'yontav Rosh Hashanah, Kach amarnu. And this is what we said concerning them. V'dinu she'asuk rishonim, they should not follow their incorrect minhag, right? And they should not deviate from the original minhag of doing 2 days Rosh Hashanah, even Eretz Yisrael. Okay, so I see we're not. Maybe we should stop here for today, and then do this next section about Tochen HaTeshuvah V'diyum B'shitas Chadashos Sheba next week.
Okay.
Okay, because this is the crux of the matter. Okay, so
now how do since it's Leil Hanukkah?
Yeah.
Why does Seikat Yom not apply to Hanukkah or Purim?
You know what? Now we have the 539th answer to the question of the Beis Yosef. The question of Beis Yosef, the famous question, of course, is why is it Hanukkah 7 days? Because the miracle is only 7 days. And why do we have an 8th day? And there are a gazillion answers. But now it's very, very poshut. Because since it's a nation of Chutz La'aretz, I'm sorry, since it wasn't a nation of Chutz La'aretz, sorry, since it is, no, it wouldn't work out. I thought I had a good answer, but now I'm slipping me. But this is what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that there's a remes here to Yontav Shein Shagolios. Question is why they would do it with Hanukkah. Could be because they did with Purim. But there's a remes to Yontav Shein. That's why it's 8 days and not 7 days.
Okay, but the miracle happened in Eretz Yisrael.
Right, that's the flaw in my answer. But because I in Purim you can do it, but not in Eretz Yisrael. But I almost work there. I have to think about how I can make it fit. But so Hanukkah. What?
Eretz Yisrael that made it was going from Chutz La'aretz.
Right, exactly. Yeah, something along those lines. We had to come up with something. But so the 8th day is somehow a remez to Yom Tov Sheni. I'm not sure. They wouldn't make. I don't think they ever make 9 days because 9 days is has no precedent in the Torah itself. The longest day we have in the Torah is 8 days, right?
Right.
So I don't think anything can go beyond that. That's why I don't think they added on an additional day. The question is whether the 8th day is a remez to Yom Tov Sheni. Okay, but like I said, maybe by next week I'll come up with an innovative reason why that should be the case. All right. Again, a Chanukah Sameach.
Chanukah Sameach. Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
recording here. 587. Okay, so we're talking about Teshuvah V'din Hashitos HaChadoshos Sheba. We are going to talk about now the contents of the Teshuvah and the new issues which arise from it. Hanagas Yontav Sheni. Ba'ashela v'tchilas Teshuvah Chaseros Kamor. The question and the beginning of the Teshuvah are missing. But the missing material is relatively short, it would seem. On the first part of these pages, the author deals with the background of Yontav Sheni. The remaining text begins in the middle of a sentence. And describes the situation when Am Yisrael was sitting on its land before the first Golus. There's mentioned some convention by which they determined Yom Tov and other Yom Tovim. Cherav hakitua, on account, despite the being cut off, muchach min ha'emshech, it's clear from the continuation, Shaskama, I tell the smoke ariyat yerech, that the convention was to rely on the moon sighting. V'lam ein ladat, we cannot know if there was based on some specific parameters which were different than the ones which we know of. This is, of course, from the Chumash itself, so I'm not sure how much leeway he would have had in asserting other authority. Okay, during the first Golus, meaning before and during the Golus of the 10 northern tribes, evidently because the Golim with the Teseres HaShvatim believed that they would return quickly to Eretz Yisrael. I don't know if that's actually the case. I'm not sure that since it was the northern kingdoms, I'm not sure how frum they were to begin with. But in any event, the 10 northern kingdoms, for some reason, did not figure the 10 tribes of the northern kingdom did not figure somehow in consideration or in the history that we have in our hands. Umatam, on the other hand, Hagolim begalut yochoniyah. The people went to Golus B'Chana, which is about 40 years, if I recall correctly, before the destruction of the first temple. They were very anguished that they were cut off from the Avodas HaMikdash. They convinced from Yirmiya's prophecy that they're going to be there for a while. As they were told to make themselves comfortable. Because they could not go up to Eretz Yisrael and bring the korbanot. I'm not sure why not, because if they were taking the Golus, even though Beis Hamikdash are still standing, they were obviously being forcibly detained, and therefore they were not. I assume that was the reason why they couldn't go back up to Aliyah Regel.
Well, first of all, it wasn't so easy, right? Traveling was not so easy.
Right, it wasn't easy, but we don't want to assume that people came. You're right, traveling wasn't easy, but I'm thinking also that they probably were not allowed to travel. So that's to decide to make all the Yom Tov in 2 days. The first day is the Doraisa, which was at the front time was Torah given. The Torah was given. It was all determined based on the Soda Ibura Shabiyadenu Hayom Shabiyadem Mimasoret Min Moshe Rabbeinu Lavashon Piag Vura Hayom Hashani Watosefet Shechlu Kabel Aleihem. So when he says Soda Ibur, it's not clear if he's referring to the Soda Ibur, meaning our knowledge of when we're going to be able to see and verify the seeing of the Amola, the new moon, or is referring to the calculations. But so he goes on to discuss this here. It shows the similarities and the uniqueness. In the response of the this of our author, in these 2 points. What the secrets of the Ibor were given over to us from Moshe Rabbeinu, and we still possess them to this very day. The Rambam doesn't seem to hold that way. The Rambam writes in that we don't have the Soda Ibor, but we can reconstruct it. But we don't have the precise Soda Ibor which they had. And I'm sure today we certainly don't have anymore. But as a result, there was no Sfeika Diyoma. Even though there's something missing in the beginning, בתקופה מסוימת, לדעת המשיב בימי בית ראשון, על פי ראיית הירח ממש, ולא למראית עין בלבד, כדברי רס"ג. So it's he who seems to hold, the Meshiv, that the Soda Ibor was used in conjunction with the sighting of the moon. And it wasn't just like Reb Sadi going hold that it was for show, in order to Lehotzim Libam Sholet Stokim. No, it was real, right? But they had a pretty good knowledge, even Chutzlarts, of when that's going to take place. HaMeshiv lo nidrosh b'tabim shel lefanenu le'edut ha'talmudiyot. He just doesn't get into when there possibly could have been deviations. That's not what the Teshuvah is dealing with. בהנהגת יום טוב שני של גלויות, הייתה למשיב שיטה שונה מזו של צדיק ומזו של רב חי. He was very different. I learned Sibyl said Yom Teshuvah Mipi Gvura Kediver Asag. It doesn't go back to Har Sinai like Reb Sadia says. He was October 8 Hakduma because Yom Kediver Ravai, and it wasn't determined in ancient times because it's fake Yom, like Rav Hai Gon says. El Kamur, but it was in ancient times. But El Kamur Agolim Begaludi Chonia no Atsu Bihiskimu Asiyato Misibot Achirot. They determined to make it on account of different reasons. As we mentioned just a few moments ago, in lieu of going up to the Beis HaMikdash, and the korbanos that they can no longer make. We will pay instead of the cows with our lips. This, of course, is a well-known matter that tefillah takes place korbanos. כמפורש בסיקתא דרב כהנא, שפתנו בתפילה שלנו מתפללים לפניך. משתמע אם כן שלדעת המשיב היו גולים מתפללים באותו יום במקדש מה שהיה להם הגולה. So on that day, in their mikdash they would daven, even though they had no access, of course, to korbanot. היום הנוסף היה גם תמורה לשמחת החג, וכמצוות מצוות ושמחת בחגיך אשר חסר להם. Basically, they should bring a korban chagigo. They didn't have a korban chagigo, so therefore they made a second day in order to fulfill samachta b'chagecha. Lo svat yom sheni you do od shlosha arba tafkidim. So the author says there are 3 or 4 additional purposes which Yom Tov Sheni fulfills. They're all really part of a grander, larger, general purpose. But he singles out Levakesh B'Zekiu Batakel to look to this as a way of achieving closest to Hashem. Lo Dovla Chasadav, to thank him for his grace. Levakesh Minu Kiyum Avtachato L'Shiva T'Kulim Ha'Artzech O'Etzam, and to request the return to Zion, right? V'shu binyana simcha, and again, in terms of simcha, in order not to forget the simcha which happened in Yerushalayim when they were there, now, this last part requires clarification. Somebody like us who is accustomed to Avelus as a zecher to the Korban Mikdash, Asui Tot is likely to be astonished. Al Simcha Shiyudahu on a simcha whose purpose is to not forget the simcha which is in Yerushalayim. Now the truth is we're no longer shocked by this because we have in our day and age the concept of simchas beis Teshuvah. And the simchas beis Teshuvah which we have is clearly, right, for Zecher L'Mikdash, right. So, but and perhaps this is some sort of, its origins are in something, the origins of Beis Teshuvah post Beis Hamikdash are in fact a type of Imesh Kochech Yerushalayim activity. But certainly it's quite likely that no such thing existed at the time of our Teshuvah. Perhaps it would have mentioned, perhaps not, but in any event, it's something which we don't know if existed at the time. So, Vamnal Chazal Yushtei Shitot Mlugadot Be'imesh Kachech B'Kiyum Imesh Kachech Yerushalayim. There are two different, he says, opposing views in the Imesh Kachech. Achat b'simlei Churban, one with symbols of the Churban, Hainu Zecher La'evel, to commemorate the mourning. Zamru Isha Tachshitin, a woman who can adorn herself with jewelry. Mishayeret Davar Mat L'Zecher Yerushalayim, believes something out. Commemorate Yerushalayim. Shneimar Imesh Kachech v'chulei. V'achat b'simlei Binyan, and one with the with symbols of building. Similar to things which happened when the Beis Hamikdash existed. Amru, and concerning this, it said, Mashal Melch Basar V'Dam Sheka'as Al Ishto, a human king got angry at his wife, and he kicked her out, I guess. Not sure how the tafat fits in, but he sent her back to the father's house. Amar la, but he said to her, "Havei mekushetet b'tach shitayich." We still remain adorned with your tachshitim, with your Jewish shachzri. Lo yolach chadashim. So here's the Sifri, which he's quoting here. Actually, it talks as a famous because it goes on to say that. Hatzivi lach tzionim. When you're close, make for yourself signs, and the Sifri says, which are hanichut tefillin asu mezuzot, which everybody has big problems with because tefillin mezuzot are doraisa, so everywhere, not just in Eretz Yisrael. So many mefarshim say that from this we see that the ikar place for kiyum mitzvot is in Eretz Yisrael, and the kiyum of mitzvot chutz la'aretz is kind of like a commemoration. It's a zecher d'oraita, but it's still a zecher. You know, there's a famous Gra on that. The Gra says that what the Sifri actually said was, "Hey, tough, ayin mem," and it didn't stand for hanichul tefillin asumuzuzot. It stood for hafrishu trumos isru ma'asros. Take off truma and meiser, which makes somewhat more much more sense. But in any event,
that would make more sense.
Yes,
if we don't actually do that.
Well, in Bavel they did. In Bavel they did take up Trumas and Meisers. Surya, Bavel, there are different madrigas. They used to take up some. Now, Challah. They took up Challah and they gave the Challah to a Kohen.
No, wait a minute. So Challah we still keep and we.
No, but we don't give it to a Kohen. They gave it to a Kohen. They took up two Challahs, one for the burning, one for the Kohen. And there were some people and in Syria they took up Trumas and Meisers.
Well, Syria they took up Trumas and Meisers because it was close to Eretz.
Okay, that's the point. In other words,
it was there for Syria. Syria was special in lots of ways.
Okay,
right?
fine.
There's a whole bias about that.
I'm just saying there were places closer with there, so the more these things apply. As a matter of fact, the Aruch HaShulchan brings down from the Ashkenazi Rishonim that Chadash is b'chutz la'aretz is only noeg in the places close to Eretz Yisrael because of their proximity to Eretz Yisrael, not the places further away. And that's what we actually I rely on, and other people rely on. Why we don't keep Chadash and chutz la'aretz. So in any event, but there is, it's interesting. He doesn't bring this down, but I would say, they had a specific piece of jewelry, the Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. Right? So I would say that the Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, that jewelry was a way of remembering Yerushalayim in a celebratory way. that whenever they had a simcha, they would wear, or the special occasion, they would have the special adornment of the Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. Okay. את העילה להוספת היום, כאות לרצונם של גולים, לבקש קרבת הקדוש ברוך הוא, the cause for adding a day as a sign of the ratzon of those people who went golos to request the close of Kodesh Baruch Hu, he explains at great length. Who bear shame now guba dugmat shlomo amelch b'nei doro. שנאמר להם ועשו ביום השמיני עצרת, כי חנוכת המזבח עשו 7 ימים וחג 7 ימים. ושם וביום 23 לחודש שביעי לשלוח אדם וכולי. Which we had difficulty with. What exactly was the Hosafa there? בני דוגמת יחזקאל בני דורו, שאחרי עשיית 7 ימי החג המצות בשמחה גדולה, ויבצעו כל הקהל לעשות 7 ימים אחרים, ויעשו 7 ימים שמחה. So the Tosefet, in both cases of 7 days, is similar to the Tosefet of the Yom Tov Sheni over here. וגם מזכיר את הקורבנות הנוספים שהתנדבו חזקאל בני דורו להביא ואת התרת הטמאים לאכול את הפסח שלו כמצוות התורה, and their permission which they gave to eat the Korban Pesach even though they're a tummy. באריכות הדברים הזאת, בוודאי היה למשיב התשובה הכוונה או כוונות מיוחדות. He must have had specific intent or intentions. לעומת הכתוב, חזקאל בני דורו, this and conscious distinction to the pasuk about Chizkiah and the members of his generation, shemufurash bo mamash inyan hasafat shivat yimei simcha acherim, which it's explicit the additional 7 days. And pasuk shetzitei hameshiva shlomo b'nei baro mefaresh b'diuk ma hayta tosefet shosifu v'adar avartza v'richiyun, and we had difficulty explaining exactly what the addition was. Was it the extra 7 days? Was it that he sent them home a day later? Right? So it's a little bit unclear. בעיניי לא מקרה הוא שהמשיב ציטט את הכתוב במעשה שלמה המלך בני דורו מספר דברי הימים, I'm sorry, מספר דברי הימים במקום המקבילה במלכים. Why did the author cite דברי הימים instead of מלכים? והיה שלמה בעת ההיא את החג 7 ימים 7 ימים 14 יום ויום השני שלח את העם, which is the פסוק מלכים. בנוסח המשוכתב שלו, because in this in the redacted version, Hitzia Baal Sefer Divrei Yamim, the author of Sefer Divrei Yamim, suggested pitronot, solutions, l'shnei kshayim shematza b'Sefer Melachim. For 2 difficulties in Melachim. L'dvar Rav, lo chagav Shlomo chag Sukkot 14 yom. It was not the Shlomo Melech made Sukkot 7 days, 14 days. עשה את חנוכת המזבח 7 ימים, ואת החג 7 ימים. 7 days of חנוכת המזבח, and 7 days of Yom Tov. וכן השלים בנוסחות יום שמיני עצרת. And he also mentions in his נוסח שמיני עצרת, שלא נזכר כלל בספר מלכים, which is not mentioned in מלכים. כלומר, שאילו התכוון משיב התשובה לציין במיוחד, if the Meshiv, the author, actually wanted to specifically cite מעשה שלמה המלך את הרחבת החג מ7 ימים ל14 ימים, if that was what he wanted, his intent was, עדיף היה לצטט את הפסוקים מספר מלכים על פי לשונם. It would have been better to cite מלכים, and there you see 7 plus 7. מסתבר שהוא ציטט את דברי הימים דווקא בגלל תוספת יום שמיני עצרת שם. So therefore he wants to say our not our author, the whatever we call it, who was Mr. Friedman, wants to say that it's going on Shmini Atzeres, right? He specifically wants Shmini Atzeres as the additional day. Avalidati, but Mr. Friedman says, it's just difficult to say those 7 days they did for Chanukas HaMizbeach prior to the 7 days of Chag. According to Divrei Yamim, those 7 handavah shemimenu lamdu bnei hagolah l'shitat hameshiv. It's difficult to say that is what the bnei hagolah were using as the basis, because these are 7 days of Sukkot after all. Can't certainly show Ketzar Shalom Sheyom Shmini Atzeres Sheitztavu Allah B'Torah. I can say that Shmini Atzeres, which is commanded in the Torah, Hu Yom Shenosav Kinedavah, right? It doesn't make sense. Chazal Bambrashim Gilu Mikrot Eila Stiyot Shinam Mefurashot. Chazal and the Mefarshim found this pasuk certain deviations. It's not clear. V'en lecha Shivat Lifnei Chag Shemim Shabbat V'Yom Kippurim. Tam Shivat HaYomim Hayu Ochli Yisa Ochlim V'Shotim V'Smechim Adlikin Neirot, which is actually what Chazal say. Gracious Rabbi and Tanya, that year they didn't fast on Yom Kippur. El Shurat Shai Takli V'Rabab. Omnam Divrei HaMeshi, but Meshi V'Tshuvah Stumim. In any event, the words are difficult. Havanim Asher Shelo Rata Atzeret Shel Sibu Shel Melech B'nei Doro B'Yom HaShmini K'Chag HaTikni Shevat Torah. The Shmini Atzeres was not the ordained holiday in the Torah. Me'ikulam Magamatom Meshret Shabbat Divrei Yamim Atzmo, as opposed to the reckoning of the author of Divrei Yamim. El Rad Shah Bilvad Gamken. It was also Rad Shah. Av Shita Meshweret Zu Yichida Iti. And this would be a unique perspective of the author of our Teshuvah, and I think that's not true. I think the way we reconcile in the end is that the pasuk in I think where our reconciliation is much better than Mr. Friedman's, is that in Melachim he sends them away on the 8th day, and in Divrei Yamim he sends away on the 9th day. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
So that's the Tosefet Yom was the day to going over to the 9th day as opposed to ending on the 8th day. Because normally you would have sent that Hashmi Yotzeres, would have had the Mesibas Preda, right? They would have had the going away party, and here the going away party was the next day. So that was the Tosefet Simcha. I believe that was our conclusion. Also, it's possible that besides trying to find a precedent to this, adding this day out of as a gift, as a nedava, it's possible the author wanted to say we should not accept the assertion of some anonymous Chacham Bavli who did not who wanted to find a smachta ben Sheni from some of these psukim. From them, Al Karkasni, he's a Karaite. He Palmesim Rabbani, had a debate with a Rabbinite. Shelvarav Lamad Mehakash. Did I ever tell you the tashbates about why we call each other Reb? Men? Reb so and so is meant to identify each other as Rabbaniyim as opposed to Karayim. So that's why, yes, that's what Tashbeit says, one of the later Rishonim. So that is the reason why we call Jews Reb so and so. So in any event, that's why I was reminded by the Rabbani here, because that's really what Reb refers to. Shedavarav Lamar Me'akashat HaPsukim Bayom HaShmi Atzeret Uvayom HaSrim V'Shlosha Chodesh HaShvi Shilach Et Ha'am V'Yom HaShvi Shilach Et Ha'am Sheshlomo Uvnei Dor Asu Shmini Atzeret Yomayim, which is what I contended, right? V'Chabei B'Tishrei V'Chav Gimel Bo. So he wanted to say the Rabbani, this is the source for Yom Tov Sheni, which is very difficult because they're in Yerushalayim. But according to Yochid the Teshuvah, it comes out that that's the Tosefes, that's the additional day of Simcha. Okay? Lumat Rotz Kizkir Al Karkasni, Sheish Mishlamam Min HaPasuk V'Yom 24 L'Chodesh Hazen Yasu B'nei Yisrael B'Tzom. There's a different pasuk in the Nehemiah altogether. Shemei Yisrael Ezra Im Tilu Chav Dal Tishrei B'Tishrei L'Tzum Ki V'Chav Gimel Bo Yishmini Atzeret. Okay, so he wants to say also that source of for Yom Tov Sheni, because in the Chav Gimel Shmini Atzeres, which is interesting, Minei Shasud Rosh Hashanah Yomayim, and that would be because they made Rosh Hashanah 2 days. That's what. This is what.
This is what Al-Kas.
Yeah, Al-Karkasni is saying, right? Chav Gimel Shmini Atzeres, v'ten kach dachu b'yom et chagigat shar yamin tovim b'Tishrei. Same thing is put up by a day. Rayash Eiduchu Kami Menu. And he says there's no more no more remote evidence. So I guess this anonymous Rabbani wanted to say that this is the ride they made Rosh Hashanah 2 days. I'm not sure why he said that. Why didn't he just say they made Shmini Atzeres 2 days?
Okay.
The Divrei al Karkasni Lamdu Rabbanim El Min HaMikra Ze Mirosh Hashanah שנחגג יומיים וזה משמיני עצרת שנחגג יומיים כי צריכים לעשות את כל הימים טובים יומיים. Okay, whatever they learned or not, the bottom line is that it's quite possible that, without looking at the psukim, of course, that that there is some source to Yom Tov Sheni there, but Sheni Atzeres, it's not Rosh Hashanah. Okay, it goes into a little bit of the footnote, but it's not important, so important for us. Mineged, Meshiva Teshuvah Shalanu Itim. So, on contrary, our author contends, She'ein Zeicher Yom Tov Sheni Shegaliut B'Mikra. There's no reference anyway. Shagolim Galut Yechoniyah Hem Shekiblu Aleim Kindava. And the truth is that the Seich of Daled, the fast called Daled Tishrei, you don't have to say it was because Chav Gimel Tishrei was Yom Tov Sheni. You can just simply say that it was because they didn't want to fast on Yisur Chag. Okay, so it's not explicit in the pasuk a reason, or that Yom Tov Sheni actually took place. Okay, שהוספת יום טוב שגלויות נתקבלה לרצון לפני הקדוש ברוך הוא. Hashem accepted this. התרת הטמאים לאכול בפסח ימי חזקיהו. And this is similar to the Chizkiyahu allowing Tmeim to eat the Pesach. She'achila asura al pi Torah. V'chlu את הפסח לא ככתוב. שהקדוש ברוך הוא הסכים לה. והטבות תפילתם למעון קודשו לשמיים. Because the tefillos were accepted. לכאורה איננו שייך לקלוס, אבל יום השני ושש גוליות. This doesn't seem to be connected to יום השש גוליות. But it's trying to be on no tenet, but this is the specific point. Ki HaKarayim tanu, the Karayim hold, v'Rabbanim shemgel chashishu, and the Rabbanim in the Chutz La'aretz perhaps were wary, she'asiyat Yom Tov Sheni hu below kakatuv. Ulam b'divrei HaMeishiv, כשם שכהנים בנים בירכו את העם בימי חזקיהו, כך קבעו הכהנים הנביאים את שמירת יום טוב שני באופן רצוי לפני הקדוש ברוך הוא. So it's not that Chizkiyahu was doing Yom Tov Sheni, but we find precedent to the confirmation of Pinavim of a Tosefet as being something which is Ratzui in Shammai. Okay? Should we stop here for today?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we're up to number 2. Okay. Like I said, I went script to the end. He doesn't tell us exactly who it was in the end, but it's still interesting when he goes to the next 2 paragraphs. So we'll still continue in Yirtzeh Hashem for a couple weeks.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, there's a lot of material.
All right. Enjoy the rest of Hanukkah.
Thank you.
Take care.
Like I said, bye.
Is we on here?
I think we're on 590.
590. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so on number 2, right? Shiva Sion Shelas Bnei Bavel Al Hemshech Yom Tov Sheni B'Teshuvas Chachmei Eretz Yisrael. Okay, the return to Zion. The question of the Bnei Bavel on maintaining Yom Tov Sheni and the response. Shechtuv Toldos Yisrael. The Shechtuv is reconstruction, or of the. There's a better word for it, but not. Reconstitution. Okay, thank you. Toldos Yisrael B'Ashel Minhag Yom Tov Sheni Shel Golios in terms of the Minhag of Yom Tov Sheni Shel Golios. Yidei Meshiv Mishun when as the author Bar Teshuvah writes it, Mishuneh Umaftia Kamur. It is different and it is astonishing. Obviously, he makes it much earlier than we always assume from the Gemara. We assume the Gemara that the time of which the issue arose was much later in history, but he makes it earlier, right? HaKadosh Baruch Hu Gozal said, "B'binyan Beis HaMikdash, Hashem decreed that to assist in the building of Beis HaMikdash and and he roused the heart of Koresh, Lakel Ayudim, to make it easier for the Jews, Shagol Bavel, who went back to Bavel, went into Golos and Bavel, Lashuva Artzam leave Nosas Abayis, to go back to the land and rebuild the Beis HaMikdash. Hashim Yagol Chagu Es Rosh Hashanah Yom Echad Bilvad. Those who came back from the Golan, they kept Rosh Hashanah for one day. But Suas made Yom Echad Kamo Shemar, Vayigah Chodesh Hashvi B'nei Yisrael B'Areihem, V'amar Ki Hayom Kadosh L'Adonai B'al Te'atzvu. Today is the holy day. Mishtamesh Adas Meshiv. It sounds like then Loya Shum, according to the author, Loya Shum Hevdel Bosazman Ben Yerushalayim or Beis Avad. There's nothing between Yerushalayim or the place where Basin was meeting. Levain Sharma comes back to Sol, V'nei Yisrael B'Areihem, Basiyas Rosh Hashanah Yom Echad Bilvad. Only one day Rosh Hashanah. V'leya Kum was Fekad Yoima. There was no suffix. Why should there be a suffix, right? There already was a luach, at least from the time of Yechonia, the time first Beis HaMikdash. Because Chakidas Rosh Hashanah Yom Echad Shalu Yehudei Bavel. So the Jews in Bavel asked the Sakwanim Sanhedrin B'Acham Shalu Yerushalayim. They asked those who send it to Yerushalayim. Do they have to cling to the minhag of their forefathers? Or we mutar lam and hokim de'etz yisrael v'chokos moadim for Rosh Hashanah b'frat yom echad bilvad. Can they keep one day? Hameshivim tzizika. The author innovated. I don't like that term because that's not particularly flattering to the author, as if he himself made it up. So I would like to censure Mr. Friedman here on the use of that term. Rather, we would say Hameshiv Tziyen Zika. He noted a connection. Ben Sheila Zula Sheila Sheshalu Yudei Bavel Achrei Shechela B'nias Bais Sheni. Between this question, the question which the Jews of Bavel asked after the time the time the second Beis Hamikdash began to be rebuilt, which we know from Nevi'im. Im Heim Chayavim Lidbok Be'evel HaChorban HaBayis HaRishon V'tzom Tishbav Havkev HaChodesh HaChamishi. So they have to continue keeping that the Velus. Umistaber Eifel Shelfi Shitas HaMeshiv. According to our author, at that time they stopped fasting on for terms of the Churban Habayis, and fasting on Tisha B'Av and doing Avelus. In fact, the Rambam says, however, and obviously our author does not necessarily agree with the Rambam holds that they actually did keep Avelus all throughout by Sheni on Tisha B'Av. And they did fast on Tisha B'Av. So therefore...
It would be... What's the Rambam's reason? Because they knew by Sheni would be Nechrav?
Yeah. It wasn't the same. No Aron, no Kruvim, it was just not the full restoration. So according to this, the question, although they responded to keep on fasting in Chutz La'aretz, they also kept on fasting in Eretz Yisrael. It wasn't a distinction. In terms of this question. Le'shohem shechatzom ha'bechel bat Teshuvah v'tbuas Zcharia. Ki tzamtem misfo b'chamishi b'shvi v'zeh shivim shana atzom tzamtuni ani. Umei ha'meshi b'yasib Navi, he explained it in Arabic, but we'll go back into the Hebrew. Arei atem kibaltem etzatzom lechem kechovah. You took upon yourself this fast in order to quest closest to our Kodesh Baruch Hu. This it makes sense to say that these last words to request the connection of Kodesh Baruch Hu, that I fast myself. As if Hashem is saying, did I fast during this time? This is your decision, not mine. Rather, I never saw that term before. Ever see that term, hey chivui?
No, how would you translate it?
An expressive hey.
Okay.
As if to say, you fasted for my honor, so you should continue fasting to my honor.
Okay.
You see that? That's it. Hey hachivui, a new term. Okay. Kabbalah satzom l'chvod Hashem. Ask some Israelis if you who you happen to see if they ever heard the term hey hachivui. Okay, I'm curious. I never heard it before.
212.
When he says here, Laheh chivui re'el mashal, haniglo niglesi. Okay, Pirush Radak, Vamefarshim, Pirshu Ahei, Hu, Lames Hadavar, to verify, not to verify, to, and I think here means to emphasize and underscore the matter. Kibshuto Shel Inyan, Mechain Hei Haratzachta Begam Yarashta. Okay, I would call that a Hei Hatmiha. Pirshu Ramban, where? Malachim base 10. From Rafarshim Sheish Tmiha Miskayemis. Yeah, it's a Hey HaTmiha. Okay, that I think I've heard before. I mean, that makes sense. Hey HaChivui, I never heard of that term before. Told the see the Professor Chaim Cohen al Raso. Okay, whoever Chaim Cohen was, he verified that there's a Hey HaChivui, which I would call Hey HaTmiha, which is in any event not a Hey HaSheila. Okay, so back to the text. So if you want to kibalta, so kibalta tzom l'kvod Hashem. You accept it for the honor of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. K'vakeshes kirva so in order to quest his closest. That the notes. Kabbalah satzom l'kvod Hashem, the acceptance of the tzom in honor of Hashem. K'vakeshes kirva so in order to quest to be close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Mechayeves is hemshicho, compels logically that should continue. Uv'zeh shitas ha-meishiv hu. Hipucham shel divrei Rashi. It's the antithesis of Rashi. Shbias ha'hei kei ha'sheila. Shema l'chvadi antzadem shetzrichim atem latum gam atah. Do you think you fasted for my honor, then now you have to continue to fast? No, it's basically, it's not, I'm not telling you what to do, right? I'm not telling you to fast. So according to the author, this is why the tzom was not canceled, right? Because logic dictates you still need kirbas elokim. If you still need kirbas elokim, so then you should still continue to fast. Eventually they'll be nullified. V'tzom Raviv, v'tzom Achim Mishiv, v'tzom Asi, Yilu Beis Yisrael, Beis Yehuda, Lissa Sonu, L'simcha, L'madim Tovim, V'emetz V'ashalom Ahavu. That's eventual future, but not in the immediate future. V'akesh Mechayev L'mash, Gam Yontav Sheni Shel Goliot. So logic dictates that the logical inference dictates that which they accept in order to enhance their closeness to Hashem. It's not going to be nullified on its own just because they went back to Eretz Yisrael. And they have to continue to connect to it until the eventual future. In other words, until the exiles are redeemed permanently. So if that's the case, the question whether to nullify Yom Tov Shel Golios did not have to do with the publication of a permanent luach, which would be much later in history, which would be like in the 350s, right? 350s of the Common Era. Because that's when the Luach Kavua came into vogue, right? According to the standard interpretation. This is much earlier. It didn't happen now. It didn't happen in the future. It happened earlier. This is way earlier history. Because the new Zionist era, because we went back to Eretz Yisrael. The parallel which the respondent made between the question of nullifying the fast and the mourning, to link that to Yom Tov, they're on the essence of Golus. מסתבר שדברה בני גלות בבל חשבו ששיבת ציון חוללה בעם ישראל סדר עולם חדש. Even the people of Golus thought that the return to Zion brought about in Am Yisrael a new world order. שצריך לחול על כל היהודים באשר הם שם, which should apply to all Jews wherever they are. הצום בא בחייה ויום טוב שני, הונהגו בגלל הגלות. All these things were Golus observances. Now that the Golus is nullified, there's no need for them anymore. Like it says in our Teshuvah, Yeshiva Chamei Yisrael Shalim, Shetanei Galut Amnam Batlu LaYudim Shalu L'Eretz Yisrael. Perhaps our Galus has ended. Avumi Shishar B'chutz L'Aretz. Nishar B'Galut Im Kol Mishnameh B'kach. Anybody still says Chutzars, still stays and goes with all that is incumbent, of all that the ramifications thereof. Now, I want to interject here that it's very similar in this respect to the question of Bisman Hazeh, of whether, which arose back in the 20th century, whether to change the nusach of Nachem for Teshuvah, right? Because it says in Nachem, Ha'ir HaShomei V'Abezuya, that Yerushalayim is desolate, and Chareva B'Bli Baneh. But so at that time, when the question came up, everybody said not to change it because, things have changed, but they haven't fully changed yet. So even in Eretz Yisrael, we have that concept. Certainly, Chutz La'aretz, there should be the concept, yes, things have changed for the better. But as long as they haven't changed completely, we retain whatever prior observances were in effect. They rejected the cancellation of Yom Tov Sheni. They responded to the questioners. This is your minute of your forefathers in your hands. This is also dovetails with the Gemara in Beitzah, so the Beitzah Dal and Beit. Nuscham Kubal, according to our Nusach, Chazaru, B'nagavotechem Yadechem. Ela shekan chaser bitui hizaru shebarosh hara'ah. In the Gemara in Bavli it says hizaru. Here in the Teshuvah it doesn't say hizaru. It says midagavosechem b'yedechem. Hameshipir tamishpat biur chadash. So he gives it a different spin. Not having that word, according to Mr. Friedman, gives it a new explanation. Shlo nimtza kamo v'kom acher, which you don't find elsewhere. Matzavchem k'matzav avotechem. Your situation, like the situation of your forefathers, because you refuse to go up to Eretz Yisrael. And nothing has changed by it that should cause the change in the minhag. Therefore, don't deviate from it. Okay, I don't think that the Meishiv's tone was as strident as Mr. Friedman makes him out to be. Yes, he does say, but it's not, I don't think he's rebuking them so much as telling them, this is what's needed in Chutz La'aretz. You want Kivras Elokim in Chutz La'aretz, this is what you have to do. But, all right. Shoshri Shebereisha. Matzavchem k'matzav avotechem. Your situation like your forefathers. U'amakor chalham kachal avaychem. It's probably mispronounced, whatever. It's like a little translation, but an astonishing one. He's waxing a little bit overwrought here. As the author expounded his words. It seems that this is the explanation of the necessary conclusion. It's not explicit in those three words. But it is the necessary conclusion is that those people who ask have to still cling to the minhag of Yom Tov Sheni. I don't know why he translated it like Matzavchem k'matzav avotechem as opposed to minhag avotechem b'yadechem. To me, that doesn't bother me that much, but evidently Mr. Friedman is very bothered by this. Not coming to Targemo Takach with translation or commentary. May want to say that minhag determines action. Ma'asechem k'maseh avotechem. Your deeds like the deeds of forefathers. Benkach, but sefer shadvar v'osifi b'reish tanyan bovit she'no mashir makom. At the end, he adds to something which does not allow room. L'sapek kavanat anshe yisrael moreo ra'ah l'dato to have any doubt in the directive of the people issuing the psak in Eretz Yisrael. The fact that we came back does not change your status in this matter. כיוון שאתם יושבים בגלות, אסור לכם לסטות ממנהג יום טוב שני של גלויות. Since you're גלוס, you're stuck. אומנם אין יכול לתרגם את הביטוי תחלפכם על, או תחלפו על, השתמתכם מין, השתמתו מין. Right? It doesn't necessarily mean that they refuse to go up to Eretz Yisrael. בין התרגומים אפשרי לביטוי הנרמז, it's possible to translate nechashal, piger. Okay, these are not much more complimentary. That you were delayed, you tarried. היה נכשל באיחר, התעכב, השתהה, התמהמה, בושש לבוא לכולו. העדפתי לשון השתמטות. I, myself, Mr. Freeman says, prefer השתמטות בגלל ביקורת. Because I wanted to emphasize the critique. שהשמיע כותב על יהודים שנשארו בבבל, that the writer is trying to indicate on those Jews who remain in Bavel, שהעדיפו את בתיהם המרווחים שבגלות. They preferred their nice houses in Muncie, עלייה לארץ ישראל, over, going back to Israel, לבנות את בית המקדש. ביתי הוא אשר חרב. חרב, despite שידוליו של קורש, והקלות שהקל בה כדי לזרזם לעלות, despite all the incentive of, for breaks on taxes and all sorts of other זכויות. Nevertheless, שבהם סילק את אמתולותיהם, even though they removed all excuses, they still remain behind. Okay?
So was the Kotev of the Teshuvah in Eretz Yisrael or in Babel?
No, he was, we don't know because it was found in Cairo. So for all we know, he was in Egypt. But he's trying, according to Mr. Friedman, he's talking historically. In other words, he's saying that this is what happened at the time. It's reminiscent of what the Ema Banim Smecha writes about the Jews in the Rhineland. He writes that they bring, it's not him, it brings the name of the Rokech, or the Sheni, who says that at the time of Shiva Sion, Ezra sent a message to all the Bnei Agola, asking either that they come out or that they contribute money to the UJA. And the people in the Rhineland, they said, you have your Yerushalayim there, we have our Yerushalayim here, we don't have to come, and we're not going to contribute either. And the Rokech says that because of that, all the many of the subsequent devastating phenomena which the Jewish people underwent emanated from Germany because of the attitude of the Rhinish people. So Mr. Friedman is trying to make this tshuva like a similar kind of critique of the failure of them to come back to Eretz Yisrael. I don't think that fits in with the understanding. That'll make Yom Tov Sheni more of a punishment. But Yom Tov Sheni is not a punishment, according to the Meshiv. It's a way to achieve higher Kedusha in a place which is more distant. So I'm not so sold on his attitude here.
Yeah, but still, I think there's a recognition. No, but you have to understand. Yom Tov Sheni, even though it's said, it's still a matzav b'diavad.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Right, yeah. And so the question is now, if the Jews are back in Israel, have we gone out of b'diavad, being back to lechatchila, and should that therefore apply to us too in Babel? Because we would rather, yes, we did it to Bikara, but it's still a recognition of b'diavad. We want to be lechatchila. So the answer is no. You're still in Chutz.
Yes, I agree. It's somewhere. I think that it is certainly a mild repudiation, but not a. He's not saying why didn't you all go back? Why didn't you all come up to Eretz Yisrael? Reality was, all right, an amen. I'm not sure who's. I'm engaging one of my own cardinal sins, which is historic psychoanalysis. I don't like doing that. Okay. ביאור מפתיע הזה של לשון הבבלי, היינו שבני חוץ לארץ חייבים להמשיך במנהג יום טוב שני של גלויות בגלל השתמטותם מן העלייה, either because they refuse to come, or at least התעכבותם מלעלות לארץ ישראל, they're delaying, impeding themselves coming to ארץ ישראל, טוען לכאורה מדרשו הנזכר של רבי יוחנן בתלמוד הירושלמי. So it's much more, we said this way, it's much more like the Yerushalmi. הקובע שיום טוב שני של גלויות אינו אלא חלק אינטגרלי של אנוש הגלות. יום טוב שני is an integral component of גלוס. כבר אמרתי לפשוט שיש זיקה בין מדרשו לבין הוראת רבי יוסף המובא באחרה בסוגיה היא אל תשנו מנהג אבותיכם. It's possible that there's a more direct linkage between the language of our respondent and the language of Rabbi Yosa, and then the Bavli. But it's not. It doesn't fit precisely neither the Bavli nor with the Ushami. Rabbi Yochanan put a statement in the mouths of the people in exile. I thought I'm getting rewarded for 2. But I only get rewarded actually in the final analysis for 1. It wasn't a punishment. It was something which was not acceptable. Now, so to speak, before Hashem. Not like Rabbi Yochanan. עם זאת, פירוש המשיב לביטוי מנהג אבותיכם בידיכם מתאים כנראה לשיטת רבי יוחנן. It's more like Rabbi Yochanan, אישור, a confirmation. שכן כך הבין המשיב, that in fact is the way that the author held, יש בפסקה הבאה בתשובתו. There is in the subsequent segment of the Teshuvah, שבה ביאר מדוע אסור ליהודי בבל שעלו לארץ ישראל, why Babylonian Jews who went up there are forbidden lachgov Yom Tov Sheni. Okay, do you want to stop here for today, or we want to start number 3?
No, I think we'll stop here.
Okay,
and,
fine.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, call 2. Okay, so we are here discussing again the Teshuvah on Yom Tov Sheni. We're up to page 593. And we're talking about the prohibition of doing of Isar Asiyas Yom Tov Sheni Ba'aretz. The prohibition to keep Yom Tov Sheni in Eretz Yisrael. The Chovat Asiyato and the obligation to make it. Ba'asiyat Shnei Mei Rosh Hashanah B'chutz Laretz, and the obligation to make 2 days of Rosh Hashanah in Chutz Laretz, and presumably also Eretz Yisrael. So I want to preface this by saying there's a famous legend, which I think is true, about the Brisker Rav. The Brisker Rav is supposed to have kept Yom Tov Sheni when living in Eretz Yisrael. And at least for the Raisas, I'll explain, at least for the Raisas, because there was not necessarily any yishuv in Geula where he lived at the time the Beis Hamikdash existed. So therefore there's no guarantee that the Shluchim actually got to Geula. But you could have gone north, south, east, west, but not hit Rechov, Rechov Malchei Yisrael. You know, where the current location, Rechov Malchei Yisrael. So there is known also, and this is a fact, Reb Chaim Kanievsky also refrains from the Oraisas on Yom Tov Sheni. Okay, he doesn't. Yes. So there are, again, I assume the logic is, I don't recall exactly, but I assume the logic is that maybe there was no Yishuv in Bnei Brak, because the Bnei Brak mentioned in Shas is not the same Bnei Brak that we have today, and therefore it's entirely possible that no Shluchim ever went to that specific spot. They might have gone to Yafo, but not to Bnei Brak. Okay?
Why is the Shluchim, why is it Talui on the Shluchim? It should be Talui on the Kibush of Ole Bayit Sheni.
But it's not. It's a big problem with Eilat, because Eilat is not within a 2-week by foot traveling range of Yerushalayim. It's not so simple why one doesn't have to keep a Yom Tov Sheni in Eilat. This is a question because it goes by the radius of the Shluchim, and therefore it has to go. Yes, once again, put in Chutz Laretz, they did a low plug in Chutz Laretz. But in Eretz Yisrael, it's not clear why, because today Eilat is Jewish, when back then it wasn't Jewish. They should only keep one day Yontif. Okay, it's not our topic for today. Perhaps a different day.
It's an interesting topic, and it's Bichlal. Does our settling in Eretz Yisrael today have the same status as that of Bava?
So obviously there are poskim who hold that it does, because there isn't a mass movement to make people in Eilat keep Yom Tov Sheni. But could be Gzeir Shem Tzibur Yochel Amo. But in any event, that is perhaps for after we finish this tshuva we can look into that. I don't remember all the details of the issues. Okay, So, Hameshivik dish to Somet Leib Yuchedet. Our author put a special emphasis on Levdalima Chadim, to the sharp distinctions. Shechayvim Lishameh Ben Beretz Ben Eretz Yisrael Chutz La'aretz. That must remain between Eretz Yisrael Chutz La'aretz Benogel Yom Tov Sheni, Rosh Hashanah, Bikpid Bezeh Hakpada Yetera. He was meticulous in making this divide. Hu Dikdek B'Yisur Asiyat Yom Tov Sheni Ba'aretz B'Chlal. You're not allowed to make Yom Tov Sheni Eretz Yisrael in general. U'Yudei Bavel Shem Eretz Yisrael B'Frat. Now, of course, that means that the concept of Yom Tov Sheni, which we have today for people who visit in Eretz Yisrael, which is a matter of great controversy to this day, according to the Meshiv, was not kept by, or should not be, would not have been kept, and would be forbidden to have been kept by Ole Bavel. Okay, when they came up to Aliyah Larego, when they came up on the pilgrimage. The main Shita and Halacha, which is associated with this in latter times, is the Chacham Tzvi. The Chacham Tzvi, in the late 17th, early 18th century, his psak was that, yes, Yom Tov Sheni, the same idea, in Yom Tov, in Eretz Yisrael, it's actually Baal Tosif. It is forbidden to add on the second day Yom Tov. Okay, so that is not the majority post in our day and age. But let's see. Let's continue on here. Conversely, he was meticulous in stressing the obligation to keep on Shem Chutz La'aretz B'Chlal, Yudei Eretz Yisrael Shem B'Chutz La'aretz B'Frat. That you have to keep Yom Tov Sheni in Chutz La'aretz, even you're from Eretz Yisrael. No 2:16 says a Kamash Yodea Milvad Shuvat Agonim Anizkeret V'Samuch, except for a Tshuva from the Gonim, which is going to mention immediately further on. Ain't Sheilat Yom Tov Sheni Ben Eretz Yisrael Sheb'Chutz La'aretz Ben Chutz La'aretz Eretz Yisrael Nidona B'Sifrutat Sheilot U'Tshuvot V'Shalifnei Girush Sfarad. Wow, look at that. Before 1492, he doesn't know of anybody besides our author and the one he's about to cite who speak about that. Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. So that's a very interesting idea. That
which means it must have been obvious to them what to do.
Yes, yes, and that when they went to dispersal, somehow things got confused. Okay, Arichut Varav Shel Meshiv, the length of the author's words. Be'Rava Mefuratim, his meticulous explanations. V'Atafa, and the Musar Sheitiv Binyan Zeh, which he gave in this manner. Milamdim al Sveikot Bigbulim, indicate a lack of clarity in terms of Gvulot. I mean, the parameters of these customs. And in some vague vagaries or some blurring about them, it's Kufat Agonim. There were people Chutz evidently who did not want to keep Yom Tov Sheni. And there are also people who left Eretz Yisrael, settled Chutz La'aretz. They didn't want to accept upon themselves the additional day. Lo adu rosh, also because of the principle that you can't make Rosh Hashanah on Sunday, Wednesday, or Friday. Yom Sheni Rosh Hashanah b'chad yamim bahem. The people who left Eretz Yisrael did not want to keep Rosh Hashanah on one of the days, on one of these days, which inevitably Yom Tov Sheni will come out on one of these days. Yom Tov Rishon does not, but Yom Tov Sheni does. So obviously, the way we understand the Gemara, Lo Adu Rosh, does not mean that there's some Kabbalistic reason why Rosh Hashanah can't come out on a Sunday, a Wednesday, or Friday. Because it's a pragmatic thing. Because if it comes on one of those days, either Yom Kippur is going to come out immediately after Shabbos, or Shabbos is going to come out immediately after Yom Kippur, or Shana Rabbah is going to come out on Shabbos. So that's why they don't do them. So I don't know where anybody would have gotten the idea that it means you can't make the second day of Rosh Hashanah on one of these days. it really doesn't make any sense. But in any event, by Meshivi's beer, obviously our author explained Shaklam Yaches al Yom Rishon Bilvat. It's only the first day. Now, since this is only mentioned in terms of people going down to Chutz La'aretz, which would be an awesome chiddush, because our assumption is that after the time of Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai, they kept 2 days Rosh Hashanah in Eretz Yisrael. Because Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai made this takana because of the niskalkul of being bashir. The Levium said the wrong shishayom. They know the first Rosh Hashanah, what to say, what not to say. So the assumption was they just said, okay, we're going to make 2 days Rosh Hashanah. At that point, the 2 days Rosh Hashanah were not necessarily the first 2 days of Tishrei, though. It could be the last day of Elul and the first day of Tishrei. Only later on did it come embedded in the calendar, and presumably at the time of Hillel Sheni and Rabbi and Rava, that it's always going to be Aleph and Beis Tishrei, not Lamed Elul and Aleph Tishrei.
Okay, but our author is in the time of the Gaonim, no? Which
right.
Is way out.
Right, so that's why it's revolutionary to say that. Exactly. Okay. קביעתו נחרצת של המשיב, שעשו לבני חוץ לארץ שבארץ ישראל, בייחוד לבני בבל שם, להמשיך לקיים יום טוב שני, מעוררת עניין. Mr. Friedman is interested in this issue here. ואמנם בני חוץ לארץ שעלו לארץ ישראל בתקופת הגונים, now he says it's true that people חוץ לארץ who went up there at the time of the גונים, הוסיפו לחגוג ביום טוב שני, shockingly. Mr. Friedman is going to bring us evidence that they kept Yom Tov Sheni. Gaon Bavli Hora b'tshuvato l'shebnei Africa. Evidently, there is a Babylonian Gaon who paskined in his tshuvas that the people from Africa, meaning Tunisia Shel Hayom, today's Tunisia, Shul Eretz Yisrael, who went up there, so Chayavim l'kayem ba Yom Tov Sheni Shagoliyot. They got to keep Yom Tov Sheni Shagoliyot l'tkufa shel shnei mosar chadashim for 12 months lachar aliyah. Wow. In other words, they're not considered to be B'nai Eretz Yisrael until they've settled there for a year. Today the custom is to consider you Ben Eretz Yisrael immediately, if you came there in order to live there. But back then he said you had to keep it for a year, Chutz La'aretz. It's interesting, totally off point.
Sentence, which is also cute.
What?
Finish the sentence, which is also
yeah, Gai Nasu Nashim Ba'aretz, even they married Israeli women. There's a story brought down Rabbi Shechter, in Nefesh HaRav. He says that the Rav, Rabbi Yosher, was once having a chat with, I think, Lieberman, with Professor Shaul Lieberman. And he was saying, Shaul Lieberman was telling him some exciting new find, which he had found in some manuscript from the Gonim, which contradicted lots and lots of stuff. So Rabbi Yosher is supposed to have said to Shaul Lieberman that, big deal, that my grandfather, Reb Chaim, knew how to learn a lot better than many Gonim. So it's an interesting concept, and it's not incorrect. It means who knows who these the minor Gonim were, right? They're not part of the chain of the Masorah. So therefore, while they're intriguing and interesting, nevertheless, what they say does not necessarily have any halachic significance. Okay.
Well, why is their halachic significance less than that of Rashi or Rabbeinu Tam?
Because they're not part of the chain. Rav Chai Gon, Rav Sadia Gon, Rav Chai Gon, the big guns, yes. But if you find a manuscript in the Cairo Genizah, right, like ours, it might be interesting and it's fascinating, but it can't change the halacha. It's not part of the Masorah, and we don't know who wrote it. So, especially we don't know who wrote it, because then there's no imprimatur whatsoever. Mine written by Tom, Dick, and Harry, whatever names were back in the time of the Gaonim.
In other words, what is part of the chain of the Masorah is what was well known through the Doros.
Right.
I guess that makes some reasonable sense.
Okay.
It's something like the Meiri, which
So Meiri is much more, since the Meiri is quoted in the Shita Mekubetzes and other places, his place is much more solid. Even though you're right, there's a lot of controversy about the Meiri, but much less because the Meiri was known to Rishon. Not all his works were accessible; they were published much later.
Okay.
Okay, so so he goes on. Lumat Zot, the same Gaon, whoever he was. On the other hand, Horash ibn Babel, he passed in the Bible Babel. Sheyesh Bashtei Yeshivot, which has 2 yeshivas, Surim Pumbedisa, Shalul Eretz Yisrael, Chayavim L'Kayim Ba Yom Tov Sheish Galiut, Gam Achar Shanim Harbei, Im B'datam Achzor Babel. If they have mind to go back to Babel at some point, and evidently the fact that it's 2 yeshivas is the reason why people would likely to go back, because it had the 2 main Torah centers of the Middle Ages. So therefore, he's saying if they have das to go back, and even if they're not planning to go back for 10 years, they still have to keep Yom Tov Sheni Eretz Yisrael, which is again a pretty amazing shita here. So if you take a look, the footnote here says that this is from Miller. Miller was not the name of the Gaon, but rather the name of some editor, Gaoni Mizrach Umarov. And it's in Beis Mem Levin's Otzar Gaonim on the Mesechus Pesachim. And it's there's a parallel in Epstein and Freiman's Maaseh Gaonim. And by Margolios, also they have a parallel. Anshe Mizrach Osim Shnei Yamim Tovim Bnei Eretz Yom Echad K'mitzvahs HaTorah, whatever that means. Okay, so so in any event, but nobody knows who this person was. He just appears in many different collections. So therefore, as I said before, there's no reason to assume that take into account. Okay, back to the text. Tzipiyatam shel gonei Bavel shetzon maritam yelchu beikvotehem gam lachar aliyah l'Eretz Yisrael. Their assumption that their flocks would follow them into their custom and their direction, even after they went up there to Yisrael, af yeshuvu mimenu Bavel, and the anticipation that they're going to come back to Bavel, v'lu achar shanim harbe, even maybe after many years, keivan sheish vashtei yeshivot, because it's got the 2 yeshivas. Tuliyabit modedut rabat hashanim has to do with the long-standing friction or competition between shnei merkazei Torah hayirivim, between the 2 rival Torah centers.
What, Eretz Yisrael and Babel?
Yes, in Tver, there was a much more minor center in Eretz Yisrael, primarily located in Tveria. But there was a center in Tveria.
How long did that last? I mean, the Yerushalmi ends, 300-ish?
Yeah, but they come back later on when the persecution stops. In other words, there were I don't know if the yeshiva in Tveria was ongoing the entire time, but by the time of the Gaonim, a couple hundred years later, we find there was a yeshiva in Tveria, which is considered inferior to the yeshiva in Bavel. There was also a yeshiva in Egypt, in Fostat, also considered inferior to the yeshiva in Bavel. But in Eretz Yisrael, they felt, we're Sabras, we're the real guys. Even our yeshiva is somewhat inferior. We don't believe it's inferior, and therefore there was a rivalry.
This is a side question, but during the time of the Bavli, there were also yeshivas in Eretz Yisrael, and I don't know, maybe this is my prejudice, but I get the sense that it was fairly authoritative because you have ki asa rabim, ki asa rabdimi to settle all these questions. Whenever we have these questions, not a lot, every once in a blue moon, some decent percentage of the time, we look for the answer that comes back from Eretz Yisrael. So...
Yeah, but Rav and Shmuel changed that. In other words, Rav and Shmuel, over time, it wasn't immediate. But Rav and Shmuel changed that and started the revolution. As Chutz then made Chutz La'aretz gradually more and more ascendant.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was, by the time of the 2nd generation of Amoraim, it seems that Bavel was solidly entrenched. And if not primary, at least not subordinate.
Okay. So, yeah.
People like Rav Huna and Rav Nachman were not waiting to hear from Israel what was going on.
Sorry?
people like Rav Huna, Rav Nachman, Rav Yosef, the second generation of Amoraim, they weren't waiting to hear what's going on in Eretz Yisrael.
So when were Ravin and Rabdini?
They were in the first generation.
Okay.
They were the first generation. Their grandparents Rabbi Yochanan.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that helps.
I don't know what this means. Re'ei Purkoi. I don't know what this means. Reish Purkoi. I don't know what that's talking about.
Well, it's a row of some kind.
Whatever. Gonei Bavel. Plus Torah Eretz Yisrael. They rejected the maybe it's some Karaite you mentioned before. I don't know what that is. Anyway, they rejected the Torah of Eretz Yisrael. V'tanu yunuta hamuchletet shel Torat Bavel. Right? They
right. What we were just discussing.
Yeah. Yom Tov Sheni Haya Chiluch HaMuvhak was the archetypical distinction, V'Golui Bioter, and the most blatant Ben Yehudei Chutz La'aretz Yehudei Eretz Yisrael. Kamur, L'divei Al Kaksani, who was the Karaite mentioned before, Echad HaRabbaniyim Hevi Rayot Min HaMikra Yom Tov Sheni Be'eretz Yisrael Gufa. He wanted to say it's even necessity to keep Yom Tov Sheni Eretz Yisrael. Savir Laniach Sheyudei Bavel Pshutim Shalu Eretz Yisrael. Okay, I'm not sure Mr. Friedman knows this, but he says it's logical to assume that simple Jews of Bavel went up there. So, Dov Ku B'minhag Avotehem D'Basiyat Yom Tov Sheni Gam Im Lo Yitkavnu Mamash L'Chzor Bavel. Okay? Oh, Sheken, oh, Shalom. We have no if that's true. Al Kaksani Ta'an Shelefi B'nei Bavel HaRabbaniyim, according to the Bnei Bavel, or the rabbinates, as opposed to the Karaites, Bnei Yisrael Rabbanim Chalim Yom Tov, V'ovrim HaMitzvat Lo Tigra. Okay, he's a Karaite. We don't trust him. But he wants to say that the Rabbanim of Chutz La'aretz was so stark, and they're believing on Sheni that they held that Bnei Eretz Yisrael were Mechal Yotiv and were over in Baal Tigra by not keeping Yotiv Sheni. Okay? Because Bnei Eretz Yisrael Rabbanim, and vice versa, according to the Rabbinites in Eretz Yisrael, Bnei Bavel Rabbanim, the Bnei Bavel who were Rabbinites, Chachogim Yomayim, Ovrim Al Lo Tosef. They're transgressing on, adding on. Okay? Again, this is, for our perspective, this is just baloney, because it's not written by a responsible person. But he says here on the bottom, 220, Yeshet Sein Shagam Rav Nisim was one of the Gonim, Lo Yada Ma'ala Shiva Karim Al Tanat Lo Tosef. B'Ksha B'Shel Torah Rav Haigon, B'Hech Yavo Minhag B'Tosefet Al Ma Shekatva Katuba Torah. So Rav Nisim evidently had this problem with Baal Tosef. Generally speaking, Takonis Rabbanon are not Baal Tosef as long as you recognize them as Takonis Rabbanon. Baal Tosef is some rabbis come along and say, we're adding on to the Torah.
Right.
But like you want to say, well, tefillin now requires 5 batin to be Yotzei. But what?
Either you're not Yotzei Midoraita,
Right.
you don't have.
But if I tell you that I'm adding on to Rabbanon, and that the Rabbanon is just a tack on, it's not changing the nature of Mitzvah Doraita, so then it's not really a problem. Notwithstanding what Rav Nissim Gon was asking.
Well, that may be our better understanding of it today.
Yeah, could be. So Mikan Mesik Mordechai Magoliot, Bashel Divrei Al Kaksani, he claimed that according that the words of Al Kaksani, Kikol V'rim Halalu B'Sheki Yisodam. That of course, as I just said before, that Al Kaksani is full of baloney. Being Yom Tov Sheni lo pikpakum yolam b'nei Eretz Yisrael. Shebavel tzichem mechug Yom Tov Sheni. So Bnei Bavel never asserted that in Bavel they shouldn't keep the Yom Tov Sheni. Ve'en kan b'chol rav el hataya bilvad. It's only trying to lead us astray. Al pi ha'idiyot u'menochat l'fanenu, based on testimony which is before us, Mr. Friedman claims, Savir l'niach shachei Yudei Bavel Yudei Eretz Yisrael, lav davka chachamei. It could be that the Hamoin Am, not the Chachamim, Sheginu Eilat Eilat Averot are those who insult each other on those quote unquote Averos, even though they're not really Averos. V'ulam kechol nirei al kaksani klal lo yitkaven liton shekach em omrim, and he wants to say a different spin in order to be down al kaksani el kafschus. He didn't mean to say that. That's what they actually said. El shapish yitotem kacha yitzrichim ayomar. That's what they should have said if they were true to their rabbinite distortions. And evidently Al-Karksani says that explicitly in terms of other things, like you can see here in the footnote 222. Re'el mashal maskana habilti need not the conclusion, which is inevitable. We should say b'nei Bavel lo yechashvu nesim tikefim b'nei Eretz Yisrael. I don't know why. He doesn't say why. But says it's inevitable that the marriages of Bnei Bavel will not be considered effective in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, but again, that's all Al-Kaksani. Mikom back to the text. L'avchana ben Bnei Bavel, l'bein shar bnei chutz la'aretz, b'chagigat Yom Tov Sheni b'Eretz Yisrael, and he's carried b'Teshuvah HaGaon HaBavli. In this distinction, yesh makbilah b'divrei Al-Kaksani, Al-Karkasni, Al-Krakasni. B'Pumuso in his debate in Yaakov ben Ephraim al Shammai, al Shemi, whatever that is. Talmido Reb Sadiagon. Reb Sadiagon was the Karaite enemy, number one. So presumably his Talmidim were also Karaite enemies. Al Shemi Ta'atan Kamur, as mentioned, Shadem Agrim Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Bavel Bnei Eretz Yisrael, B'Davar Yom Sheni B'Dvarim Achim Hein B'Mitzvot Hakel, because Reb Sadiagon holds went all the way back to Sinai. L'divrei Al-Kaksani, yesh gam lomar lo, we have to say to this guy, Ima shamartu nachon, mishiu b'chutz la'aretz, v'zdamnu le'eretz Yisrael. And the people of chutz la'aretz came there, so chayvin la'asot kibnei Eretz Yom Echad. They have to make like bnei Eretz one day. Madu bnei Bavel shemizdamnim le'eretz Yisrael. Why do the Babylonians who come to Israel osim yomayim k'mo shosim b'artzam? Why they make 2 days? Yes, yad chad yomayim. According to you, it's only obligation chutzlarts. The fact that they do this, and they forsake the mitzvah which is coming upon them, mivatelet et ta'anato, negates Al Shemi's contention. Okay, כבר קישרתי בין ההורניסקר של הגאון הבבלי לפנייה של נאמני ארץ ישראל לשלטונות. I already connected between the anonymous Babylonian Gaon who we quoted before and the Bnei Eretz Yisrael supplication to the government. Okay, did we have this before? I don't think so. Evidently, something happened at the beginning of the 11th century. Hanaga Eretz Yisraelit hitnagda. The leadership of Eretz Yisrael was opposed. L'nisyonam shabavlim, to the Babylonian initiative, Shalu La'aretz, initiative of the Babylonians who made Aliyah. Liftach Beit Din Mishalahem Sham. Ooh, politics, right? So it's like the Americans moving there to Israel now setting up their own Beis Din. They'd be clobbered. Nobody's going to accept an American Beis Din, right? So same thing back then. HaKotev Gam Ta'an Shemi Shebikshu Min HaShiltonot Et HaBeit Adin BaBavli. The people who wanted this Beit Din, Tamchu Barosh Shebi Iraq, or Iraq. They so who's the Rosh with whom they're associated? So Shlavil Aniyah Shekamra Rosh Yeshiva Rav Hai Gaon. They wanted to. They were living in Israel, but they still wanted to be subject or subordinate to Rav Hai Gaon. Okay. שרצו להכיר בסמכותו כפוסק ההלכה בארץ ישראל. ההנהגה בארץ ישראל, אמנם הודתה, the leadership of Israel indeed conceded, שהיא כבר הסכימה לפתיחת בתי כנסת בבלים בארץ. They're willing to let the Americans open their own shuls in ארץ ישראל. אבל טענה שזאת הייתה, אבל טענה בתי claim שזאת הייתה רק כדי שיוכלו בהם תפילת יום טוב שני. It's only that the Americans who come from חוץ לארץ could have Yom Tov Sheni Tveil Minyonim. Bate Knesset, Eila Nikra Shema Irakim. These are American shuls. Kesh Leminag Lachol Yom Sheni Achrei Sheim Osim Yom Tov Imanu. They had a day. Roshei Yerushalayim Vitru Lahem. The heads of Yerushalayim let it slide. B'davar Zeh B'Torat Chesed. Okay, for Chesed, they let them keep Yom Tov Sheni. K'dei shepalu b'hem b'Yom Tov Shelahem Shul Macharat Yom Tov Shelanu. That they should daven in those shuls on their Yom Tov, which is the day after Yom Tov, in order after they could celebrate the first Yom Tov with us, together, we're too low, but we didn't want them to go any further than that. So again, according to what he writes before, it's possible these are renegades, not renegades, but people who did not know better, and it's also possible that they were there they were there only temporarily. But in any event, there was the Bnei Eretz Yisrael obviously held that when the Bnei Bavel are in Eretz Yisrael, whether permanently or temporarily, they should only keep Yom Tov Rishon. And the fact that they let it slide and let them keep Yom Tov Sheni should not be precedent to allow them to have their own basement as well. Okay. How much more do we have to finish this section? Not much. One paragraph. Okay. Teshuvah mitparsemet la'el. The Teshuvah which we mentioned before, Me'ida Edut Nosefet. It brings another testimony. Shalima Chadashim Kimu Yom Tov Sheni Be'eretz Yisrael at least for 12 months, right? Hamashiv Lo Yityaches L'Sibat HaMinhag. So well, actually, he says like this. No, the Meshiv in our Teshuvah says that they would keep it, but he doesn't say why they would keep it. Obviously, the people in Chutz La'aretz had to keep Yom Tov Sheni. Because they got out of or tarried to go up there to Israel. Asher Lolim, Asher Olim Hachadashim. One second. Asher Olim Hachadashim for the Irua Mechonan Irua Mechonan B'chayim orienting event in their lives. Change their character, their situation. Shkein Hashem hichziram el artzam kemo sheivtiach. Hashem brought them back like He promised them. V'yisigu et hasimcha gdola v'yakar v'koch v'oso chazaka le'yicholas livnot beit hamikdash she'en milim l'taram. Asulem efo isur michul muchlat. Is therefore absolutely forbidden for them, beliefs yag, without any exception. Belief time without any condition, lead both beyond of Sheni Shagaluyuth, Beretz Yisrael. Okay, now take a look back at footnote. We skipped 226. But it's all sorts of, I have to say, it's all sorts of interesting things. Teshuvah I had no idea about. Me'asirit katav Sal ben Matzliach HaKarai. Okay, so Rabbaniyim beRamle asur moadim shnei yamim, which of course makes no sense. Ramah said so. But with var mipnei shenagu yom. What?
You dropped out. Start over
Okay.
226.
Meli'ah asirit katab sahal ben Matzliach HaKarai שרבנים ברמלה עשו את מועדים יום שני ימים. לברר מפני שנהגו Yom al pi riyat hayarech karaim. That's weird, okay? Again, it's a Karaite claiming this. But what they kept 2 days. One was like the Karaites who still use the sighting of the moon. Yom fi cheshuv aluach Rabbanim, and one day according to their luach. Fascinating. Reishin Pinske Likute Kadmoniot Fina Taratesa. Segel Heir Shes Beiro Shel Sahal Chashud. No kidding. Okay, this is very suspicious. V'shir, but he accepted that they kept 2 days. Shnaguva Ramla Fishitata Rambam, that the Rabbanim and Ramla held like the Brisker Rav, according to the sheet of the Rambam. Shemakom Makom Shelo Igiu Elav Shluchei Beit Din B'zman Shkabut Modim Api Riyat Ha'erech. Any place where the Shluchim will not reach, right? Tzrichim Lasot Yomayim Lachar Kriyat Luach itself make 2 days. V'Ramla Ita Yishu Chadash Shlo Igiu Elav HaShluchim. Okay, so therefore there is the and Reb Chaim Kanievsky in the 10th century. I'm skipping. What?
We just discussed that it was the radius of 2 days. Rav was certainly within this radius of 2 days.
Yes, and so evidently they interpret the Rambam that either radius is not sufficient. It's got to be that they pass specifically there. So,
Okay.
I'm skipping a bit because the Avon Kuri, whoever that is, Zian Kuri, Karaites in Byzantium. Evi asmachta is Rosh Sal, ממקורות שהצביעו על יהודים רבניים בביזנטיון, שכנראה עשו פסח פעמיים. There was such a thing. פסח לפי הרוח הרבני, ופסח פעם לפי הרוח הרבני, ופעם לפי השיטה הקראית. Okay, I'm very, very skeptical. One more line. לעומת זאת הייתה הצעה, conversely, there was a suggestion, קראית, שבשנים שהסבק בחוץ לארץ, הזמן אבי בארץ ישראל ישמעו את הימים הטובים יומיים. שניים, I'm not sure, I guess that was an internal Karaite thing, that they weren't sure when Aviv begins. They kept to this, but that's not important for us. Okay, shkoyach. Every week we get new stuff here.
Wow.
All right. See you again next Shem Sunday.
Okay.
Page 596. Eishtachvayla far me'eretz Yisrael b'chutz la'aretz. Bearing down on the dirt of Eretz Yisrael and chutz la'aretz. Agav to your malat Eretz Yisrael kedusha sa. In passing, telling us about the levels of Eretz Yisrael and telling us Hapal lamed she'asla asos yom yishlam yom tov Sheni, which tell us it's forbidden to make yom tov Sheni in Eretz Yisrael. Ulachan should be at a pasuk, and after the author brought the pasuk, ki rotza abadecha et avoneha vet afara yechonenu. They wanted your servants wanted or just yearned for its stones, and they bestowed their grace on its dirt. The author tells us of a extinct minhag, which there is, to send dirt from Eretz Yisrael to distant places, the chutzarts, in order to bow down on it. So, there's a well-known Ashkenazi minhag from the 13th century. When you bury some chutz la'aretz, you put some dirt from Eretz Yisrael in the kever. That is a well-known minhag which exists still today. Adarabah, the contrary, from the fact that it's to bow down upon it, Baruch HaKavanah, it's clear that the intent is lavat afar Eretz Yisrael chutz la'aretz kidei lekadesh makom pulchan. I don't like that word pulchan. It's about a zoradik. But in order to sanctify a place for worship, la'avodat Hashem. Hakadmonim anam sabru she'ev shavod et Elohei Yisrael admat chutz la'aretz hatmeah. Okay, the Kadmoni, by this he means the Tanakh, I guess. How you can't serve a Kadosh Baruch Hu on land which is tummy, right? Like, I don't think, like the famous pasuk in Tehillim, Ech nashir et shir Hashem al admat nechar. How can we sing the sing of God on foreign land? V'chein David, k'gershuni hayom mistapech b'nachlat Hashem lemor lech avod Elohim achirim. They tossed me out of the portion of God, is when he was fleeing from Avshalom, and told me, go worship another God. From Ruch Chazal, Harei Hu Omer, Yishavti B'Shlom Beit Avi, right? Then, Shein Talmud Lomar, it didn't have to say, Vayali Hashem Li Aya Hashem Li Elokim, when I come back. Yaakov even says, when I get back, God is going to be my Lord. Voimer, it says, but it says, no, I'm going to give you the land of Canaan to be your God there. Kozman, Shatem be'eretz Canaan, areini lachem leloah. As long as you were Canaan, I am your God. Yatem et Canaan, kaviyochol, so to speak, eini lachem leloah, I'm not your God. V'amru said, Kol ador b'chutz la'aretz domek imin shein lo Eloah. And so it was the chutz la'aretz, it's as if they have no God. B'dvar Naaman, shebamikra kvar utza derech lavodah Hashem b'chutz la'aretz. Naaman, who was healed by Elisha of his tzoras, was already proposed a way to worship God in chutz la'aretz. Lo yitan na lavdecha masat tzemet pradim adama. So So he did him. Naaman said he's no longer going to worship other gods besides HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? And he said, Rav Shurgon, he's beer at Shem Beit HaKnesset Shaf Yativ in Narda, Sheber Narda. There was a famous shul in Narda at the time of the Talmud called the Beis HaMikdash, which was the Beis Medrash, which was destroyed and rebuilt. Uvanu Hatam Yechoniah Melchida B'Siyato Knishta. They built over there in Narda a Beis HaKnesset, Beis HaKnesset, the shul. V'yastu b'avanim v'afar, and they found it with stones and with dirt. The itu ba'adeo mean Beit Mikdasha. She brought from the Beis HaMikdash. I don't think that's literal, because I think it would be Me'ila to actually take sticks and stones and dirt from the Beis HaMikdash itself. But anyway, we brought it from the place. I have a Korina law, and they read upon it. Meaning, he says, Shevu Mami Beit HaMikdash, we Korina law, they brought them to the Mikdash, and they called concerning this place, Kiratza Avadecha Davanea, this is the place where we yearn for your stones. The Karyu Shafi Yativ, and they called it that which was destroyed and rebuilt. Kamar Shenasa Hashem Kodesh. So it means that they uprooted it from Eretz Yisrael, Vayashav Kan, and they brought it back to settle down here. In other words, Shafi Yativ was not that place was destroyed and rebuilt, but rather it means they destroyed, or I guess Shaf here means like they kind of removed from the Beis HaMikdash the stones and brought it to Chutz La'aretz to build that shul. So Naaman here is kind of a non sequitur. I don't know why Naaman got into this, but he says
he brought dirt, right?
What? I guess he brought back dirt from Eretz Yisrael,
right,
to Chutz La'aretz in order to build a shul for himself. Okay, so there was a minhag already from the time of Naaman that when you built a mikdash ma'at Chutz La'aretz, you built it with dirt from Eretz Yisrael. That's we. Yeah. Yeah.
So he had to bring dirt back with him to where we're going in order to worship on it.
Right. It's interesting that this minhag has become renewed in our day and age. In many shuls, they bring the Chutz La'aretz Yerushalayim stone in order to build a wall. So now I don't know if they do it specifically because of the Beit HaKnesset Shav Yativ, which existed in Narda, but there is such a thing. Tamesh Anotzrim Hakdumim. Okay, the ancient Christians. Siglu et otashita bivniat knessiotehem. They built their churches this way. מכל מקום יש מסורת שהבזיליקה של כנסייה אחת ברומא מן המאה הרביעית, Santa Croce in Jerusalem, which is a church evidently in Rome, נוסדה על אדמה שהובאה מירושלים, was built on dirt that they brought from Yerushalayim. Interestingly. אמנם המחבר התשובה שלנו לא הזכיר בפירוש בניית בתי כנסת, he doesn't mention specifically shuls. Obviously, it's logical to assume that that's what he intended. מדרב הלשם מנהג זה נהוג עוד בימיו, עד עכשיו. גם משתמע שהחוויה, it also sounds like that bowing down is חלק אינטגרלי של עבודת השם, it's an integral part of עבודת השם, או עיקר עבודת השם. ולא התפילה בישיבה או בעמידה בלבד. And not just standing or sitting during davening. Well, we know that in Bavel, there were people who did, when they did the Filat HaPayim, they did it all the way down to the ground. I believe the Teimanim still have such a minhag, to go all the way down to the ground by the Filat HaPayim. So that there was such a thing. In Ashkenaz, it was never nog, but there was such a thing in Bavel. So, makes sense. Yeah, of course, they had Shtachavaya, but it was specifically part of the Filat HaPayim. Okay.
Right, we only do it today on Rosh Hashanah.
Right. Number 5. Okay, why is it not mentioned in the later books of the Tanakh? I'm not sure what the question is. Later books of...
Because our Teshuvah says that it dates back to the time of...
Bayis Rishon. The end of Bayis Rishon. Right.
So it ought to have been mentioned.
Okay, but you can't ask about things which aren't mentioned. You only ask if things are mentioned inappropriately, but if they aren't mentioned. Lo ra'inu in Araya. Okay, but let's see. Kamur, Al Kakrasani, our friend the Karite, Nigech et Rabbanim, he gored the rabbis. Al Tanash Yom Tov Sheni Nizkar Nirmaz B'Sifrei Mikra, on the basis of their claim, evidently Yom Tov Sheni is mentioned or alluded to in the Tanakh. Harayot, the evidence. Amikriel L'Tanash Yizkru La'el, the evidence which is from the psukim which are brought before, but that you smachta bilbad. Only a smachta of Einan Yodim Miyim Tziat smachta. We don't know who brought up the smachta. V'lamei is beiro shelam eshiv lechisaron zikro shel Yom Tov Sheni shel Goliot. B'sifrei Mikra sheyitchabru la'achar galut. It's from the explanation of the author to the lack of mention of Yom Tov Sheni shel Goliot in the books of Tanakh which were composed after the Golos. Mitbarer, it was clear shesafkanim or mitnagdim l'shmirat hayom hikshul chisaron, that those who had doubt or repose keeping Yom Tov Sheni actually asked concerning this this gap or this missing illusion. It wasn't part of the question which was asked. Why it's not there? It's possible that the background for the question is the determination. Well, it's obvious the background. If the Nevi'im were the ones who said to make Yom Tov Sheni, to continue keeping it. So then, why is not mentioned? The Divrei Yeshiv Shtikat Sifrei Mikra Mucharim Yom Tov Sheni Shegoliot to Siman Simanei Puranut Al Chetei Yisrael Shivnei Galu HaYehudim Me'artzam. It's a sign of the afflictions for which were the result, which Golus resulted. Is core the mention of Nesa Purim b'Milat Gilat Esther Shneimar Baruch HaKodesh. Kanirei B'nei Yeshiv HaYotzei Min HaKlal. It was the exception to the rule, Ha'me'ir al-Kal She'istal Kut Ruach HaKodesh, which indicates the rest was lack Ruach HaKodesh. Kabbalat Yimei Purim Aidei Yehudim Hayta Tekdim L'Kabat Yamim Yuchadim She'inam Nizkarim B'Torah. And it seems like an extra verbiage here, but basically saying that, well, we saw in the Teshuvah, the days of Purim were the precedent for adding days in Chutz La'aretz. B'Teshuvah Acheret Min HaGnizah Huva L'Raya L'Chiyuv Kabbalat Yom Tov Sheni Mishal Goliot. In another tshuva, which Mr. Freeman is citing here from the Genizah, in fact, it also is mentioned that this is precedent for Purim's precedent for Yom Tov Sheni. V'tu mika mida idem Mordechai kavash nei yamim tovim kibum Yisrael v'yom tov dosifu rabbanan lo likabel. If Mordechai added a day, so then shouldn't Yom Tov Sheni be accepted as well? This is from the Teshuvah Rabbeinu Yosef, which is mentioned much earlier. Ulam Kamur Reb Sadia Gon Biyer B'Perusho LeEster Tet Yutet Sheyom Tov Sheish Goliot Haya Takdim Likviat Yimei Purim. It's the other way around. Yom Tov Sheni Goliot was the precedent for Purim. Because Godam Nesa Purim Tzitet HaMeshi Piyut Reb Sadia Gon Hamlamed Shanesa Yadomeh LeNesa Purim. Okay, that did not shed light on anything. Shkoyach. Number 6. תעניתו של רב היומיים. בסוף התשובה תראה כותב קושיה שמן הסתם הקשה השואל בחלקה האחרון של השאלה. There's a question which we assume that the shoel asked. קושיה שאפשר לשחזרה. A question which we can reconstitute. על פי התירוץ based on the answer, על פי קושיה דומה שנשאר רב הייגון. According to a similar question answered by רב הייגון. הקושיה מדוע ישב רבה ביום כיפור שתי יומיים תענית. Why is it 2 days of fast days? וזאת לנורא שיטתו שהמשיב שהקדמונים ידעו את חשבון הלוח. Because if we say that the Kadmonim, the ancient days, knew the חשבון הלוח, ושלויה, ספקא דיומא, why keep 2 days? וכן ישאל רב היי, ומאי ספקא הבולי, ויתיפ בתעניתה תלין יומין. איזה ספק יהיה לו שיושב בשני ימים בתענית? אם היה נוהג בחשבון שבידנו, if we already, the חשבון was already in effect. And if he didn't know the cheshbon, so how do you reckon which day was which in any event? Okay. התשובה שלנו מתירץ המשיב שרב עצם יומיים לא ביום כיפור אלא בתשעה באב. Right? He didn't. It wasn't Yom Kippur because, of course, Yom Kippur was known. V'asher l'Rav Zal Talmi shedimal latzmo shutzam yom b'kippur yomayim. V'rak achmir nafshenu mitav ta'anita b'tisha b'av tchei yomei. Achmir latzmo yashem b'ta'anit tisha b'av shtei yomim. B'diuk kach, in the precise same way, Tiretz Rav Hai shegras Rabbah. Hashta Rabbah hu machmar nafshei b'tisha b'av l'meitav ta'anita tchei yomei kishnei yamim. 2 days, like 2 days. Kach. Friedman emphasized that he's
That's how it was written.
that's written. V'lo tema di kippurei havanaki trei yomei. Don't say that it was 2 days Yom Kippur. Ata yesh lo mar sh'Rabbi machretzo tishba v'shevet tanit shnei yomim ve'encha lomar shu else kippurim shnei yomim. Shelo inhigu anavim et Yisrael b'yichom makom Yom Kippurim ela yom echad bilvad. There was no conduct which accept on itself to keep 2 days Yom Kippur. This is a special avelus for Tisha B'av. Nira Shavayim Yeshiv Tani to Latenu Tanusha Tzoma Kaful Shetzam Rava Loya Bigla Sveka Diyoma. It wasn't because of the Safek, Bigla Stira B'Ktuvim B'Nagel Taricha Kol Kurban. Because it's a contradiction whether the Churban was on Tet or Yud, right? Stirash Chazal Tirtzu Me'amram Shesreifat Beit Mikdash Hechela B'Tisha B'Av. It began at Tisha B'Av V'Kolta Basar B'Av. And in fact, from Namas Bar Yerushalmi, Al Chachamim, I believe it's Rabbi Yechanan, who said Shetzamu. No, Rishon ben Levi. Shetzamu B'Tisha B'Av Asar B'Av. Even in Eretz Yisrael, they fasted 2 days. Bedina Yishmitanim Basri Shabon Yisrat Beit located really fast. That's Yerushalmi should have been on the 10th. Rishon ben Levi tzayim Chiva Asiri. Rabbi Avud tzayim Chiva Asiri. Rabbi Levi tzayim Chiva Leil Asiri. Okay, he didn't fast the whole 10th day, but he fasted part of it. Okay, so that we see that it's not a question of Bavel or Eretz Yisrael. It's a question of what day the Golus was, or the Korban was.
Or the Churban.
Yeah, the Korban. So. תירוצו של רב שמשיב התשובה היה אפשרי, יש כאמור הם גרסו בבבלי ראש השנה, כ"א אמריו, יתיב בתענית טרין יומי, without saying Yom Kippur, so 2 days. חלקי זה בלי ציון שום צום, יום צום, that's telling us which one it was. ולא כגרסת כתב יד אחד מן הגניזה, which says explicitly, אבל יתיב טרין יומי כיפורי, so explicitly 2 days Yom Kippur. גרסה שלפי שעה אינה ידועה ממקום אחר. Okay, even though we don't have a specific source which says it was Yom Kippur, the answer is still difficult. Because the sugya itself in the Bavli oseket b'mufhak b'Yom Kippur. It is clearly told by Yom Kippur. Furthermore, v'or atrutz mitalem mitamu Yerushalmi shalem. Homer shehu gam chashin l'tzoma rabba tzren yomim. There were 2 people who, in fact, there were people who were choshish even for Yom Kippur 2 days. Maaseh bavud Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Yitzchak shetzam yomayim b'Kippur umeit. Okay, so there is such a thing in the Yerushalmi. Take a look at footnote 240. Yesh the third line. Yesh divrei al kaksani. He's echad mechachmei rabbanim me'anshei Maghreb. One of the rabbis from the North Africa, the rabbi, Toen Shapia Hekesh L'Shari Yamim Tovim, based on the comparison to other Yom Tovim, Tzarich L'asot Kippur Yomayim. V'lama Rabbanim Lo Chivu Tabriot Bo. They didn't require this. Ki Einam Yichol Masot, because people can't do this. Ki Ayat Tzarich L'Rat Seif Tzom Yomayim, because you would have to do a 2-day fast. So skipping down, Anshe Maghreb. B'mazurat nimui amagraba ktaviyat nizkar amagaria. Who are these people? So hainu kat hamearot. Okay, I thought the Maghreb was meant Ma'arav, and it meant like the North Africa. He's saying Maghreb means caves. I'm not aware of that, but he doesn't explain it. So be that as it may, we'll skip it. Okay, let's go further back to the text. Page 600.
Turn the page. Okay.
Vulamit Baresh Rav Hai Chazar Bo Mitrutzoze. He reneged on the Teshuvah answer. Kacha Teshuvah Ktu Ashi Hediru Avram Marmerstein Binyamin Moshe Min Hashem Levin B'Shibushim Mesuyamim. There's another Teshuvah of Igon which has been copied with certain distortions. I am copying from the manuscript. To keep to the Zot B'chein Higon Vim et Yisrael Mitchat HaGoliot Shosim Yom Tov Shnei Yamim Av Yom HaKippurim Ein Osim El Yom Echad Lefi Cheshbon HaYibur V'zot Brura Hi Uminhag Adayin Ben Yisrael Rav Adav Tanei Tatrei Omei and Rav Hai in this Teshuvah assumes it was Yom Kippur. Midei Teira Hayo said was an extra measure. Sheino Chaya Ba, it wasn't required to V'lo Ra L'Adam L'Asot Kain, and he didn't tell anybody else to do it besides himself. The Mir Rav Nachman Yitzchak Yati Tanita Kule Yoma Lepania. The Rav Nachman Yitzchak was fasting the entire day of Yom Kippur. That evening, Atahu Gavra, some person came. Amar Lein said to him, L'Machar Yom Rabbah. Rava, that tomorrow's Yom Kippur in Israel, Lo Haya Alav L'Kabel Imanu L'Chush Midvarav. He didn't have to listen to him because he knew his calendar was correct. He chashash l'dvarav, and if he did, midai terasa v'lo shubachma. Okay, if he did, it's not. It's an additional measure which it should not be praiseworthy. Roshashu Teshuvah zu chaser. V'en bo yichus mefurash al meshiv. The Teshuvah, the beginning of Teshuvah is missing, and there's no clear cut. Not sure what he means by that. No clear cut address by the responder. Marmashnik Varasha Mishpat V'zot Agzar Mimot HaNeviim Harishonim B'chulei B'chein Higu Shabarosh Muvakan Zehei Kimat Milah B'milah. It's almost identical word for word. The Mishpat Mishpat Rav Hai L'Kabas. Shav Nisim Tzitek B'Sheila Shesha'al Et HaGaon Al Yom Tov Sheni Gzeira Mimot HaNeviim Harishonim B'chein Higu. So it's consistent. Muchei Kimat V'Vadu K'mara. So it's almost certain Rav Hai Katav Gam Teshuvah. Rav Hai Usham Asar Taidiyah. Rav Hai is the one who notified everybody. Shehil Nasi Pirsem Et HaLuach B'Shnat Taral Ishtarot. That Hillel Sheni was the one who published the Luach in the year to Tafresh Ayin, 358-359, the Sfirat HaNotzrim. Otachu HaSekhet Bin Mufhak B'Machzor Shel Chas Reishon. And that Teshuvah is specifically deals with the 19-year cycle. Shavai lo yichis la'alel at kviyat haluach b'tzurato sofit b'shleimuta. Right, if I didn't say that Hillel Sheni that did it, that made the kviyat haluach. In other words, he's the one who publicized it, not that he made it. And this only happens, first time we see this, really, is in the 12th century. Really. Before that, they just...
Okay.
What? Yeah, somebody suggested that Hillel actually, Rav Hai did not give Hillel credit for saying Luach in place, and that the first credit appears in the 12th century. Rambam does not give Hillel Sheni credit. Rambam says it happened in the days of Bayin Rava. Doesn't say Hillel Sheni did it.
Really?
Yeah.
Bayin Rava were later.
Bayin Rava was the same time as Hillel Sheni. They were in Chutzlah, they're in Babel. He was in Eretz Yisrael. But in these Teshuvahs which we have on the 2 days potentially of Yom Kippur, like in the question which the author Bar Teshuvah was asked, and his response, it's clear that the Luach was at the days of Rava, which was parallel to the days of Hillel Sheni. The Luach was specific and detailed. He didn't change his mind to say that the Luach was somehow not made at that time. It was already extant at that time. But it was difficult to say what he said that was talking about Tisha B'Av.
Okay. Question.
Yeah.
Hillel Sheni was also Makadesh all the Chadashim going forward from his time, was he not?
Not according to the Rambam. According to the Rambam, there's the famous Machlokas Ramban. That's what the Ramban says. The Rambam says that Hillel Sheni, if he did anything, it doesn't mean that Hillel Sheni in the Mishnah Torah, as far as I call, but he set the Luach in motion. But he says the Kiddush HaChodesh is done tacitly and implicitly by the Jews living in Eretz Yisrael every month at Bias Gold Tzedek. He says if there would be no Yishuv in Eretz Yisrael at all, there'll be less than 10 Jews, the whole Luach would collapse. Because the Rambam says no prospective Kiddush HaChodesh.
And the Ramban says?
It's Ramban's Kiddush. That there's the Hillel Sheni is Mekadosh all Chodashim till Bias Mashiach.
What is his source, or is that was just his Kabbalah?
That was just his Kabbalah, it seems.
Where does he say this? Just
in the Sefer HaMitzvahs. The Machlokas in the Sefer HaMitzvahs, if I recall correctly. But if it's not in Sefer, I think it's in Sefer HaMitzvahs. I don't remember. It's probably on Chodesh Zilchem Rosh Chodashim. This week's Parsha.
Mitzvahs what? Yeah, this Parsha. Okay.
Yeah. Second. I have a Sefer HaMitzvahs here somewhere. Not sure the Rambam has them, but the Rambam's mitzvahs don't go in order of our mitzvahs. He has his own order, so.
I remember being taught that in Yeshiva without really any background as to what the source was for that.
I don't even see where he has the list here. I think it says Seder Torah. It's nice. Frankel puts them in order of the Parshias. It's very nice. So Bo, Kiddush Goyesh, Kuf Nun Gimel, and the Ramban. Yeah. Mikah, this is the Rambam. Mitzvah Kuf Nun Gimel.
You know what? I can go get my copy if you want to wait 1 second. Okay.
When I said the Rambam doesn't bring down Hillel Sheni, it's a Mishnah Torah. In the Sefer Mitzvahs, I believe he does. So it's a Mitzvah Kuf Nun Gimel and Mitzvah Taseh Kuf Nun Gimel.
Give me a page.
You have the same Rambam?
Yes, I do.
Page Reish Samach Beis.
Okay.
So, V'kan Shoresh Gadol Mishoshei Emunah. Lo Yadei V'lo Yitbonem B'mkomo Ela Mishadato Amukah. It's big Shoresh and Emunah, and you got to have deep understanding for it. V'zeh sheyotenu yom b'chutz la'esmanim b'mlechet ha'ibur shebiyadeinu. That which we count from Rim, shezeh yom Rosh Chodesh, tonight's Rosh Chodesh Shvat, v'zeh yom Yom Tov, lo b'bnei cheshboneinu nikba'eu Yom Tov b'shum panim. It's not because of the Luach. Ela mipnei shebeit din hakadosh b'Eretz Yisrael kfar kavu zeh yom Rosh Chodesh o Yom Tov. They determine it. Ne'amram shezeh yom Rosh Chodesh o Yom Tov yeh Rosh Chodesh o Yom Tov. It doesn't matter how they did it. That's not our concern. Because now better how they determine it, basically. The reckoning station היום שקבעו הם, צמא בני ארץ ישראל בו ראש חודש. כי מלאכה הזאת בעצמם מונים וקובעים היום, ולא בראייה. אבל קביעתם נקסמוך, ולא חשבוננו. אבל חשבוני גילוי מילתא ואין זה מאוד. Our cheshbon is just a gilui, it's not the actual way it works. But now comes this Famous paragraph. V'ani osif l'cha b'yur. Let me add an explanation to you. Ilu efshar derech mashal shebnei Eretz Yisrael ye'adru me'Eretz Yisrael. If there be no Jews in Eretz Yisrael, chalila hakel me'asot zot. Chas v'sholom Hashem Sheb brings this thing about. Ki yiftiach shelo yimacheh oto tomah mikol makol. Because he promised it will never be eradicated. V'lo yeh sham beitin, v'lo yeh b'chutz la'aretz beitin shenismoch ba'aretz. Hinei cheshbonenu zeh lo yoilenu az klum b'shum panim. It won't work. Fi she'ein lanu reshut shenachshov b'chutz la'aretz v'naber shanim v'nekbah chodeshim el b'neim hatayim kan yizkar kol shbiyarnu. Ki mitziot teitzei Torah u'dvar Hashem Yerushalayim. שיתבונן מי שיש לו שכל שלם לשונות התלמוד כמנה הזאת, יתברר לו כל מה שאמרנו באור אין ספק. Okay? So, somewhere he says that there have to be, I mean, he's saying, here he says, it sounds like he says there has to be a basin. At the end of the paragraph, beginning of the paragraph, he just says there has to be Bnei Eretz Yisrael. There have to be people living there. And that's the way we assume to be the case. And then the Ramban, here in his commentary, his Hasagos, he's the one who says that no, we don't need Bnei Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael, we need, because Hillel Sheni was Mekadosh Chodashim prospectively for all time.
Okay. All right. I don't see exactly where he says it, but all right.
I'm going to see exactly where he says it. He says it... if you take a look on page Reish Samach Dalet.
Reish Samach Dalet, yeah.
Second column in the Ramban. Towards the bottom, there's an indentation. There's a tab that says Amapea Koshia Gadol.
It says what?
The Ramban is on both sides of the Rambam, right?
Inner column or outer column?
Inner column. Inner column, okay. About 2/3 of the way down, 3/4 of the way down. It says Avamar Pei.
Okay.
Amar Pei Koshia Gadol Azeh Shu Sherapil Anasi. בנו של רבי יהודה הנשיא, שתיקן חשבון העיבור, הוא קידש חודשים, ודיבר שנים, הראויים להתעבר, לפי מניינו, עד שיבוא אליהו ז"ל. Okay, we can spend more time on this after we finish the Teshuvah if you want, but... what?
That's interesting.
Okay? Now today we've gone long enough, but a different time we'll come back to it.
All right.
All right?
All right, yes, Shukla.
Baruch to you. Have a good week.
You too. Bye.
Okay, so we're up to page 601, section number 7, Nekudot Lesikum. הצורך להצדיק את שמירת יום טוב שני של גלויות לנוכח קביעת הלוח, the necessity of justifying, continuing maintaining Yom Tov Sheni at the time that the calendar was known to be set, שביטלה בחוץ לארץ את הספק בידיעת היום המועד בארצו שבארצו, where any doubt was removed from knowledge of the specific day or proper date which could be Yom Tov, העמיד את החכמים מפני אתגרים יוצאי דופן. Okay, so this is not a particularly yeshivish approach. More approach to point this out. In other words, this fellow is being an academic. I don't like academics, by the way, because academics usually approach matters of Torah without any yiras shamayim. They just approach them academically. Not only that, although in yeshivas we also have this directive, or it's a better word for that, this this is a fancy word, but I'm missing it right now. This primary charge, but that's not the right word either. To be mechadesh, the way we what primary what injunction. I'm not sure that's the right word either. But there's a prime mover to be mechadesh. But we're mechadesh yeshivas. We try to be mechadesh in ways which respect the authorities which came before us and precedent and the greatness of those generations. When you're mechadish in academia, so that means you're doing much better if you can undermine and disrupt and deconstruct everybody who came before you. So Mr. Friedman evidently is no exception to that, and he cannot take a tshuva which gives a rationale for Yom Tov Sheni at face value and say that maybe this actually is the reason for Yom Tov Sheni. No, rather the Rabbanim were faced with a challenge of how to maintain their authority of Yom Tov Sheni, and they had to come up with something, right? Especially because Hakaraim lo hagula Rabbanim al minhag shenifrem mufrach yisodo. The Karaites were mocking the rabbis on their minhag, which seems to be undermined from its basis. Harabbanim itkashu lidchot et tanat hakaraim. The rabbis had difficulty rebutting the complaints of Karaim. Latztich livnei Yehudim hane'emanim masoret Chazal, and to justify before the Jews who are trustworthy to the Masorah of Chazal et kiyum minhag, to sustain the minhag. Nisyonoteim sheres Sadigon of Haigon lamo b'peretz, to stand in the breach. Holidu shitot shegulim b'hem hamatmiya v'adochak. So the shitos involve that which is astonishing and that which is difficult. Shem yichsu l'masoret kedosha mimoshe Rabbeinu et Teshuvah luach. The two of them attributed to a lineage of a Masorah, a line of Masorah, with a holy Masorah. From Moshe Rabbeinu, the determination of the luach. So the ibush shetafaset mikoma shel kviat chodeshim al pi riyat reach, which was in fact actually primary and the basis of Kviyat HaChoshim Riyat Reach, which according to them was of secondary significance.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I mean, I think it was thought that it seems pretty clear they had the Masorah. The Soda Ibor was known to them, right? I mean, it's the mission in Rosh Hashanah.
Yes, yeah.
The Rabbi Gamliel had this luach with shapes of the moon and all that stuff. So why is it such a contradiction?
Because he feels that since the Gemara itself does not ever say explicitly that the Mekadosh al Pi Re'iyah, that for a Masadi going of Haigon to come up later and say the Mekadosh al Pi Cheshbon, and Masadi going of Haigon to come on later and say that is objectionable. Now we have a principle, certainly concerning Rabbeinu Hananel, who is of the same opinion, according to Rabbeinu B'chai and others, as a Masadi of Haigon, that Dvarav should call the Dvarav shall divrei Rabbeinu Hananel Kabbalah Hema. In other words, he had a Masorah just like other Go'onim had a Masorah. And so the Go'onim themselves had a Masorah. So therefore, it is a bit pretentious of Mr. Friedman to be the one to determine who's saying what's Doichak and what's not Doichak. Okay? But he continues in this vein. Pishonosh of Sadigon Akusha Shenavah, Minat Hitalut Ben Aminhag, מן התלות בין המנהג בין הספק בקביעת המודים בארץ ישראל, ספק שכבר לא היה קיים, the resolution of Reb Sadigon to the difficulty which it emanates from the linkage between the minhag of 2 days and the suffix in what date this was determined in Eretz Yisrael. Suffix shekvar lo haya kayam, which is suffix which no longer existed. Haya chashata zikar shebeneim. The way he resolved this by denying the correlation between them. L'dvarav, according to his words, me'olam lo kavu chachamim rashi chodashim al pi riyat yarech. They never determined Rosh Chodesh based on the sighting of the moon. Yom Tov Hashem shekol yot. Chayvim lishmor, we have to keep in the issue gzeirah shegazar kadosh baruch hu mitzvah b'li tam. Well, every mitzvah is b'li tam until we find the tam. That's not exactly the case. The case could be exactly the reason why. It'll be the exact reason why the author of this tshuva gave. But that again doesn't fit Mr. Friedman's bias. Rav Haigon Hoda, Rav Haigon concedes, that's nice of him, Ki cheshbon ze shviyadenu, that this reckoning which we have, asher choshvin, ayu choshvin, they reckon, kasher anu osim, kach yosim, mitchilat hagola mimen, v'im b'cheshbon ze ayu nagim, that this is constantly what they used to follow. Shesh lebeitin shel shlosham shelosh. I think Shel Sham, based in Eretz Yisrael. Shel Sham, based in Eretz Yisrael, L'shanot b'mnei haTorah to change if necessary. L'dvarav, קביעת החודשים על פי ראיית הירח היא עובדה היסטורית. The determination of the months based on the sightings of the moon was a historical fact. שמקורותינו בתקופת העמודית מעידים עליו עדות ברורה, which is clear from our Talmudic sources. הייתה זיקה אמיצה. There was a strong correlation. איפה בין יום טוב שני לבין ספקא דיומא, between יום שני and the suffix. כיוון שכבר נותקה הזיקה בין יום טוב שני לספקא דיומא, but since that has already been severed, נימק רב היי את המשך המנהג, רב היי explained the continuation of the מנהג, בהתאם לכתוב בתלמוד בבלי, בסמכותם שמתקני המנהג, according to that which it says in Talmud Bavli, he pegged it to the authority of those who fix the minhag. Shavhi nitkadsha b'mitzvat HaKadosh Baruch Hu, whose authority, obviously the rabbinic authority, is sanctioned by Hashem. Because maybe things will change. V'shuv yikba'u et roshei hachodashim al pi riyat erech, and maybe they're going to go back to going according to the moon. Oh yeah, ilutz acher, some other compelling reason. Meshiv Tshuvatenu, our author placed derech mishalo, paved his own path. Mistaber makes sense. Shunei latzlit moded, that he must have had to contend. Lo hakim hatkofoteim shel karaim, not just with the attacks of the Karaites, misfekoteim and the doubts shel hane'amanim l'Torah Sheba'al Peh, those who are true to Torah Sheba'al Peh, shelo ivinu madu aleim yamshich et minhag yom tov shei shel galuyot, who no longer understood why they had to continue this minhag. Haya alav itmoded mineged gafim yudim. There were even Jews who enveloped their minhag of 2 days Yontav with a cloak of kedusha. The Daf Kubala Chasha Alu Eretz Yisrael continued it after they went up to Eretz Yisrael. V'chein am im Yudei Eretz Yisrael, and similarly, or vice versa, with the Jews of Eretz Yisrael, shechashashu l'keim b'chutz Eretz Yom Tov Sheni shel Rosh Hashanah. They were afraid to keep Yom Tov Sheni of Rosh Hashanah Chutz La'aretz. Mukavut Henyan Dalshat Teshuvah Mitshuvot Mituch Kabot. The complexity of the matter required wise teshuvas or strategic teshuvas, v'tziratiot and creative teshuvas. Sheish b'hem mishum smol docha v'yimin mekarevet. That would have a left hand pushing aside and a right hand drawing near. L'shitato, according to his opinion, b'tekufat bayit rishon kan yireh kavut or shei chodashim al pi riyat yarech. In the time of the first Beis HaMikdash, they did determine based on the moon. B'galud Yechonia, by the time of the Galus of Yechonia, chlitu l'kvotam al pi chishuv haluach. They decided to switch over to a cheshbon, sheyaya b'yedei mimsod Moshe Rabbeinu, which they already had from Moshe Rabbeinu's time. L'sif Yom Tov Sheni, to add a second day. It's not because of the suffix of Dei Rabbi El Kipitzui, but as a reparation, uklimura, and a exchange. Thank you. In lieu of going up to Eretz Yisrael, u'korbanot u'simchat hachag, and for korbanos and the joy of the holiday. This was a voluntary contribution. Which those who went to Galut to themselves they lodot lakel achasadav, to thank Hashem, and to request him the fulfillment of his promise, to return us to Zion, in order to look for being close to him. They had to maintain their connection to it, and they certainly receive reward for it. Lumat Zot, on the other hand, Yudim, Sheshavu mi Bavel Eretz Yisrael, the ones who went back from Eretz Yisrael, Yisigu Ramah Ruchanitu mimush lumi v'simcha, they achieved a higher spiritual level and a national realization, a national crystallization, v'simcha and joy, Shepatru Hatam Legamrei min Tosefet HaGalutit, which will allow them to be free completely from that Golistic addition. בתקופת שיבת ציון, כאשר שאלו היהודים שישבו בחוץ לארץ, אם מותר להם יום טוב אחד, מותר להם לנהוג יום טוב אחד כמו בני ישראל, when at the time of the return to Zion, the Golos Jews asked the Bnei Eretz Yisrael, can we keep one day like them? השיבו להם חכמי ארץ ישראל, מנהג אבותיכם בידיכם. כלומר, מצבכם בגלות כמצב אבותיכם, ולא נשתנה. It hasn't changed. אין יכולים לדעת באיזה מידה צריכה תשובה בשעתה, לצמצם בעיני מקבליה את הספקות להרחיק את המחלוקת. We cannot know to what extent did it manage to diminish in the questions in the questioner's eyes, and this is machlekas. I'm not sure we don't know. I think we do know. Yom Tov Sheni succeeded. Even if you maintain, like Mr. Friedman, that the main issue arose sometime in the Common Era, nevertheless, we see that until the 1800s and the Reform movement, Yom Tov Sheni held its own all over Am Yisrael.
But I think his point is, how much credit does this Teshuvah get
for
that?
Yeah, we don't. That's true. We don't know how much Teshuvah this. Yeah, I can see that point. This Teshuvah, we have no idea, and probably very little because nobody knew about it until very recently. Okay, fair. Number 8, finally, שאלת זהות המחבר ועשיית ראש השנה בארץ ישראל יום אחד ויומיים. החכם בתלמודי היחידי, the post-Talmudic sage, the only post-Talmudic sage mentioned on the Yizkar B'Teshuvah and this Teshuvah, who Reb Saidigon, שיזכר בברכת המתים. מוכח אם כן, שתשובה, it says, no, it says זיכרונו לברכה about him, right? מוכח אם כן, שהתשובה נכתב בין שנת 942, שנת פטירתו של רב סיידיגון, לבין אמצע המאה ה-12, to sometime in the middle of the 12th century, the 1100s. תקופת פעילותו שמעתיק הכתב יד, מנצור בן אברהם, the period in which מנצור בן אברהם, the scribe, was active. כנזכלל. לפחות בשלושה או בארבעה מקומות בתשובה, יש דמיון לרב האי. There are similarities to the words of Rav Haigon. He says in the footnote, he tells us they are. בשיטה שהנביאים הם שהיו בתקופת גלות יחוניה וקביעת הלוח, על פי סוד העיבור, that which it says that it was based on, it happened, the initial directive came out in time of Yechonia, based on the Luach, והנהגת יום טוב שני על כלליהן הנהגתו, and how Yom Tov Sheni is carried out. ותיעוד שרב היה יושב בתענית יומיים בתשעה באב, and this in the answer that Rava didn't sit 2 days of Yom Tainus on Yom Kippur rather than Tisha B'Av. What? Bracha b'chatimat Teshuvah. I guess the language of the bracha, the answer was similar also to Rav Haigon. Aval barur l'chaltin she'ein hu mechabra shel Teshuvah zu. He cannot be the writer of this Teshuvah, even though Rav Hai was after Rav Saidigon. Kacha mi'idim lo rak hakoteret Rav Hai Zal, right? Says that he was Zal at the time. V'chuli haktava b'ktav v'yad achei Teshuvah zu. Lifnei Teshuvah Abba, which is written before and after the Teshuvah. El sheparosh yishna tochen advarim. So it's at the content. V'karamati orach ha'mechkar u'bichura b'piska kodemet ha'tim ben Teshuvah zu lem l'tosh Rav Hai. And I already noted the distinctions between this Teshuvah and Rav Hai. Biglal chashivuto, because of its significance. Ani madgish kan, I emphasize again at the Sheni Amoti, the fundamental difference. B'yachasem shel Haigon, in the as of Haigon, v'yeshiva Teshuvah, v'chagigat Rosh Hashanah Be'eretz Yisrael, which Rav Haigon also in terms of celebrating Rosh Hashanah Eretz Yisrael. Kamur Rav Hai, Hora b'feirush, he said explicitly, sheb'bnei Eretz Yisrael tzrichim lasot at Rosh Hashanah Shnei Yomayim. They have to make Rosh Hashanah 2 days. Then Yeshiva Lebi B'Sher Tzil tzrichim lasot Rosh Hashanah Yom Echad Bilvad. B'shtei mekamot levachot mishtameh kach levadaut, which is very strange. Because at that time, everybody agrees Rosh Hashanah was kept 2 days in Eretz Yisrael. So Rishon, Omer HaMeshiv, Sheshabei Tzion Asu Tamoed Yom Echad, which is true. The takana to make Rosh Hashanah 2 days is the takana of Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai. It wasn't the takana of the Nevi'im Rishonim. Moshe Amar Vayigah Chodesh Hashiv Bnei Yisrael Areihem. V'amar Ke Yom Kadosh Alei V'al Teyatzu Hainu Rosh Hashanah Yom Echad B'Areihem. One day, בעקבות זאת שאלו יהודי בבל, מה חייבים לעשות אם יעשו דוגמתם, יחוגו יום אחד ויתמידו בעשיית יומיים. Hamishib ikvi b'shitato. Our author is systematic response. Because the question about places which are distant from the Beit Avad, the essential location. לשיטת המשיב ספק זה בטל כאמור כבר בגלות איכוניה כאשר החילו לקבוע את החשך לפי חשבון והתעלם מן המקורות ההם. This is not true. Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai did not make that takana because of distance from Beit Avad, but rather because nitkalkalu alavim b'shir, and because they said the wrong shira. And even there, Makadosh Al Cheshbon, we all agree, even Saigon and the Meshiv, that at the time of the Beis Hamikdash, when there was a Sanhedrin, the Sanhedrin would go according to Eidos in order to demonstrate the validity of the Luach as well. So therefore, if the Eidos came late on what should have been Av Tishrei, the Levim would have said the wrong shir. So therefore, there had to be 2 days Rosh Hashanah, even at the time of the existence of the Beis Hamikdash. במקום השני יזכר משיב את חששם שיהודים היהודים מארץ זו לחוץ לארץ לעשות שם 2 ימים טובים שהם יעברו בזה הכלל לא עדו. Maybe they're going to be over the principle that Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday are not supposed to be Rosh Hashanah, which we took to be total Amaratus. Right? Because we said that first day of Rosh Hashanah can't be on one of those days because of Yom Kippur being coming before or after Shabbos, because Shmini Atzeres, Rosh Hashanah Rabbah, coming out on Shabbos. They were afraid of a bogus prohibition. It's not, there's no problem again. Rosh Hashanah, Yomayim El Yom Echad Bilvad, Boto Yom Yalam, Lo Chabadu. This is baloney. Just because these people are Amaratzim, it doesn't matter where they're Amaratzim, they're always Amaratzim. I'm not sure what he's saying. Unless he's saying that they kept, I don't know what he's saying. The fact that they're Amaratzim doesn't prove anything. He says that in the footnote he says he's going to talk about this some other place, but in some other article he's going to write. Despite the difference between their approaches, it's possible they live in that generation or not long afterwards. The similarities, despite the differences, you can teach us that also he was influenced by Rabbi Gon. מתקבל דעתי שמחבר היה חכם מחכמי ארץ ישראל. קרוב להניח שהיה גאון ארץ ישראלי. That's actually a oxymoron. There were no gaonim in Eretz Yisrael because the gaonim were the Rosh Yeshiva in Bavel. But he means the Rosh Yeshiva. As is already customary in the late Gaonic period, his Talmud was Talmud Bavli. But he combined elements of the Yerushalmi. And of course, we can identify the Zionist elements, the proto-Zionist elements in the Teshuvah, which praise the Aliyat Eretz Yisrael, and the repudiation of those who refrain from doing so. Okay, I think next week, actually, we're going to go quickly through the Teshuvah from beginning, the Teshuvah itself. From beginning to end, just as a chazara, and then we'll go on, from there. Okay? Okay. Have a good week. Yitzhak Hashem, see you next week.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so again, from page 562. That was determined at some point in history to rely on the moon when determining the Rosh Chodesh. Not on the calendar. I should grow some Mikroy Kodesh. That's determining what the Yom Tov. And in other matters, there would be an obligation for this to be accepted before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? In other words, for other, this has ramifications, right? and those ramifications are going to be intact according to what Chazal determined. In other words, it goes by what is determined by Beis Din. What the death penalty is not encompassed in some abstract sense, but only based on how Beis Din refracts the halacha. I don't think it's Baraz Beis Din, but maybe not that I recall, but could be there is something involved there. But something called Adas Yisrael, who machalem eifo ala onesh ala shgaga. So Kodesh Baruch Hu forgives them on any punishment which comes to them because of an inadvertent mistake of Beis Din. Lo onesh ala chet bizadon, not a punishment on chatoim bizadon. So therefore, if Beis Din was wrong, this would be a deliberate undermining of the calendar, and they would have no right to do that, and they'd be punished by that. So therefore, must be, since there is no, so if it's not shgaga, it's zadon, which it is over here. So therefore, it's got to be that Beis Din had the authority to do this. What?
Okay.
The wise woman from Tekoa said to David, the entire family wants to kill my son who killed his brother. And when he took a shvuah not to, that this will not occur, she critiqued him, and she asked him, why did you think that this was something which the Am Hashem, which Jewish people would have possibly done? They wouldn't have done something of this sort, because you don't kill somebody unless they are deliberately killed somebody else. So that's what he brings out here in the footnote. From the Radak, lo tziva makom largo, im largo b'meizid ve'edim atzro k'dei ma'it shvichus damim, v'im harago shogeg. So as if he kills him, shogeg is not chayev. And all this, the Mr. Friedman here says, all that is nice, but tangential to the tshuva itself. Okay, so now we get to the tshuva itself. Initially, when the nation was taking the Golos into the distant lands, they expected that they'll come back quickly. And they trusted that the Beis Hamikdash is supposed to be eternal. This is why the Golos would be a chanya. Right? The Beis Hamikdash still stood. And they figured we're going to be back soon. Soon we're going back to the Al-Zulasama, Markasuv, Lo Aminu, Malche, it should be Malche. Malachai? No, Malche. It's a mistake. Look at 39. It says, in the Pasuk it says Malche. It says, Lo Aminu Malche Eretz, Kol Yoshvei Sevel B'Gomer. There's a pasuk in Eicha. It says, "Lo aminu kol yishmei sevel tzera," that this tragic thing would happen to the Beis Hamikdash, that it'd be destroyed. So the kings of the land didn't expect this to happen. And who are these people? Mehem anshe Yichud Gos Yichaya. They were the ones who didn't expect it to happen. Shem ne'amar v'samti yenayalem l'tova v'ashiv osim l'Eretz Hazos. And in fact, there's a promise from the Kodesh Baruch Hu they're going to be returned to Eretz Yisrael. V'nasayim v'lo aros and tatim v'lo aros, and won't destroy v'lo tatim, and plant it v'lo tosh, and won't forsake them. So they were ready in Bavel for these years before the Churban Beis Hamikdash, and they're upset that they can't go up and go lasos and do as a korbanos mitzvahs acheros. They're going to the korbanos and the mitzvahs. V'chamal ne'em al kol yishtabach. Shem had mercy upon them. V'yichishes tevtachzuso v'avkam zos. He gave him a promise, not a promise to bring them back, but b'yosem be'etzavim lo mastim v'lo galtim chalo somla febrisitam, that he's still going to remain true to his bris. Vayar batzar lehem vaytein somla rachamim, and they had generally a good sojourn in Bavel, right? V'yem asher asah b'zeh b'dvarav kisimchem elokim v'hishiv v'hishev. He's safe. As lay Melch Ashur lehem. The king of Assyria was nice to them. Yonta Mina Moadim Shiva Ale Hashem Alayam Soda Ibor HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they decide, you know what, we're stuck here for a while. Hashem is giving us a nice time in Golus, but we're in Golus, right? That's a problem. So therefore, they decide on every Yonta which HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded. Every Yonta which we have, Sukkot, Shavuos, Sukkot, Pesach, Shavuos, Yom Mayim. The first is the obligatory one, as an exchange, in lieu of Laliyah Larego, Kabar, Shem Yecholim Lasos, and of course they cannot come before anymore. And because they're great simcha, they're great simcha, and they wanted to elaborate it. I'm Thursday, Rekos of Ashia, Lachem Klis Kadesh Chag, Simchas Levav Kolech B'Chalil. You gotta have this great simcha, like on the first night of Pesach, and you also have to, your heart, even though you're not allowed to play a flute, has to be, alive with the spirit of a flute. In order to quest for the connection to Kodesh Baruch Hu, in order to be diligent in their thanks, Chasadav on his kindness, of course, that eventually should return to so. And also, to remember that great simcha, so it shouldn't be forgotten. Am I questing the closest to God by adding the second day? By accepting upon themselves, in this way went because where they added on, because of the simcha, a whole 7 days, to the first 7 days. But besides that, the way we learned the Teshuvah, the Shmini Atzeres was also a tack on, in the sense that they could have gone home, they could have left at Shmini Atzeres, right? They started to wait an extra day. In other words, after that, and they didn't leave to the Sukkot. But it's not clear if that was the case. That's actually what we're referring to here. Could be just the fact that they added 7 days to the 7 days of the Simcha. There's a double thing here. So let's skip the end parentheses. There too, they made an additional 7 days. Right? Out of their own volunteerism. They added to this, they added 2,000 heads of cattle and 17,000 heads of sheep. And I think that, whatever difficulties we had the first time around and tried to kvetch out an extra day, I think the simple shot is that just adding 7 days to the 7 days. That's when there's such a thing as Tosefes Simcha, adding on to the Simcha. That was the precedent for the Tosefes Simcha of Yom Tov Sheni. And this is why they add on this. V'torah matzav, and this is described. Because there's an additional 7 days, right? And they even went further. That people are tamei. And those are the people. Most of the people who came up on the Rego, they're mostly tamei. They allowed them the chos hakorban. Nemar bezos kimar bisam itorah v'lo yechlus hapesam b'lo kakasuf. Most of them were not Torah, and they ate the Pesach Shalom Lo Kakasuf. They even stretched the rules. As opposed to that which they commanded when the second year of the Mitzrayim, everybody has to be Torah. All these things were acceptable to God. As it's clear from the Pasuk, there's a nevuah which says that everything was accepted by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, when Hashem decreed, okay, it's time to rebuild the Beis Hamikdash, and he urged the people to do it. As Russell promised his help. And he aroused the spirit of courage, the Cyrus, king of Persia. And he called there, so they in order to be involved in being a Beis HaMikdash. Well, Tzilam is HaKerim, he gave them precious vessels for the Beis HaMikdash, HaKadoshim, the only ones. V'shilach mi Bavel, and he sent Bavel, Mem Beis El Vanoshim, Umasayim, 42,200 people, V'gil Yerushalayim, V'asusa Moed Yoim Echad, and they made Yom Tov one day, K'mo Shemar V'gah Chodesh HaShvi B'nei Yisrael B'Arem, V'amar Yom Kriya Yom Kadosh HaNei Val Te'etzvu, they only made one day Rosh Hashanah, so this was, mashma, according to the Meshach, but now I see what the issue was. You spent a long time on this, and we were unclear on this, Mr. Freeman, but it sounds like the Yom Tov Sheni by Rosh Hashanah was even by Bayis Rishon, by the time of Yechonia, and that's a little bit difficult, because the concept of what?
It not celebrated by Yechonia?
That it was.
Yom Tov Sheni for Rosh Hashanah?
Was celebrated by Yechonia. It was celebrated by Yechonia. And that's why it's a chiddush. So when they came back, they only kept one day Rosh Hashanah.
I see. Okay.
So that's what he's saying here, right? So that's why we had this whole difficulty. One day Rosh Hashanah was much later, right? Up to Rosh Hashanah was much later. Time of Yochanan ben Zakkai. But here he says pretty clearly, looking back now, that no, it was 2 days Rosh Hashanah Chutz La'aretz, and when they got there, it's Yisrael. But so somebody Yom Echad. Right? Okay,
so let me just get this clear. That before any Galut, there was only one day Rosh Hashanah in Eretz Yisrael. After the Galus in Bavel, because they were in Bavel, we want to be close to Hashem, they had 2 days of Yom Tov, including Rosh Hashanah.
Right.
And now the guys coming from Bavel went back to Eretz Yisrael, they only did 1 day, and therefore, which basically is Choser to what it was originally, right?
So the big chiddush is that there's, I should say, it's a lumdish chiddush. It's not difficult. It's a lumdish chiddush. There's a whole question. There's a din simcha by Rosh Hashanah.
Okay.
According to the author of the Teshuvah, they needed an extra Rosh Hashanah for simcha and chutz la'aretz. Okay, so the extra Rosh Hashanah chutz la'aretz was not a later introduction. It was introduced at the same time. The truth is, that's what it seems from the pasuk. You know, it's even though it's a big question, but the pasuk says, "Ki kodesh yom la'adam neinu v'al te'atzvu." Rosh Hashanah is also din simcha, and we're only going to keep it 1 day because we're back in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, it's not. Now I think about it, it's not a big issue. It just shows Rosh Hashanah has the din of simcha. So Shalom Yisharim b'Bava Zakoni v'Sanhedrin Chachamim Shigilu Shalayim. So I said, "This child, you should Mayim Chayim Lasos V'Im Yatzu Keduk Masam." Should they do like they're doing in Eretz Yisrael? V'Yochol Yom Echad Yasmid B'Asiyos Yamayim. Right? And this is a similar question whether they should do 1 day or 2 days. Should they continue crying and doing hesped? Should they keep on Teshuvah, right? Or you manu ma'am, or you should refrain from that. Because the reconstruction had begun. Beis El Sharetzar V'Regem Melech. I'm not sure who this is, but in any event, they sent Vanoshav L'chalos Pnei Hashem Le'mor El HaKohanim. Asher L'beis Hashem Tzvokos L'Anvim Le'mor. Whoever these people are, they send the message to Yerushalayim. Ha'evkeh b'chodesh ha'chamishi ha'hinozer kasher asisi kama shanim. Do I still keep Tisha B'Av? ונאמר להם, כי צמתם וספור בחמישי ושביעי, זה 70 שנה, הצום צמתוני אני. During this time, did I fast? ופרש הדבר, meaning, הרי אתם קיבלתם מסצה also עליהם כחייבה. This is not my, I didn't tell you to do this, right? This series of fasts, Zerach L'Chorban. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, you said man this, כדי לבקש בו, אז קיר בסקל. Right? So, it was a good idea. And I like it. But don't ask me. You guys should continue what you did because you're still away from Eretz Yisrael. As you tell I love Gemul, Tov, B'dvar, so now we promise. With some Chamishit, some Asir, Yel Beisidas, Sasol, Simcha, Modim Tovim, Fames Shalom Ahavu, but not now. Right? Ve'shiv lehem minag avosechem yodechem. In essence, what they said to him is, even by the fast, your state is still K'matzav Avosechem. You're still like your fathers. Because you didn't go to Eretz Yisrael, you're stuck. So I think I mentioned that it was a little bit difficult according to Rambam, because Rambam they did fast Tisha B'Av even when they came back to the Beis HaMikdash. But maybe I don't remember if they fasted they fasted the other fasts. Maybe just Tisha B'av. But so even the guys who went on Aliyah to Eretz Yisrael still had to keep at least Tisha B'av. But in any event, so because you're mishtameit from Aliyah Eretz Yisrael, lo yischadesh etzchem klum. Nothing has changed. So not for the fast and not for the simcha, right? Sheigom shinui minhag. V'alkein al tistu mimenu. So therefore, don't deviate from it. V'asur lamatikim es migur. On the other hand, v'asur lamatikim es migur mibavel Yerushalayim ve'oreihem. It's forbidden for those who did go on Aliyah from Bavel to Yerushalayim and to those cities last in Eretz Yisrael last midbachad gasim yomayim. They can't keep 2 days, unlike we said the Chazon Ish and the Brisker Rav. Shkein Hashem ichzram al artzam k'mo shivtiach lohem. Right, Hashem bring it back. We see what says Simcha Gdoila. They got the great joy vayakor and the preciousness vakoach va'oz va'chozka va'yicholos leave no space in Mikdash. They got all this power rebuild the Mikdash. Shein milim tarom. There's nothing to describe that amazing feeling. The remez l'may bezeh b'divrei kosuf. And there's an allusion. Sorry, there's a hint to a little bit of this in the pasuk. That your servants desired its stones and had grace towards its dirt. And we always we have such a regard for Eretz Yisrael that we always even bring the dirt from Eretz Yisrael in order to bow down upon it. Like he said like he says at the notes, there's a big chiddush. So in Eretz Yisrael, it's also to get back to the main issue here. In Eretz Yisrael, it's forbidden to make Yom Tov Sheni. Just like it's forbidden for people who stay in Bavel to not make Yom Tov Sheni. They need zafu and they rebuke. You guys are not coming. You're staying in your houses. And Koresh took away, tried to get you to go. Remove all the excuses. Everybody, God should be with him. They were given gold and silver to go up to Yerushalayim. For these people, I'm not sure where I put word users in parentheses, but they're not allowed to deviate from the minhag and do 1 day. So this minhag of the Begolus who live in Chutzlaretz all for every moed to do 2 days who kavu aleim reish zagoyla. It's already embedded from the beginning from Golus Yecholia. Umidor ledor from generation to generation. Umiyaz to me from then and forever. Vakonim varvim aleim hashum is gorim bein ha'umah. And the Kohanim and Levim who lived among the nation, I assume not anymore, at the time when they lived there, were active. The Kovim was above and Miskav Rotz Lifnei Hashem Yisborach. They accept Lifnei Kodesh Baruch Hu. They fixed this in a manner which is pleasing to God. It's forbidden for somebody who's chutzlaretz to make the other 1 day. Do 2 days. Somebody who moves right? He has to continue to keep his minhag. No, sorry, he has to keep the minhag of the place where he went. Right. To take 2 days. If it's not even though I'm making Rosh Hashanah 2 days, it's not a contradiction to Lo Adu Rosh, right? That Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday shouldn't be Rosh Hashanah. Because that's an issue of the first day of Yom Tov, not the second day of Yom Tov. Bilvad, it's only for the first day. Sheni no savlo. Second one is added. Mislavi love. And the company said, in order to prevent not the blachos on it, chutz mitzorch emes, except for burial, which we know where their leniency is on second day of Rosh Hashanah even. And the person who has a good mind, knows properly from that which we have explained, understands why this is different. In other words, why tzorchei hameis are different than other malachos. I assume because the mesim have no obligation to keep Yom Tov Sheni. I don't know. Anyway, but it should be inferred from what we said. Yesh v'kom l'shol yishol. one can ask, Madua Lonis across Kfiyat Shnei Yomim, the Son Shchuba Achar Galus. Why? In the Sifrei Tanakh, which will come after the Galus, why the second day is not mentioned? Hatshuva Yishmei Reisha Galus, Haya Amar Belach Tov, Yisagesh Aleim Roges Godol. From the beginning of the Galus, the nation was very, very bad. And there was great anger against them. Shubkach Kibana Tzmei Lomar, so we say, Mnechato Einu Golinu Meretzeinu. V'alkein Zeh, therefore this thing, Yom Tov Sheni, Lo Nizkar Lehem, was not mentioned to them, Kishem Shlo Nizkaru Atzomos, V'abchia V'hesped Shekavu. So evidently, anything good was not mentioned. In other words, they were so bad that we didn't mention anything good, right? Just how rotten they were. What we did mention is how rotten they were. B'gdaya ben Achikam, and killing Gedaliah. Okay, so
they kept 2 days, but that was the Schutam, and we weren't going to mention it.
Right. Yes. It's like Zionists not going to say anything good about diaspora Jews. Okay, and when they fixed the days of Purim at the time of the tragedy, when they had grabbed chasodim, which were almost as great as the Tzias Mitzrayim, and it's mentioned in the Megillah, he's kiroso michodash, and it's also mentioned anew b'sefer Ezra divrei kosav malchus achashverosh mitchilas malchuso kosvu sitna. The Haman, etc., wrote these wicked plots. V'akviyah Torah b'divrei yomim hakosub b'yom asher divrei. Sorry, v'akviyah Torah b'divrei hakosub. It's mentioned in the Megillah b'yom asher sivra Yehudim lishlop b'yom and apochel asher shlutu Yehudim mehem u'besanem. V'divrei hakosub kimu kiblu yidhem aleim v'alzaram. Mamar Esther came divrei aprim elam nichtav b'sefer. Right, all these things are mentioned as a new yontif. Poor shav al mapilo latimeu. The lot fell back on the person who cast it to exterminate him. Saluv mugmagor tzovo akidimo. He who intended to crucify, he was crucified. Like he intended to do something else. Ends of the world have wonders happen as have wondered to me. All the non-Jews were astounded that this happened. So evidently, Purim, Mr. Freeman explained it, is that Purim. There's the 2 days of Purim were such that they're mentioned, right? In other words, and they're supposed to be an allusion, a hint to that Yom Tov Chutzlaretz have 2 days then. Okay, it's a very remote hint, but that's what he's trying to say. Purim is mentioned 2 days. Everything else not mentioned 2 days because Purim was a particular positive thing which happened. Okay, Vashel Rava. So concerning Rava, Tom Mishnimatzmo Shutzam B'Kippur Yomayin. The Bavli, it's mashma, he fasted 2 days on Yom Kippur, right? That's not true. Because again, that concept of Simcha doesn't apply to Yom Kippur, right? He only did it on Tisha B'Av. So Kvar Bir Talmud is there because the main Sreifa was on the second day. So that's why he fasted 2 days. Hashem yiftach l'cha sharei chachma ubina. And God should open for you the gates of knowledge and wisdom. Okay, this has been a great teshuvah. Shekoyach.
Shekoyach to you. Very, very interesting.
Okay, so now we will go on. We'll figure out which will be the next makor on Minhag Avosseichem B'Yadechem, which we'll do. I will discuss it with you over email.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Take care. Hadron Aloch. Bye-bye.